While I'm away, I thought I would also tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, Manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their fourth generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong. No person wants to end up with pubes in their mouth. It's time to get your own ball, hair, and body trimmer with Manscaped to make me time the best time and enhance your confidence with some nice, smooth boys. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. 20% off, free worldwide shipping with my code NEST. Help yourself, help your boys, help the show. It's appreciated very much, and thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring the show. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. You know the time, you know the place. I'm a little late tonight, but better late than never. Nonetheless, I appreciate you coming on in here. It's a Wednesday. It's cold. We've got a blizzard rolling on in here, coming up in from the west. So we'll see how we do here with this broadcast. You guys might see me just get snowed in instantaneously. We got, as always, a good amount to discuss here as we head into the final week of the season. The last matchup. Man, this year went by very fast. I'll tell you what, it's just a blink of the eye and it's over with. You got your final game of the season coming up, though. A bit of an interesting matchup, though. Again, much like last week, there's not a lot on the line here. But we will talk a little bit about that in a second. I also have done a little bit of researching. I've been some searching. That's what the kids call it now. I've been out searching, like searching for researching. And I've been looking a little bit more deeper into the cap situation for the Seattle Seahawks here into this next offseason. And it is not only is it looking good, which you guys already knew, but the flexibility that exists and all that the Seahawks could do to create additional cap space is very eye-opening. But before we get to that, let's get to the top story on the go, which is, of course, the ongoing Carroll Wilson saga. Who will stay? Who will go? Who will be voted off Survivor Island? And it is still looking about as clear as mud at this point in time. There is a lot of things that give... at this point, if you're just to take the words from the mouth of the players and coaches, Wilson's going to be here, Carroll's going to be here, nothing really big is going to change, and we're just going to move forward. That's the public relations face of this right now as what's being sold. I don't know really which direction this is going to go. I think outside of that, though, I'm more firmer and firmer landing in the area of going, boy, it's hard not to look at the Coach Carroll situation and just take that alone and remove the Wilson part. And with Carroll, his coaches, and Schneider, so it all kind of comes as a package deal, doesn't seem to be a lot of indications here that they're going to go in a bigger direction. It feels like in the past when Carroll, as we're getting into that 2018 season, when he brought Norton, when he brought Schottenheimer in here, and that was at the expense of getting, Bevel and Rashaad out the door, that was seemingly, there were some signs of that coming down the track. We really need to get some changes here. We need to really start looking there seemed like there was a little bit more of that percolating in the background, or at least in the media conference. You're just not seeing any of that right now. There are certainly have been enough national rumors sprung up out of the nothingness based on nothing that have definitely clickbaited a lot of people into thinking everything from, Wilson's trade is imminent to it's just a matter of time and we still don't know. So, I wish I could lend a light in here to say that we have more knowledge on the situation, but I will say this, it inches further and further in the direction of, to me, Coach Carroll not being let go. Once again, I come back to it's a very revered coach, not just he's a revered coach within the context of our history, the most revered coach in your short history of 40 years, 50 years. He won you your first Super Bowl. He's had a decade of run. There's a lot of signs here as to how this could bring him back almost alone. And let's say, no, that's not enough to bring him back alone. Well, it's at the very least enough to get him some forewarning about being shown the door. So Carroll stays, and this is part of why I wanted to unpack the cap situation a little bit in conjunction with this, because the way I look at this is if Carroll stays, and by some weird Hail Mary, Mother of Grace, a lamb was sacrificed somewhere, they're able to keep Wilson into the fold, and he is not as disgruntled as many of us have come to believe, or he is not as out on the Carroll program as many of us have come to believe, then the only way he would be able to do that, theoretically speaking, would be to say, okay, we are all in on this upcoming season. We are going to damn the torpedoes, all ships full thrust ahead. And that's why I wanted to look at the cap situation, because this is a place where you may have lost your faith in Russell Wilson. You may have lost your faith in Coach Carroll and Schneider with him. You may have lost your faith in none of them. But we don't have really much say of where this is going to go and who's decided to go or who's going to decide. Like I've said, that's already kind of been determined probably one way or another. But if we are operating from the standpoint of it being, we're running it back, one last dance, something again, I'm very surprised to hear if they found a way to find this piece. I'd always reference this whole situation in the season as a feeling of a little bit of a ceasefire situation, right? In a ceasefire situation on the battlefield, you get two parties that'll go, okay, we're not at peace, all right? I still hate you. I'm going to try to kill you. Not right now, but very soon I'm probably going to try to kill you. I want to take a break right now. I'm going to get some water, but then I'm going to be back here to kill you. That's basically what this has all felt like, just a little bit between the two of them, where just in some of the moves and some of the, even Carroll's willingness a little bit to throw Wilson under the bus at times in this late game stretch of games for his decision-making in particular, had sort of subtly pointed in this direction. But let's say we do run it back. We run it back. We say, all right, we got it. We got Wilson. We got Carroll. We've got a defense that gave up a lot of yards, didn't give up a lot of points. We got an offense that was uneven, to say the least. You still have great playmakers on the outside. So let's not look at who we'd sign. Let's not what we'd sign. Let's just, in conjunction with this, just in general terms, we're not going to go deep diving into this, but to just maybe give you guys a little bit of starry eyes for the potential of this offseason. So you start out with approximately about $56.3 million in cap space. You stand about seventh most in the NFL just to begin things, just to start, here's the beginning line of the new cap and where you are. Now you move forward. You've got a couple different points here that go back and forth. I would reckon to guess that Russell Wilson, if he remains, he's not part of the trade, but obviously if you move him, you gain $11 million. Bobby Wagner seems to have indicated here recently something about being a smart businessman and sort of, maybe you guys can let me know if you felt the same thing in what Bobby was saying, but it felt a little bit to me like from Bobby that he was going to maybe come back to management and be open to a renegotiation. I don't know if that's going to be the case for sure, but there seemed to be a little bit in what he was saying indicating that. Now, with that said, Bobby's got a $16.6 million, I've been calling it 16.75, it's $16.6 million savings. So between him and Russ, essentially you have, $27 million basically approximately in cap savings just sitting in its own chunk. Okay, but let's look beyond that for a second, because again, those two situations remain the unknown. Shouldn't be predicting on them. I think the thing you can more firmer predict upon, though, the thing that you can kind of lean more into and go, okay, the thing I think I know for sure here, I can say this for sure, is these will be the guys I would go down and say are likely to get cut and the savings that you're going to get with them. So you've got Chris Carson, who does have some dead money, but you would save technically money on that contract to the tune of $3.425 million. LJ Collier, I think all of us are pretty well in agreement at this point, or if we're not in agreement, we should be in agreement that he should be released if you can save any money on him. And they can finally save some money on him. I'm sure that's a question many of you are wondering out there, is why has LJ Collier remained on this roster? despite the fact that they don't even have him active for most weeks. And when he is active, he doesn't do a whole hell of a lot. The reason being is because it was going to cost you money to get rid of him this year, whereas this offseason, you're going to actually be able to save money by moving on, albeit only about $1 million. But that's $1 million. I'm sure I would have, it would be a poll of 100% if I presented you guys. Do you want to save a little bit of money, move on from Collier? Yes. $10? Good. We'll save that. And I lost my spot. Here we go. The next guy is going to be Benson Mayowa. I don't know what he really does. What do you do here? What is it he's offering at this point? Mayowa, you could save $1.5 million by moving off from him. And Jason Myers, no way you're going to be spending the money they've got cap-wise on a kicker in the final year of his deal next year with the kind of season that he's brought about. You'd save $4 million by moving on from Jason Myers. So you're sitting at about $9.925 million, or let's just round it up and call it a $10 million hit there, $10 million. We've got the $27 million between Russ and Bobby that's in its own category, okay? So we take the $10 million and we put it with the 56.3 original mark that we're slated to clear. That comes out to $66.2 million in cap space. That would be by far the most cap space the Seattle Seahawks have had, and I believe the last 10 years since Carroll and Schneider came here. And again, that's not even doing anything with Bobby Wagner or Wilson. Those situations still then remain over here in these items, over here, they're there to be had. But that's so much money to then go out if it's an all-in season, and the only way you're bringing back Russell Wilson is if you're telling him it's all in. There's no, unless Wilson is completely a moron, and I don't think he's a moron, there's no way he's going to be brought back to this with Carroll just saying, hey, we're going to run this back, and Wilson goes, okay, and we're going to keep doing it exactly the same way we've been doing it. No. I think Wilson would run screaming for the hills if that was really, truly the case. So let's say it's not that. Let's say that they go all in. That is a hefty amount of change to go all in. You could go get a Teron Armstead, who will maybe be the best left tackle on the market. Probably will cost $100 million. Probably like about a $13, $14 million cap hit in the first year. Think about that now prospectively and what you could do with those additional dollars. Now, this team has come close to messing up nearly this amount of draft, this amount of cap space before. In 2019, we had $50 million. Benson Mayowa, Bruce Irvin, Greg Olsen, B.J. Finney, Cedric Ogbuehi, Philip Dorsett. See, even she doesn't like it. Just a collection of bargain basement shopping. You cannot do that again this offseason. You would have to more, in my opinion, swing for the fences here. And again, this would be right along in lockstep with getting Wilson back here, coming back, him returning. If this is where this is going, and it does look like this is where it's going, or they're playing their cards very close to the chest. That also could be a possibility because of the fact that you do want to not release things if a trade is going to happen. Let's say, if Wilson's going to be on the market, you don't want to let that leak that we're planning on putting him on the market. I would think that would probably harm or hurt him as an asset on the market immediately if you were to just go out there and release it out that that's the way it's going to be. With that said, it's sometimes very hard to keep this stuff close-lipped once you start testing those trading waters. So that's kind of going to happen to some degree anyway with this kind of deal because it's so complicated to put it together because Wilson's kind of an unusual asset to be out there available for a trade. So maybe something to get you hopefully a little bit excited. That's a significant amount of money. And if they were all in, and I will tell you this, they've not been all in the way that they've spent their money going on even back to your 2015-ish season. When they've signed deals, it's always tended to be on the 1 year or 2 year deal points. Even when you sign big money to guys like, let's say, Jaron Reed a couple of years ago, here's a 2 year deal, which he was part of that same class from a couple of seasons I just referenced. Even though he's part of your own group, it still counted towards what you were spending of that $50 million. And part of the reason the cost was high at that point with all those guys was they were all 1 and 2 year contracts. So they were just eating up the maximum amount of contract right out the gate as opposed to creating a 3 and 4 year contract where you could massage the numbers out a little bit in order to build more guys inside that first year cap. So hopefully that's the one place I hope that they would, beyond all the other changes we want to see, that might be the one I would almost see most hopeful. If you are going to run this back, and many of us have called for a rebuild, many of us have called for a change, That's not going to happen, and you do go the other direction. I always say, you don't have to go my direction. Just pick a lane, go with it. Don't do the thing where you try to split the difference. Take that lane, put the foot down to the floor, and let's go. Let's go. And I'll be on board with that. You're going to be aggressive in football from a personnel standpoint, from a coaching standpoint, from how you play on the field. I'm good with that. You're going to play not to lose. You're going to play a little scared. You're going to go, I'm going to do a little bit of this, but I'm also going to do a little bit of this. I'm going to swim away from the dock, but I'm always going to keep one arm on the wall just for safety. No, get off the dock, swim. Let's go. All right. Well, we got the Cardinal matchup here coming up. I'll touch on this quickly because I know many of you guys aren't really all that it's probably super interested in the details of this game. There's not a lot we're playing for. Obviously, it would be great if we could see more of what we're seeing right now, especially when you pair it with what I just talked about, being that we might see these same people all coming back where we thought there had been so much change. There might not be any change. And if that's the case, we want to see more of this ultimate success. And let's face it, you put 250 burgers back to back to end off the season, and then they tell us we're running it back 3 days later. Let's just say you're not going to have a massive fans all angry at that point. They will have won some people back at that spot. I'm not changing none of my prior opinions based on anything that's happened or that this is being released out, that this is probably the way that it might be going. Indeed, this might, again, all be smoke show for a Wilson deal when it's all said and done. But if they do, I support the team. I'll support their decision on it. Just please, by God, don't do what you did this year. Don't sit on $13 million of cap space. Don't do all the free agent deals as 1 and 2 year deals, meaning that whatever cap space you have is then eaten up. The Cardinal matchup, Cardinals are not at their best right now. They're kind of being a vintage Cardinal team, falling off the rails just a little bit, just a bit. And it's they're still playing decently. Murray's hanging in there. He's not at his MVP level that he was earlier. DeAndre Hopkins, and missing that has been horrible for him. Those guys have the same kind of connection you've seen with Stafford and Kupp coming in there. And the loss of him just kind of, it was the thing I had always wondered about this Cardinal receiving core, is everybody kind of had their role. Christian Kirk was your possession guy. A.J. Green was the aging guy that could still take the top off the defense. Rondale Moore was your gadget guy. And DeAndre Hopkins was your Mr. Fix-It. Whatever you needed him to do, whatever kind of route you needed him to run that was kind of whatever called for it. Or if Kyler ever got in one of those situations, it's a meme online now, it's F it. DeAndre's down there somewhere. This is an ongoing meme that's being posted, and it's hilarious. But his loss now takes that element away, and all the other guys now have to kind of slide out of their roles and probably out of what is more natural for them. They still have a very good receiving core. They're still very explosive offensively. Defensively, they're doing okay. They're doing all right. They did good against Cowboys this last week. They were solid in that matchup against a very potent Cowboys offense that, again, is another team that's kind of trickling downwards here as the year goes along. They're getting good play, though, out of some of the young guys. Chandler Jones has kind of come back along. He started out really hot this year, dipped back down. He's coming back and starting to really perform well for them. The guy Marcus Golden opposite him. Both of those guys are very streaky pass rushers. They're either going to get you 4 sacks or nothing. But they are dangerous. It's going to be a tough matchup for Curhan over there on the side. We'll see if he can continue to hold up. That's going to be a very interesting one to watch. Can Rashaad Penny continue to run? Is Seattle look at him in his plans as far as, hey, we'll give you a 1 year deal at $3-4 million. Can that bring you back into the fold? These are decisions that will be determined off this game. Can Jordan Brooks and Cody Barton still look good? I don't think that they're going to trot Bobby Wagner out there. By the way, I knocked the injury prognosis on Bobby Wagner out the park without seeing one X-ray, MRI, touching his knee. I didn't even touch his knee. I didn't even do the knee touch thing that the guy does when they first get on the field and he starts massaging his knee, looking him in the eye, kind of weird. It's like it gets awkward. I didn't even do it. I said PCL, MCL. Boom. Got it. Nailed it. That's the difference. You guys want to know the difference on the ACL and the difference to the MCL, PCLs when you see guys get knee injuries on the field. This is being proven out now more and more. If they can stand up and they walk off, probably MCL, probably PCL. If they're like, get the cart, probably an ACL. I don't know what to take from this game. I really don't. The Seahawks team has been very Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde for most of this season. Mainly Hyde than Dr. Jekyll. But the 50 burger last week was impressive. Doing that on football teams in the NFL is not easy. As evidenced by the fact we haven't done it in 10 years. When the Legion of Boom was in its prime, it wasn't putting up 50 points on people. You could also maybe sometimes make the argument you only usually 50 points when you're giving up you're giving up 30 points on the other side, so you have to keep scoring. But that's another argument for another day. It'd be great if they could to put a stamp here on the end of the season, get a win, close us out, especially again if we're just going to stay status quo as the year goes forward into this off season. I'm just going to be kind of watching, is Russell Wilson fitting into the designs of the offense like he did last week, like he did against the 49ers, like he kind of did for about 2.5 quarters against the Colts? Or is he going to slip into those old habits, those old familiar habits? You know, as Dave Niehaus would say, that old-timey magic. Like he was Viking game, Titan game, Ram game, Packer game. Which one are we going to get? And I've maintained again and again, if we can get Russell into this offense, embracing this offense, taking it forward, the sky is still the limit for the guy. I don't buy into a lot of this chatter this week of, well, an NFC scout or AFC scout said, so one of these unnamed sources, scout, executive type, whatever they are that talk to these guys. I always love that they get to use these sources and pull them out of their butt and then call it fact. I mean, I probably do the same, so I shouldn't knock it too hard. But they were saying how Russell's on the downswing. It's like, okay. You're one of those executives who's not going to have a job in a year, but you're talking to reporters. So I understand Russell's on the downswing as far as his mobility goes. I understand he's had as poor of games as ever this year. Still do maintain. The guy it's really about embracing, right? It's like a wayward guy who likes to go out and somebody else probably gave me this, so I'm stealing this from somebody else. It's like a wayward guy sleeping around with all these women. You got the one good girl, you got to stay at that one good girl. No more sleeping around, man. You got to be faithful. This one will pay off. But it's like, I have to give up all the other. Yeah, you do. But you know what's going to pay off? But I like the brunette, and there's the blonde, and I know. Take a breath. Go with the girl. It's a lot like that. We'll see how it goes. I'm hopeful of a Seahawks victory. I ain't predicting nothing. You guys aren't getting a score out of me on this one. Kitty's knocking over microphones. Okay. You've made yourself known. Oh, goodness. All right, well, let's start this up. Thank you for letting me blab away on that one, guys. I just want to talk a little bit about that, open this up. I just think it's kind of important. This is going to be the off season. This is going to be the story going into this off season, and I know many of you guys like me are kind of probably over speaking about stuff that's just not X's and O's on the football field. And soon enough, we're going to be through that. Soon enough, we're going to be back to just being able to talk about stuff that is not drama or, what's going to change, what isn't going to change. And I'm very much looking forward to those days. Jem G, let's go. You are first, my brother. How you doing, Leland Kimball? Hello. And I got to acknowledge because we got a big $50 donation here, I think, in the chat. So I think that's my boy, too. Yeah, Randall coming in hot. Randall coming in big hot. Big hot Randall. He put the super chat up at 50. It's like, that thing's like lava going around that thing on his little notification there. He says, my man, what's up, Randall? Thank you for the $50 donation, brother. It's really good to see you on in here, and I hope you're doing well. I hope you guys are hyped up tonight. I'm ready to talk some Seahawks football. I'm ready to talk anything you guys want. Whatever you want to know. Let's go at me. AMA, right? Whatever you guys want to go, let's do it tonight. You know what I mean? So good to see you on in here, man. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing amazing. It's been a really good week so far. We're going to get on into this weekend. I'm hyped up for this game. I'm kind of it's been a tough year, but I'm still a little bit like, well, the season's going to come to an end now. You're like a little kid kind of kicking the rock going, that's kind of stupid. I don't like that. But thank you for the $50 donation, Randall. You are awesome, my man. Always awesome. Always awesome. And you and Charles Riley as well. Always awesome. Coming in with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. You are as always awesome as well, my brother. He says, Brando, did you hear the news about Harbaugh entertaining an NFL return? Sadly, the thoughts are LV, Las Vegas, or Chicago. I'll keep my hopes for the Hawks. I did hear the rumors on that. We talked a little. It's funny. We were ahead of this one, weren't we? Because we've had a lot of talk of Harbaugh in this chat. And let's just take out him as a potential replacement for Carroll. Just in his, is he a good coach? Is he not a good coach? Would he help an NFL team coming back? And we've talked a lot about that. The thing I wondered about this with Harbaugh at the end of the day is, what about this rule change that's come down? There's a rule that wasn't in place when he first started at Michigan, when he was courting to come back to Michigan that's now in place. And this paying the athletes in college football has changed the landscape of how these coaches look at this. And it's impacting it in probably the biggest way this is the biggest impact on college football. And maybe it's since its inception just about. And it hasn't been talked a lot about. You know, you're seeing it with all the transferring portal players and everything else, but the way that impacts stuff, man, coaching in college football is already hard. Got to go recruit all on the road, all over the place. You got to get your staff together. Got to get you have a lot of time with them because they got school. You know, you've got to do it every year. You got to go out there and find it, and now you got to only recruit your own players and make sure they're getting paid. And man, it's a level that it was already hard. Now we're making it harder. I could just go to the NFL. You know, there is turnover, but I get to keep most of my guys, and I know what I'm doing there, and they're professionals, and I get them when I get, I could see it. I could see why it happens, Charles, but I don't think it would be Seattle. That would not be my likely destination for Harbaugh, even if Coach Carroll moved on, even though I like him, even though I'd like to bring him here. Chicago makes obviously a ton of sense. Michigan, Chicago, he's already, you've got a little bit of the, it's not, they're not in the same. I know obviously Detroit, Michigan, but it's a little close. He gets to stay near home at that point. And Las Vegas could make a lot of sense too, though. Doesn't Harbaugh seem like the opposite of a Las Vegas head coach? You know, I feel like they need to get a colorful personality in there, with the team in Vegas. it just kind of goes together like peanut and butter, peanut butter and jelly. Sorry guys, we'll get you up at the top of the chat here. Seahawk Primo, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you. He says, I want to spoil the card season. Let's finish strong. Go Hawks. Let's shut this down for the Cards, okay? Let's put them out of their misery. Okay? I have no problem with that. I got no problem with that. They've put us through enough of this over the years with the stupid wins against us that they had no business winning against. Time to turn the tables. It's like Spock's bed. Revenge is best served on a dish cold. I said that wrong, but you know what I mean with it. That's basically what we're saying. Charles Rabbit, another $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, Brando, I was drunker than 10 natives last night on 100 proof bourbon and said some crappy things I regret to a good person. I'm glad you're streaming tonight so I can take my mind off of it for a minute. Well, thank you, Charles. I appreciate the double donos, man, to start this off. And that's what I'm here to do, man. I'm here to brighten your guys' day and make this a little happier, get us a couple laughs, enjoy things a little bit. Even in little tough times, even in tough seasons like this. This is a lesson I myself sometimes forget. But I'm at my happiest being in here and doing this with you guys. So, we got no problems right now. For the next couple hours, we got to just chill and be happy about it and consider all the great futures that are going to be upon us here into this offseason with all of that moolah to spend, right? We got Scrooge McDuck money in a vault right now. John Schneider's swimming through it, buck naked, and, it's burning a hole in the pocket he's not wearing when he's swimming through it. Leland Kimball, what's up, Leland? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Jemji, like the video, guys. Thank you for reminding me. Please hit the like up button if you do like what you're listening to here, even if it's on replay. Even you replay folks. I appreciate you just as much as the live folks, but just do me a favor, hit that little clickety-clack like button there. You know what I mean? Boom Shakalaka 84, my man from Hawaii. How you doing? Never mind, about to start. Hope you're doing good, brother. Good to see you out in the chat. Leland says, I always wondered why more kitchen knife or shaving razors were never advertised as being on the cutting edge. It's a pretty strong, bold sales statement. I mean, cutting edge is you say anything cutting edge. You could say, I got a cutting edge plunger. I say a cutting edge plunger. What does it do? Does it have lasers? Is it magnetic? Does it lock on the bolt? That's it. Everything sounds cooler with cutting edge. Let's face it. Sector 7. Look who's on. Look who's here. Warriors, ding, 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 come out and play. That's an old reference for you young kids. I don't know, though. Old heads, do I recommend Warriors to the young ones? That might be a little too old for them. That might be a little too 80s for the youngins. The humble Halal African. Will they re-sign Rashaad Penny or do they get going too late? Is it worth the risk to re-sign him? Well, we definitely got into some very lively debates last week in regards to on the show and Rashaad Penny and his value and injury history. This is certainly my opinion on this, and it is only my opinion. I think that Rashaad Penny's injuries come down to a couple different things, and this has everything to do with predicting on whether you should sign him, Humble, because I think it would only cost a 1 year $3 million deal, 1 year $4 million deal, which I think is an acceptable cost to make as I try to build up my running back room. I'm not fully relying on him as some bell cow. I'm building out a very strong running back room, and I've already got DJ Dallas as kind of my third down running specialist. Maybe Travis Homer comes back in the fold. Maybe we get Rashaad Penny in. We kind of add to it from here. But the thing the two injuries, you have the broken hand, which we can all admit that the broken hand he suffered when he first walked in the door here is probably not going to come back again. That's probably going to get healed and remain fine. The one big one is the ACL. He suffers in 2019 at the very end of the season. Kind of understandable then he misses most of 2020 as he had suffered the injury so late, and it tends to be a injury that takes a year to recover. He comes back in 2019, has some calf strains. Now people start to go, he's injury prone. He's injury prone. Yet, if you look at it, where are the calf strains happening? On the very same leg where he's had the torn ACL. Why does that occur? Because the muscles are stretching out around the ligament because they got to reinstamp that ligament back into the bone of the leg. You're pulling it a little tighter. It makes the muscles then pull. It causes these kind of soft tissue injuries the next year. That's leaked a little bit over into the start of this year. But it all comes back, in my opinion, from that ACL. So do we think within 2 years removed of the ACL, he can get back to 100%? Does that make him injury prone? He's been highly injured here. He's been a guy who's missed the field way too often, no doubt about it. But when you trace all this stuff, right? You don't just say, if you can, in general terms, you really go, okay, let's get into the details of what caused these. And so I would, for those reasons. I think he's not necessarily going to be a picture of health going forward. But again, I'm not going to ask him to be a guy that gets the ball 300 times and is this guy carrying all over the place. But I like him as an explosive element in our backfield that we don't have otherwise, that we should go find if we don't have with him otherwise. Alexander, 31-13, we lose. Don't play the Lions this week. You gotta give us some reality. Give us some reality, Alexander. Let us dream. Let's dream big. Jemji, Penny has to sign a prove-it deal before he gets paid. His mental consistency is also questionable. I agree with you at least on the first part. I don't know on mental. I mean, maybe. I always struggle to ascribe that when I don't know for sure on that element, but I agree with the first part for sure. No way I'm giving him a multi-year deal, but a 1 year, $3 million, 1 year, at the most $4 million, that'd be my top. I wouldn't go past that, but I feel like you could come to some kind of, I don't think any team in the league is going to give him anything beyond that. Ethan Tech World, how you doing? Good to see you. Herbicide says if we keep Pete, we for sure lose Russ. I would think it'd be that way, Herbicide, but then Russ says Pete is asked about this week. What do you think about the rumors having to do with Russell Wilson being moved and him wanting to be traded? And Coach Carroll says those rumors don't match our conversation, our private conversations. Okay, so what do we all take from that? Do we got sunshine and roses Pete talking there? Does Pete know, is there inside knowledge between the two of them of understanding that, no, we'll still run with this long term? Are they just getting ready to hit us with completely left field? Are they covering up for that they don't want to hurt his trade value, where Carroll wouldn't come out and say, yeah, I've heard those and we're going to be looking into trading him, and his value goes right to the bottom, right? So, it kind of could still be all of those things, but it's hard to say at this point. That's the way I agree with the Herbicide. That's the way I had thought this would play out if it goes in that direction and he does remain. TGC Nave, thoughts on Penny? So I just kind of covered it up there on that one. I think you should bring him back. I think he's, again, not going to pay him the moon, but you gave Carlos Hyde a 1 year, $4 million deal a couple of years ago. You got okay value for that. It's like if you pay one year $3 million, 1 year $4 million, and let's say Penny gives you only 8 games and 675 yards or something, right? Or 700 really gives you explosive 8 games. I think we have to start looking at our roster building now more in that element, especially the running back position, because they've now added this extra game, because we have so many of the Thursday night games coming into the mix. You just no longer can just sit on your frontline guys, especially the running back position, and say, well, that'll be enough, or he'll be the guy getting it all the time for us. I think those days are going to more and more start to pass, and you just start to need more of a collection of guys. Consumer 114, Penny should get a minimum deal. He has run well, but only against weak teams, and he has major injury history. I do think he's going to get more than the minimum, Consumer. I don't think he'll get a multi-year deal. I do think a team would be willing to be out there and add him. I mean, minimum to me is a 1 year, $2 million, if not 1 year, $2.5 million with some incentives, maybe. I think he would get that. The thing you have to consider with this a little bit, and I'm not trying to knock the coaching staff here too hard, but they don't continue to exactly use Penny the right way all the time. It's a lot of up the middle runs, and there are a lot of teams out there in the NFL who are going to be aware of the fact that the Seahawks have not used Penny correctly throughout the course of his career here in Seattle, and they're going to work to get him on the outside. You look at a team like the 49ers, for instance. If they look at a guy like Penny with what they do with their outside zone stuff, or even the Rams, and they may pounce on a guy like that at $3 million and say, we see the value here in this. We'll make him one of our stable. We don't have the thoroughbred. We've got a stable of stallions, and they'll make him one of the stable. But I think he will get a little bit more than a vet minimum deal. Boom Chocolate, a random thought, Michael Whitlock is an effing clown for degrading Mina Kimes, how women can't be qualified to talk about football. Sorry, folks. Always happens. I'm sure he would love for a woman to be in kitchen making him endless food. I think he slid a little bit away from more sports talk to now he's more into politics, which is not a direction I want to go. I like Mina Kimes. So I think that she tends to be fairly, level-headed on the Seahawks. And that's understanding, again, with someone like Mina where she's on ESPN and, you've got to, it's not like me. I can be buck wild with my opinion here, right? Like all I got to worry about is basically the blowback from the chat. Mina's got to be worried about advertisers and other people so she can get the truth out as much as she can get it out while still doing the tap dance you have to do when you go to those big places. So I think she does a good job. I don't know why. I don't know where he's pulling that from. ADL Williams, Seattle Seahawks going to be a retirement home next season. Maybe. DBH, is it true that Russell Wilson confirmed the trade? No, DBH. I've seen no Russell Wilson confirmation. I wouldn't expect it at this time either. Herbicide, Penny has been hurt way too much. I wouldn't pay him big money for a dude that's only going to play 6 games a year. He looks good versus bad teams. Well said. Well said. I will say if you look beyond this year's of production and you look at him in 2019, for instance, he was really coming into his own that year and he was doing it up against a kind of variety of competition. It's fair, though, that he's been hurt too much time. Even if I think those injuries are all related to kind of more one thing, it is valid to say, hey, whether your availability has sucked. It's been nowhere near good enough. Eden Tech World, option 1, Russ and Pete gone is my preferred option. Option 2, keep Russ. Pete gone is A lot has to go right. A lot. Option 3, Russ gone, Pete stays is the worst option. I'll just feel stuck. Yeah, I wish I could tell you, Ethan, I know for sure which way this is going, but the only one I can lean to saying that I think is going to go, I don't think Pete Carroll's going anywhere. I really don't. I just don't think. I don't think that's where this is headed. Not with his. People would be measuring themselves. People would be talking like he is now to get hammered. It's gonna make him look silly in what he's saying. Like just something to it on me, just in my gut, deep down in my gut says, ain't gonna happen. ADL Charles back with the jokes again. I love Charles jokes. He's being serious. Hashtag Harbaugh to the Hawks. Boom Shakalaka. Penny going to be like Grant Hill, injured, 4 major surgeries to playing great, and was able to play longer with no tread on the tires. Could be. But if he can replicate that, that'd be all right. with me. You know what I mean? And I don't think Rashaad Penny's a star by any measure. I just think that he gives us some juice back there. He gives you some explosive speed and ability to break off a big play. We've had a lot more of the kind of meat grinder running backs lately. You know, maybe a little bit of the reason why some of them get injured so often is everything's got to be this inside, you know, let four guys come at you and just beat the hell out of you as you try to drag yourself forward for 4 yards. It's no wonder the guys end up in the medical tent. But, you know, it is valid. Like I said, he's definitely been injured a good amount. Randy with the 50. That's right. Randy coming in hot with the 50. And he always does that, though. Randy comes in, starts us off bright, true. And this is one of my longtime OGs on the channel. He knows I appreciate him. He knows it. You're awesome, Randall. Happy New Year, everybody, by the way. Consumer, if Pete stays and Russ goes, I can't see DK staying. Why pay a receiver $28 million when you run first? I don't know that the agreement would be in place of saying we're going to be a run first team if Russell stays. If Pete talks Russell into staying, as I was saying on the other thing, I think you're committing to giving him like a great offensive line, for instance. But I don't think the other thing in addition to that would be, and now we're going to we're going to get you the offensive line, but we're going to trade one of your best targets, the up and coming. I don't think they would do that. The real key on this DK contract, to understand it, just to make sure that we're all really clear with where it would be. DK's still got 1 year of club control. The club can put a restricted tag on him, which no team can, I believe, match. It's sort of like a poor man's franchise tag. And you can hold DK here for 1 year at a $1.6 million. This will give you leverage in the negotiations with DK Metcalf. And it will allow for you to build his contract structure up so that while it'll say maybe technically $27.5 million on average per year, when you break down the technicalities of it in the first three years of the deal, it'll actually be relatively cheap, bringing him back into the fold. So it'll be a much significant, for instance, the first year of the cap hit, I would estimate would be probably about $11.6 million. If you sign DK to a new contract this offseason, the 2022 first year cap hit would be $11.6 million. The second year cap hit would probably be something like $18.5 million. And then the third year cap hit would be like 30. So you don't actually get into that area of 28 until, what are we talking, 2025? And I think at that cost of things, I think that it just makes sense to keep him here. They've got the leverage in the negotiations. I don't think Russell's going to want to see him leave. You want to keep Russell here. They may do it, but that's how I kind of look at it. In the Deck World, I think you get Teron Armstead no matter what, and whoever is here. I'm fine with that, man. You sign me up on that, Ethan. You know what I mean, man? Sign me up. I like me some Teron. Randall, what do you think the conversation was with Pete and Russ this past off season? You think they told them they were going to be aggressive with free agents? I think that there's two different conversations that occur here, Randall. There's a conversation that occurred last offseason, and there's a conversation that's just probably recently have occurred, like during this year, like within the last few weeks. I think the offseason really boiled down to something a little bit like, and it goes a little something like this. Russell says in the background, here's 4 teams, investigate moving me. I really do want to move on. Seattle investigates, comes back to him and says, look, we can get some value for you, but we can't get the value that we need to get if you're going to ask us to eat $38 million of cap hit, which would be a record amount for any NFL team in NFL history. So you're going to have to come off your spot on this one a bit, bud. Now, was there maybe some promises into this after this season, or even last offseason to some degree? Maybe. I don't know what promises they would have made to him that they delivered on last offseason, outside of we'll get you another tight end that can catch, and we'll get you another guard. I mean, if they made some kind of, Randall, they made some promises to him last offseason. It was hardly some big ones in that respect, but maybe they made them to this offseason, and they have set the table that if they had made those promises for this offseason, the table has been set for them to give Russell Wilson a four-course meal dinner. If they want to do that. But that's now we're getting into the second conversation, the one that happened a couple weeks ago, where Pete comes to Russ and he says, I know you're going to ask to want to leave now, and the cap hits down to $26 million. But just hear me out. I'm going to go out and I'm going to buy you 3 top-end offensive linemen. I'm going to get you another wide receiver. We'll go get another running back. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, does that keep Russell in the fold at that point? Yeah, that would be I would think it would take that kind of conversation now, recently, to get Russell to stay. Jace, other than like 4 players on the defense and about 5 players on offense, we need to rebuild the team. I made a video on it today. I think rebuild is the best option and inevitable. And Jace, I do mean to get over to Team 12's. Jace's got Team 12 videos. Please do, guys, go check out Team 12's. Yeah, just getting his, he's getting his channel. He's got his channel rolling along, actually. I've been meaning to check out some more of your stuff on that, Jason. Sorry I haven't had a chance to, but I think that's where I would like to be overall myself. If I was in charge or looking at this team, what I think would probably be, at the end of the day, the best direction of things. But it's not going to be, I think, the likely direction this will take at this point. Carroll's indicated he doesn't want to do a rebuild. Carroll doesn't seem to be in a position at this point that he's going to move on. He doesn't, unless he's about to get as blindsided as I've ever seen a coach get blindsided in being fired. Okay, in my 5 plus years of watching football, I've seen some coaches get blindsided. Like me and Brendan Nelson have talked about. Brendan references the Schottenheimer fire, and there's been maybe a couple others that have come down the track. But you had at least a little inkling of those coming to some small degree. Schottenheimer and the general manager were at a de facto war mid-year that prior season. It wasn't completely surprising to see him go, even though he was a very successful coach with those Chargers teams. This one would be even bigger than that. So I agree with you, Jace. I do. I really do. And I'll check out your video. But that's the one. That's the fly in the ointment for me on that one. ADL, if they decide to run it back, they damn well better get a few great linemen on offense and D. ADL, we're simpatico on that one, brother. If they went that direction alone, if they took that, if they could nearly take that, what I said was $63 odd million in cap space and put it on offensive linemen and defensive linemen, I probably wouldn't be, I'd probably be okay with that. I know you'd have what about the corners? But I'd be like, man, but look at those lines. Randall McDaniel, are you thinking they keep the band together one more time? I mean, Pete loves to say things that aren't true sometimes. He'll say whatever he needs to say. He's going to say it. So it's hard to always take him at face value. But if I'm taking Pete Carroll at face value, and the indications he's giving, and he's not giving soft indications here. He's not hedging his bets, In fact, he's doing the opposite. He's all but saying, I guarantee, like the bearded guy in Men's Warehouse, I guarantee Russell Wilson will be back, or I'm not the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. He's pretty much doing that right now with a variety of different sound bites that he's put out there. Speaking on the Seahawks' future, the talent is there. I think you can count on us to figure it out. Coming from our the foundation, our philosophy's foundation that we have, we can get this handled. Asked if Jody Allen has blessed Pete Carroll's belief the 5-10 Seahawks don't need a new philosophy or approach and don't need to start over. The coach says, we've been on the same page about everything that's going on since she took over. Does that sound like a guy about to be fired to you guys? I don't think so. So yeah, Randall, I think the band, they got even Ringo in here, John, Paul, George, and Ringo. Charles Riley says $50 burger for Randy in response to the 51 Hawks popped on Detroit. Well, Randall's a man who appreciates parallels. He appreciates the universe making consistent sense. 50 points are dropped in a Seahawks win. He puts 50 in the chat. That's just, it's how he rolls. And my mind's the same way. Randall says, foot down on the pedals, sideways in a cloud of smoke. That's right. I want that back end burning out a bit, Randall. I want you hitting shoulder. I want some dust coming up off the shoulder because you're about to go, is he going to go into the ravine? Is he going to slide in? No, I'm not. But I'm going to get close because I'm trying to go so damn fast. That's what I want from this team this offseason. I've been asking for it for a couple of years, folks. I'm telling you, I've been asking for it. I've been begging, folks. I've been on my knees. Please, brothers and sisters, let my team truly go for it. Let my team say, who cares about my 2-year plan? There is only the 1-year plan. There is only the today plan. They just won't do it. Consumer 114, Hawks ain't putting 50 on the cards. Be lucky to get 20. Well, I'm going to say this. Last time we put 250 burgers up was 2012, and we did against the Buffalo Bills and who? And I said, who? The Arizona Cardinals. And like I was just talking about with Randall and his 50 burger. It brings back 50. We just keep the 50 burger circle keeps spinning here. Because the parallels to then to now, nice little conjunction, nice little split ends. One at the beginning of Carroll's regime, one nearing the end. Everything perfectly balanced, as Thanos would say. Jay's the best what to describe the Seahawks for the past 5 years is the person that leaves their turn signal on when they're in a lane and not deciding on what lane they want to be in. Very well said. Agreed completely. And it's still on right now. Gal G, let's run it again. 1 pass rusher, 1 O-line, 1 cornerback away from a complete team. I like it, Gal G. I give you the 1 pass rusher, but let's go with 3 offensive linemen, unless we're talking about re-signing Posick, which Posick's been like 50 of like 66 centers in the NFL this season. Kyle Fuller's been like 60 of 66 centers in the NFL this season, as far as their metrics go. Maybe try to do better than that. We still need to look at the left tackle and right tackle, I think. I don't think you just run with Curhan and go, okay, Curhan's 1. He's not even 1A. He's just 1. No, he's 1A, and then give me a 1B. So I would say give me the 3 linemen. I'm good with the cornerback. Even sign DJ Reed, bring back Sidney Jones. Do something else with that. But, man, I think we got enough money to do it, Gal G, but I'm okay with that. Calvin Dickerson, I thought about the Seahawks. Don't trade Wilson or Carroll. I think new offensive defensive coordinator. I thought about the Seahawks. Don't trade Wilson or Carroll. I think new offensive defensive coordinator. I think if they run it back, Calvin, I think that they run it back with all the parts in the same place. It's rare you're going to fire an offensive coordinator after 1 season. And as I've maintained for a while, I think as much as we don't love Norton and what he's done, I always say it's as much Carroll as it is Norton. And he's already kind of rearranged that deck chair once in 2018 with the Norton hire after he fired Rashaad. I don't think that would really gain him much as far as fans thinking, oh, okay, well, this is all going to get fixed now because this guy's coming in. Carroll will still want to be a part of what's happening there. I think if they run it back, they're going to try to just keep things the same, but I think that the one obvious place that you make the adjustment is the go all-in approach to it. Even if that means you make trades in this draft to add talent in the draft by sucking draft capital from somewhere else. I think that they do go with more of that aggressive approach, but you can get a defensive coordinator in Calvin that can have a more of an instantaneous effect on a defense, but the offensive coordinators do tend to just take a year to implement their scheme. I think this has been proven in our case here with Waldron. We'll see how he is next year if he comes back, but it tends to be the way it is. So if you're even bringing a new offensive coordinator you like even better than Waldron, you're probably then waiting a year to get the returns on him. And then we probably can all agree if Carroll comes back, if Wilson comes back next year, it certainly is if this season wasn't a make or break it year as far as what's going to happen in the future with both those two guys, then that absolutely would become that at that point. Randall says, I knew Pete was going to do just enough to save his ass. He did. Brought just enough, brought that horse home on that back stretch with just enough speed. Just kept kicking back there with those spurs. Jay says, hit the like button. Yes, do please hit that like button. ADL Williams, keep Waldron. Thank you for mentioning that, Jace. I appreciate you guys hitting that like button too. It does help the channel out a lot. I know it's always like, gosh, it does help it. We're growing. We're getting bigger because you guys hit that like button. Randall, ADL Williams says, keep Waldron, fire Ken Norton. And see, I don't like Ken Norton, ADL, but I just think that it's hard when whoever you bring in is going to have Carroll just sit, if he has the kind of effect on the offensive side of the ball that we know he does, as far as just having his say over there when he probably shouldn't, how's it going to be for his baby, his defense? I think the part of the reason that Norton got hired was he was going to be a good yes man, not because he necessarily was the best candidate for the job. as proven by the fact that you had Norton up for the defensive coordinator job not 2 years prior when you chose Chris Richard over Ken Norton. So Carroll already determined at one point that he wasn't good enough, and then he was good enough 2 years later after he had failed as the defensive coordinator for the Raiders. So I don't think he was brought back for that as much as he's not going to rock the boat, and he's going to do what Carroll tells him to do. Herberside said Cards would be smart to play McCoy. That dude owns us. I know. I'm almost more confident against Kyler Murray than I am McCoy. Because at least Murray will throw one up to you a couple times in the game, you know? He'll throw some wild ball up and let you pick one off, where Colt's going to just stay in that pocket. Stay in that pocket, buddy. 7-yard out routes all day long. Sam Dog the Infamous says, let's just get this over with and get to the rebuilding. I think that's what a lot of fans, at least a lot of people in my chat, really do want, Sam. I mean, the majority of folks in my chat would like to see. We've been clamoring for weeks. I mean, I had about, my point was the first Rams game where I hit my spot where I'm like, okay, I'm ready for something new. I'm tired of this, tired of the old. But indeed, don't look like we're going to get that, Sam. I want it, but I don't think we're going to get that. Boom Shakalaka, is D-Boy still come to the show? D-Boy does show up every once in a while. He does. He's been, I think, on some other stuff. I got to check with him. I got him on Twitter. I got to check in with him, see how he's doing. If you're out there, D-Boy, I hope you're doing well. But he pops in every once in a while and says, what's up? Randall, I wish to cry someone in Seattle media had the cojones to ask Pete about the $13 million unspent. Yeah, me too, Randall. That would be my number one question I wish the media would ask, because it's one, we come up a lot of questions here as we wish they would ask that they probably just can't ask because it would just cause the coach to get too pissy. This is one, though, that to me is a valid one to ask. Give me an answer on this. The contending teams in this league right now across the board aren't sitting on cap space. They're spending everything they've got. They're building their team as deeply and as talented as they possibly can. Why are you not doing the same? It's like not throwing shade at the Seattle media. Just ask that question. It's an important question. People want to know the answer to this. And there's a lot from with the answer. Here's the thing. It isn't just it isn't a candy corn question, because the answer is going to give us a spotlight into the methodology and approach of this past season. That's why the question is so important. Not just because it's a gotcha question to Pete, but because his answer provides you some insight. ADL, Gino and Colt face off in the 2022 Toilet Bowl presented by Charmin. Whoa, Nelly, we've got ourselves a barn burner today with a Gino Smith from West Virginia, the Mountaineers, the slinging Mountaineer. And on the other side, we've got Colt McCoy hailing up from the Oklahoma Stoner. Oh, wait, nope, that's the Oklahoma Stoner. That's the undetected Longhorn. We're going to have our barn burner today, folks. And this is presented by Charmin. Guile G should have paid Clowney. I'm still on the pay Clowney thing. I'm that one's still, and that's one like a lot of them. I'm like, that's this? Why are you looking elsewhere? This is just what you need. And he's having a very good year this year in Cleveland. Again, never a guy that's going to be a Myles Garrett type or a Watt type. Everybody keeps expecting that out of the guy because he's a former number 1 overall pick, but just a great player who can help your defense out. Adam Barney, big up to y'all. Big up to you, Adam. Natives in America, the unknown secrets of the deep state. Anywho, go San Francisco. Oh, you're tickling my conspiracy bone, Adam. Joe Man, you think the Hawks finally got used to Waldron's offense? No, I think there's more. I think there's a complicated answer at play with this, Joe. I think some of it is just Seattle sliding through the year at times back into old habits because it's worked in the past, and so when this offense got hard, it was like, well, let's just go back to the old stuff and do that because this stuff's hard right now. So some of it maybe is a little more of a commitment to this. Some of it's playing against lesser opponents. So I think that's helped a little bit. But I don't think it's been enough of a turnaround when you do consider those opponents. I'd like to see them more against a legitimate defense, you actually doing this, which we're not going to get to see this year, really. I mean, Cardinals defenses, they're okay. They're pretty good. But they're not upper level. We'll see. Maybe they if they show it this week, that'll be more of an indication of that, Joe. ADL, it takes a season for a new offensive coordinator to mesh with the quarterback. Yeah. That's why I'd be hesitant to move on. Consumer says, watch the body language between Russ and DK. It's not good. I bet DK knows Russ is leaving. It's possible. I've wondered, Consumer. I wondered if there's not something there that's a little bit weird between those two guys. This last week was great. He had 3 touchdowns, and he's really targeting DK. And you go, okay, why is it taken to the last 2 games of the season here for us to start seeing this connection again? Like it's the thing I reference is it's almost looked like it's been a little bit worse, where they're going into their 3rd year, and you'd expect this to be a trajectory of connection and, different plays they can call upon and moments and different things they've learned about each other over the years that they can call upon to get more effectiveness on the field, to get more production on the football field. But instead, that's not been the way it's gone this year. DK is going to put up his worst year. He's going to be almost a 1,000-yard receiver, but he's going to be less than he was in his first 2 years with 1 less game. And I think some of the explanation for that comes down to the double teams that he's engaged with. DK has been doubled a lot, but some of it has also been at times just Russ, I think maybe pre-snap of deciding the double team is going to be there, and just rather than going back and double checking that the double team's there, having already just kind of decided it is. That's what I would think is maybe happening. Charles Riley with a $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. Another dono. And Charles and Randall McDaniel starting this off right. Says, how long will it take you and Randy to scale Everest to meet with the llama and Steven Seagal via Zoom? We need you guys to be able to pass on the teasings to Jody before free agency window draft. Well, Steven is only up there, they say, for a cumulative 45 days a year, Charles. And so I reached out to Steven. And, me and Randall offered to make it worth his while, to make a separate trip. He's not. I said, when? He said, who is this? I said, Steven, it's Brandon. We're going to meet with you, the Dalai Lama, scale Everett, understand the state of the Hawks, understand what needs to be done. And he just kept saying this. Buffet. Steven, what? You're eating a buffet now? Buffet. Steven, what? Is that a yes? Buffet. I don't know. So I don't know what to take of that, Charles. We're going to make the trip happen. Me and Randall are basically on Seagal call right now. We're on Seagal call. And if he hits us up, then we're going to have to go, man. I've already told Randall. We've got a Sherpa also on call, by the way. Boomy Jagalaga says, that Harbaugh, no. But the Ravens one, yes. Jeffrey Woods, the Hawks Nest. What's up, Jeffrey? Do you think Seahawks should keep Penny after having a late few good games? I do, on just a prove-it deal, though, Jeffrey. I don't think the market's going to be a super rich one for Penny as far as multi-year deal, but a 1-year deal, $2, $3, $4 million, something like that, Jeffrey. Yeah. Seahawks gave Carlos Hyde a 1-year, $4 million deal 2 years ago. I mean, that's not a huge sum to give. I'd like them to look to go to more multi-year deals and other free agent contracts they give out this offseason. But on this particular one, I would make an exception. And I think the real key on this in looking at this in the future, Jeffrey, because when we look at what we want to do with the team going forward, I think one of the things we build with beyond just the needs of the team, like, oh, we need that position, we need that position. We also look at, like, what's going wrong here that we could probably fix? What's something that's easily fixable? Things fall out of your hands at times. Injury, for instance, is out of your control to a degree. But you can look at your recent history of having injuries and say, this does seem to happen every single year. And every single year we lose all of our running back room. Everybody goes, basically. You're down to just nothing, almost. And rather than riding with a Chris Carson or riding with just a Rashaad Penny, what if you stack it 3, 4, 5 deep? And not with first-round talent guys like deep, but you just a good collection, a good assemblage of talent there. Maybe you don't have a top 13 back in a league or something, but maybe you've got the 16th best and the 21st best and the, something in that range of things where you sort of build the roster up now a little bit for injury. I think bringing back Rashaad, and then once you release Carson, Rashaad then becomes basically the only guy you're paying money to in that backfield. And that point's only 1-year, $4 million deal. Maybe make a couple picks for a couple running backs in this next draft you like, and then let the best man win. Let the best 4 or 5 guys win, basically. Maybe look to free agency if there's another one in free agency that's depressed in his value. Magic348, thank you for subscribing. You are awesome. I appreciate you. Scholar. Gentlemen. In the deck world, heck yeah, put them out of their misery. Kyle says, hey, what's up, Kyle? Good to see you, buddy. Says, what's up, Brando? What do you think about the news today saying Carroll's staff is safe barring a blindside change? There's that word blindside again, huh? Is Russ officially gone? Bobby said he wants to re-sign with Seattle. I don't think the Russ is officially gone because of simply, it's only now really based on a quote. And again, I'm not going to give too much to it, but it is an indication. Okay. So it's, and what, we don't have anything that's certain right now. We only have indications, little blinks in the darkness, right? And Carroll acknowledges the Wilson rumors. He's asked about it, acknowledges the Wilson rumors, and then says in conjunction with that, those rumors don't match our conversations. Now, is he out and out saying Russell Wilson will not be traded? No. Is he potentially projecting the trade value of Russell Wilson? Maybe. But is it also maybe an indicator that there's still a potential of Russ stays? Yeah. I still think that that's still in play here too. Because I do think there would be a little bit more of a, just like I'm saying with, you'd prepare Coach Carroll if you were going to blindside fire him, right? You give him a couple weeks headway, like, hey, this is probably coming down the track, just in your wording and stuff, be ready. You might do the same with Wilson as it pertains to the fan base. If you move Wilson, you got a lot of explaining to the fan base to do, and you're going to need them to kind of somehow get on board with that while you're still keeping Carroll. You're going to maybe start to lay a little bit more of that groundwork than has been necessarily laid here. So I would think at this point, again, I'm just trying to read the tea leaves. That's what they're saying to me. Blake Stallard is a Rams fan. For the first time in a long time, I'm rooting for y'all. I bet you are, Blake. I bet you are. You guys are all in, man. You need this year. And look, the Rams are going to be dangerous in the playoffs. I like like I said, I'm asking Blake for my team to be aggressive like your team has been aggressive. You pay the piper at some point, but that's another day. That's down the road. Adam Barney, go Arizona. I'm in Phoenix, and y'all will lose. Sorry, Adam. We're got to take your season down, man. We got a lot of anger, a lot of unresolved hate in our heart this year, not as just a fan base, but as a team. And like a fire on the prairie of Africa, we're going to burn through you, man. When we put 50 burgers up, we just go back to back. That's just how we roll. And I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry, but not sorry for that. Because this is right now makes our season feel a little bit better. Not a lot better, but a little bit better. And going into Arizona, knowing already that our fans are going to take that stadium over. Because every year we go in there, we do it. Whether you're good or not. Must be like 35,000 we put up in there. Sorry, man. It is what it is. Ryan Koski, it's snowing pretty good here in Tri-Cities. I got to go and maintain the cleanup. I'll be trying to listen to the show, though. Enjoy. Oh, thank you, Brian. And it's coming down here, too. It's starting to come down here, too. We're supposed to get like 8 inches tonight, and we've just been dumped on. Dumped. Adam says, smash that thumbs button, then put it into a Seahawks. Okay, Adam. Jeez, I think Harbaugh would come to the Seahawks. He went to the 49ers to play Pete. Meanwhile, at the time, the Dolphins offered to make him the highest paid coach in the NFL. Yeah, that's one of my old favorite things is the Dolphins at the time actually were willing to pay Harbaugh more to come coach with him. Very good point, Jace. Down in Miami when he was the free agent out there, he was that Stanford free agent guy where he's the hot college coach everybody wants. And he ends up going to the 49ers, which obviously is closer to Stanford at that time, but goes to the Niners and takes a little bit less money than what he was going to get with the Dolphins. Interesting choice again at the time with Coach Carroll already being in Seattle. And a lot of us wonder if maybe there was a little bit not like that was a huge factor into his decision, but if there's a little bit of a factor into it as well with their history and the venom between them, if maybe that was just a little like, maybe that was a closing point, less money in San Francisco, more money in Miami. I get to beat the brakes off Pete twice a year. I'm not saying it's a big factor. UE2K says Warrior is the greatest street gang movie ever made. If you don't like the Warriors, you're dead inside. I guess we should. I guess you're right. We should. Let's get the youngins on this one because we've been doing some recommendations. So we went through a romance last week. I don't know if this one might be too old for y'all. This is one where you guys will either, love, but look, it's in the Warriors movie influenced like rap, hip hop. It's one of those kind of movies. It's like almost on that level, like Scarface in that respect to a degree. But yeah, it's a good movie. It's been a while since I've watched that one. I got to check that one out again. Maybe I don't know if it's 81 or something. I don't know. Jeffrey Woods, the Hawks Nest. Would you want to see a trade for a solid running back like Kareem Hunt? Browns would still have Chubb, and Hunt could be the best solid running back we've had since Marshawn. I do like Kareem Hunt as a running back. The problem on this one, Jeffrey, comes down to a quote from John Schneider a couple of years ago, right around the Frank Clark period. And if you remember, there was a lot of wonder with Frank Clark about this whole hotel incident that happened while he was at Michigan. And it was like a domestic violence thing, and it was, not a great look for the Seahawks organization at the time in picking him, and there was a little bit of blowback with that to Carroll and Schneider. And Schneider came out at that time and he said, I will not bring a player onto the team who has laid his hands on a woman. Now, the question on this comes down to, Jeffrey, is does John Schneider feel like a foot is the equivalent of a hand? Because Mr. Chubb, I believe, technically didn't lay his hand, but while while lady was on the ground, he might have sent a wayward kick near her head, and it might be on videotape. And so this goes beyond the he said, she said, or Schneider can go, well, he's not been convicted technically. Like with the Clark thing, there was not technically a conviction. So that's why it's like a little bit of a different case. This is the thing where, so Jeffrey, I like the guy, like the player, love to have him here. Wouldn't cost you probably a lot. Schneider has said that he won't take a player on like that. And I have yet, though we had the incident with Wheeler, for instance, the bad incident with him, that occurred. That was his only kind of one-off. I don't think he had a history of that type of stuff that they could have known of. As I understand it, since that Clark quote came out, there's not been a guy they brought on the team who's fallen underneath those parameters. And there's been guys available they could have looked at that they didn't. So I think that will be the one thing that would hold them back from looking at Kareem Hunt. Randall says, it's dumping snow in Yakima. Yeah, it's on its way out east to us, Randall. You guys are just the beginning. You're the tip of the spear right now. I know it's coming. They're like, it's going to snow from like 8 to like 9 in the morning tomorrow. Anyway, can you dig it? Yep. Good Warriors quote. Megan Roger, what's up, Megan? Says, greeting 12s. Sorry I'm late. Got caught watching the cricket. As one does, Megan. As one does in Australia. No worries. Good to have you in. Herbicide, I don't see youngins like any Charles Bronson either. Yeah, they probably wouldn't be into as much. That one's probably a little too old for some of them. It's hard. There's only a few of those early 70s movies or mid-70s movies that'll hold up too. Like, there's only a couple I still go back and like them, but I think you do get that generational point where it's like, why is this good? I can see the paint on his face. Is that makeup? But I like Bronson. Joe, you think Posick is a good center? I think he's a bit undersized. The answer for me, Joe, is a no on that. I think he's better than Fuller, which makes him look a little bit better to the common eye. He's played against a little bit lesser competition since coming back. And he hasn't embarrassed himself. But yeah, I saw the stat as I was researching up today a little bit for the show, and the analytics on this, the Pro Football Focus scores on this, which can rate every center in the NFL that's played this year. You know, I think there's been like 64 centers or something that's played. I think he's like 56 or something. He's really low. He's really low on the list. Fuller's even lower than him on the list, but neither of them are good, and both of them should be replaced by a better player. As Yui says, Posick sucks, gotta go, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay. Boom Shakalaka says, Bronson, the Tom Hardy movie? No, he's talking about the man Bronson stole his name from, Charlie Bronson. So he's saying, like, Yui's talking about if I wanted to recommend like Death Wish or something. But no, that's the character in the movie Bronson, the real life prisoner, changed his name to Bronson because he thought Charles Bronson was a badass. Herbicide says, I love Charles Bronson. Don't think the kiddos would be into him, though. No, I don't think so. Megan says, not to brag, but it's 110 degrees and I'm under cooling air conditioners. Megan, why are you going to do that to me, huh? The frostbite's just worn off on my fingers. What are you going to do that to me for? UGK says, baseball furries had the best uniforms, but got whooped. Yes. The uniforms were interesting in the Warriors. Alexander Cards can't get the 1 seed, but what are they playing for? Positioning on seeding? Yep. I think positioning is basically what they're looking at right now, Alexander. And obviously not just positioning. I mean, it's you get a home game, right? So if you win the division, you have a home game versus if you lose the game, you now have to travel on the road through the playoffs. And it's hard to win on the road in the playoffs, for sure. Randall says, it seems like everyone, Pete and Russ, are saying the right things this week. They are. And it's not out of bounds that it could be just a lot of politicianing, and that there's a lot of background games that are going on, and it could be that we could just take them at what they're saying at their face value. I really wish I had a little bit more. I usually do, Randall. I have more of a read usually of, you can kind of, this is going to go this way. That's probably going to go that way. This is one of those ones where I'm like, man, I don't know what the hell's going to go down. I don't think Pete's fired. That's the only thing I really kind of feel pretty solid, like this one's not going to break off the ice shelf and I'm going to float away on this one, Cowboys are number 1. A-Rod to Dallas. Great show, Brandon. Stay safe, brother. Everyone else too. Take care. A-Rod, you going Aaron Rodgers to Dallas. Cowboys are number 1, huh? Dallas then moves Dak to... Oh, could they do that? You just paid Dak? You can't eat 3 years of bonus money off Dak, can you? Maybe there's a bonus money hit that comes in in a year that's guaranteed. That's the only way you could pull that move off, man. Hey, I got to give Cowboys our number 1 props, though, is even when Cowboys were 6-0, 7-0, whatever, they were dominating and everything else, and Dak was still looking good after that contract. You were still the wheels on this bus are coming off at some point this year. That's like the greatest thing I can appreciate in a fan is to be able to look at that way. And he has an $80 million dead money hit, buddy. Dak not going nowhere. He's there for a few years, man. $80 million dead money hit. But I got to give you props. Cowboys are number 1, man, because it's hey, I struggle with this, maintaining an unbiased, is balanced, and, leaning away from homerism as much as you possibly can to give you the most intelligent view of the situation. And you were on it, man. You were on it. And it's not something I see a lot of from any fans. I'm not going to say much less Cowboy fans, but that's what I kind of want to say. But good on you, man. Good on you. Hey, you guys are still in it, man. You're dangerous. I wouldn't want to play you in the playoffs. Go-Hawks 2022. Is this new team could forfeit pick for improper draft interviews? I was just wondering if that's something new. It is something new. You can call it the Dez Bryant rule. Okay. So these teams in the NFL have gone, and if folks that don't know, there's a new rule that came down by the NFL, I think today, about the drafting process. They no longer are going to allow the Wonderlic score test to be presented. They're going to change some of the drills on the field with the running backs and a few of the other things out there on that. And then at the head of this was that the teams can no longer ask uncomfortable questions. Basically, they can't be dicks to the prospects. And I know many of you go, why would they have been a dick to the prospects in the past? Well, let me tell you a story. And we got to unpack this story a little bit more. Man, I'm going to get behind on the chat today, folks. So I'm sorry. But bear with me because this is a story I heard today a little bit, and it kind of goes in conjunction. The story of Dez Bryant goes something like this. Dez Bryant goes in to meet with the Miami Dolphins general manager, Jeff Ireland. And he sits down, and the story from Dez is that he sits down, and Jeff says, hi, Dez. And Dez says, hi. And Jeff says, was your mama a whore? Now, at the time this came out, it was thought that a lot of general managers do this type of stuff to try to provoke a prospect because it's very hard to get inside these guys' brain because they've been coached and instructed by their agents and their people. not to divulge anything, but like I'm ball 24/7. I do nothing but work out all the time. I love football, 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 football. All I am is football. What? I don't know about girlfriends. I don't even drink. What? I don't that. So it's, they get the canned answers. And so these NFL organizations are still trying to use the interview process to still pry that can open, that lid open, and get in there and get at that stuff. And so there's this famous story of Des Bryant coming out of Oklahoma State, having Jeff Ireland ask him if his mom's a whore or a hooker or whatever he called her. And Des, reported back to this. Now, the story I've heard on this, on the other side of it, this is one of those, who knows what the truth is, was that they brought Des in and Ireland asked Des, he said, what did your dad do? And Des said, my dad was a pimp. And then they said, what did your mom do? And Des said, my mom worked for my dad. And then at that point, Ireland said, it was your mom a hooker. So still probably wouldn't have asked that. Still probably not right, but this is why this rule is being created now, so these NFL teams can't ask these provoking questions like Mr. Ireland did a couple of years ago. And there's been a couple of other stories like that where it's, they definitely play some mind games, when they go into this. He says, I want the Warriors alive if possible, if not wasted. Herbicide says, my favorite meme of Charles Bronson is where he sent Chuck Norris for a pack of smokes. Would have been a good fight back in the day. I mean, I know Chuck was all karate, but I'm telling you, man, Charles was a bad mofo. Charles was like freaking ripped into like 60 years old and stuff. Like, as an older guy, like, especially if you ever lived with, it's like, dude, that's hard to do. Like, that's commitment. UGK says, draft question. Rules aren't new, but are a recent addition. Well needed. Had to stop asking players about sexual orientation and if their mother was crackheads or hookers. Yeah, it's not highly inappropriate by the NFL. I don't care if you don't like the canned answers. I mean, quite frankly, the interview process is kind of silly anyway. If you're doing your investigation and you're talking to the coaches and you have your little investigators, your PIs on campus and talking to people like they tell us they do, then that should gather all the information you're looking to gather. So, welcome to any interview you give of anybody in the real world where you're not really going to get a lot. They're going to, if they've been well coached up and all that, so be it. I agree. Herbicide says Seattle has the best summers, hands down. I don't know, man. Spokane's got some pretty nice summers over here, especially with the lakes, all the hiking trails. You guys are pretty good there, too. I'll give you that. It's pretty nice in Seattle, though. It's not bad. It's beautiful. Brandon McDaniel, do you think Schneider is a good negotiator? I get the feeling he tends to lowball free agents. I do think he probably lowballs free agents. I think some of this, Randall, is that I don't think they've just been really that in on many of these deals. They have a price that they'll go to. And even if the market is driving that price way beyond what they were willing to offer, they just say that's our price. There's not been a lot of, obviously the Lockett deal was a big money 4-year deal that you gave out. Before that, you had, Wagner and Dwayne Brown and Russell Wilson, but they don't throw out a lot of deals. I mean, that's how you get to this point. You got so much cap space to work with as it is. Is he a good negotiator? That's the question. I tend to think he's probably average on that, Randall. He's probably average. I know the Jamal Adams one is one a lot of people don't like, but I think at the end of the day, that contract isn't as bad as it could have been, considering not the leverage that Adams had, but just that they had to sign him to a new deal one way or another. And if you look at the first 3 years of that cap hit, it's not that bad. But again, I'd go more average than good or bad, because I can't think of any deals where he's really gotten like the kind of value he got, for instance, with like Averill and Bennett and I know those guys, that was a different time and whatever, but he just doesn't have even things that get really close to that. Really, seems like we're always paying top market prices for even a mid-level grades. Mac Pacific Northwest, has anyone heard from Larry Coleman since the Browns game? Tough one for the boy Baker. We got a Larry Coleman in here who's a big advocate for Seahawks trading for Baker Mayfield, and the whole chat's just been trying to silence him, including myself. Like, there will not be a Baker. And no, not in Seattle. No. Larry, a big Hawks fan this weekend. Hell yeah. What's up, Larry? Beat them Cards for us. Rams will handle the Whiners and win the division. Wow. Sounds good, man. We don't want to help you, but this week we will. Okay? We're helping you this week, but we're like begrudgingly doing it. We're the friend that helped you out to like work on the engine with your car, but we're just spending the whole time complaining. You know what I mean? That's all you're getting from us. And you know why. As a Rams fan, you understand why. It must be this way. Back Pacific Northwest. Also, what's the temperature on Tyler Huntley as a trade option for a quarterback in Seattle or around the league? I don't think that there's a lot of heat around him. I think he's probably looked at as a backup quarterback. The market for all quarterbacks in general in this offseason in the NFL is going to be better than it would be in prior off seasons because the draft quarterbacks are so crappy as far as options go. That's only going to help the market of every other quarterback out there, being a frontline guy or being just a career backup type dude. I think he's interesting. I don't think he's done a lot of magical things since he's come in. He's been all right, but I don't think he's going to garner a lot. A fifth rounder, sixth rounder, you'd probably trade for him if you're looking to move him. I don't know if the Ravens would be looking to move him though, right? Because let me see where he's at. Let's take a look real quick at Tyler. As far as his career. Oh, so he's a pretty young guy. The thing you would have to think about this as well is that, he's okay. He's been all right. 84 rating. And he's running basically their offense, so he's not been doing anything super special. 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. I don't think the Ravens are going to be really looking to move him, right? Because they've got Lamar Jackson, who I think they're going to be paying a big contract to, and they know Lamar's probably got a high likelihood of going down to an injury, so they're going to more want a quality starter backing him up with a very stacked team rather than riding with Lamar and hoping the backup position will be okay. I don't think Huntley moves anywhere at that point. He just remains. That's a cheap asset for the Ravens. And remember, a cheap, good backup quarterback paired with a new quarterback who you just paid a lot of money to, who has a high likelihood of being injured, who's now injured right now for the first time in his career, probably a smart bet for you to just roll with that guy. Herbert says, expect 85 with a light breeze and sunshine. I miss those days. UGK, Pete ain't going nowhere. He's talking boss shit. He's going to spin it like it's just one of those bad years and not the trash fire it really is. I'm glad you're seeing the same thing I am on this, Huey, because I think that's what he's doing too. You hear him talking like, there's way too much confidence he's speaking about for a guy who could be on the chopping block. You know what I mean? Like, he's saying it with his chest a little bit here. Kelly, hi B, hi Kelly, how you doing? Good to see you. Hope all is well. Random McDaniel, I'd say mostly cons with free agents. Yeah, probably. I think he's not great with free agents. I think they go again trying to go for that value stuff, and the value just doesn't pay off. It's like he master negotiates a low-end deal for a low-end player. You go, big whoop. Juno White, on Penny, I remember the Lions being interested in him from the start, and I think they even tried to trade for him last offseason. Having seen him put a few touchdowns on their heads, they'll offer more. It could be possible that some team looks at this situation with Rashaad Penny, and this will strike a lot of people, completely crazy when it happens, that they go, hey, Rashaad, here's a two-year $15 million deal. Here's a 2-year $10 million deal. We'll give you some low end, because there's going to be, I know you got a lot of it will gravitate towards his injury situation, but there's going to be teams that look at the situation with Rashaad and they go, you guys have the gazelle, this 225, 230 pound gazelle to put out on the edges, and you're slamming him inside with all the lions. Get him out on the range, let him run. And that's, frankly, that's kind of smart team building. That's what a smart personnel staff would do, and those exist in the NFL. And while maybe the fan contingent looks at Rashaad Penny and goes, injury prone, soft, I don't like his body. Just doesn't seem like he's into football. Blah, blah, blah. They may see that. Personnel people look at it and go, let's go back to 2019 when he was about his full health, right? Yeah, let's look at that. Oh, outside runs on the outside of the tackle, he's averaging 7 yards a carry. Pitch plays, he's averaging 8.3 yards a carry. Let's just get him doing that a lot. Is that worth $5 million a year for us? Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not saying it's likely to happen, Juno, but I wouldn't be surprised. And yeah, I do remember the Lions tried twice to trade for Rashaad Penny, to your point. Literally on draft day, and then again at the trade deadline, I think a couple of years ago in 2019. Jay says, usually I'm happy when you're right, but when talking about Pete probably staying, oh God, I hope you're wrong. I know, man. It's not. It's not a welcome thing, I think, amongst a lot of the fan base at this time. But there's so many factors into drawing this out and what drives this, and I don't like them. I don't like the factors. I don't like it's the first season in 10 years I haven't had a winning year. I don't like it put that way. I really don't. There's so much more to the argument than that because it's about the direction of the future, not what was in the past. But nonetheless, it can be said. It can be said where he says we're basically a top 5 scoring defense this year on my defense. And, this failed us because of that. It can be said. I don't like it, but it can be said. U2K, DK will get franchised, maybe even twice. Can't pay him and rebuild the offensive line with Russ. DK will be pissed, but he's not got no leverage. I think the fact that they've got the leverage on him on the final year of this rookie deal means he doesn't get franchised because you put him on the restricted tag this year on a $1.6 million deal. I don't think the Seahawks would then franchise him twice beyond that, holding him under basically a club control minimum type deal for 3 straight years. You sign him to that first year of that contract, like I was saying earlier, it's only in 2022, you would then be on the new contract the first year paying about $11.6 million. On the second year, you'd be paying about $17, $18 million, which, you don't have a whole lot invested across the board beyond that. And Wilson, I think you could still get it done on the offensive line at that point. You probably have to do a little more combo between paying and then getting some linemen in the draft, but I think you could still do it. Larry Coleman, Seahawks Show. Anybody saw Baker Mayfield? He needs help. Pittsburgh Steelers killed him. Laughing out loud. If he was in Seattle, that wouldn't happen. Oh, good. Oh, my gosh. Use a big hit. What's up, man? Good to see you on in here. Randall says, if Russ wanted to leave last year, what could have changed to now to want him to stay? Pete is now going to give him what he wants. Russ is going to think his career kind of is off the rails under Pete Carroll. I think it's got to be an offering, right, Randall? There's got to be an olive branch drop to Russ that's more than just, promises, but tangible promises. What are you really giving me? What are you exactly giving me to help me out? And I think it's likely that Carroll arrives at that place this year. And the only thing that, to your point of what changed, could just be that Carroll didn't think that this type of season was possible, that he would always have the leverage of it being, I can never turn in a year like this. You never know what kind of changes a guy's thought or makes them sort of move to a different direction of things. So I think Russ would need some big promises if he was already disgruntled last season and considering what happened this season. So that's the only thing. That's why I go to that, is that, man, Carroll must have come to him 2, 3 weeks ago and said, okay, look, I get it. We're going to do everything you want. That's kind of what that's what makes sense to me on it. And yeah, Jason's channel's spelled Team 12. So Team 12s with just one word. Randall says Marty Schottenheimer came off a 14-2 season when they fired him. Yep. Yeah. That one was a shocker, but boy, there was a lot of friction between Schotty and the general manager. It was a lot like the Harbaugh bulky friction that existed with the Niners when he was there. Amari Taylor, you think we should wait for 2023 NFL draft to draft a quarterback? I do, Amari. I don't. These quarterbacks, you're not going to like them if you pick a quarterback out of this draft. I just don't. There's some people that love Malik Willis. There's some Carson Strong folks out there. Hell, there's even a few Pickett boys. Okay? You got to watch out for them Pickett boys. Okay? I've watched all the tape on them. I maybe have not watched exhaustive tape on all of them, but I've watched a good amount of tape on all these top guys. And I want a better talent. And I do believe that in the NFL, we tend to see better talent in given drafts at the quarterback position, even if it's only 2 or 3 guys. Last year we had 5. This year there's kind of none. And that's a weird outlier. So don't go picking the quarterback in the weird outlier year where there's not a good talented quarterback to go grab. That'll get yourself in trouble. As well as I've got a very key sort of theory that I operate from where I say that before you go get your quarterback of the future, try a little bit to build your offensive line. Try to do a little bit with it. And pass protection, ideally, first and foremost, so those kids can develop and come along quicker and that you have them protected and not developing bad habits because they're getting Hulk smashed every play. Zorn76, why would Carroll being fired be a surprise? It wouldn't be a surprise to me, Zorn76, and I don't think it'd be a surprise to the fan base, but I speak about it under I'm not speaking under necessarily that. I'm speaking by the blind side and surprise to Carroll. Because if Carroll is, and this is again just my logic on this, so I could be wrong. If Carroll was due to be fired, if Jody Allen had made that determination, and you'd hope by week 17 of the NFL season they had probably made that determination, because when you want to go and get the next coach, if you're going to wait a month or two and after the season to finally go get that next coach, you're not going to get the best of candidates. You're going to be picking through the secondhand litter at that point. So you need to basically make this move on Black Monday, right? That's where all the coaches get fired. You've got to make that choice at that point. So if you make that determination that you're going to move on from Carroll, Black Friday is coming up in 4 days, then you would have told Carroll, being a guy revered in Seattle, being a guy that is your best coach all time, right? Won you a Super Bowl. You probably give him a couple weeks heads up notice to say, this is coming down the pike this way. Careful in what you say, please. We don't want to make you look foolish by going out in pressers saying we don't need to rebuild. We don't want to make you look foolish by saying I'm in lockstep with Jody Allen and we're on the same page completely, and we have been throughout this whole process so that we can come to you on Black Monday and hammer you. That's the logic I'm applying on this one, where I just don't think the team would do him like that. They wouldn't do him dirty like that. They might fire him, but they wouldn't do him dirty like that. And so I think that's when I'm saying surprise, that's what I mean by surprise. Wouldn't shock us, but just Carroll. Jackson Shore, damn, I'm always late. Sup, Brando? How's your day been? What's up, Jackson? I'm doing awesome. Awesome, my man. I'm loving life, talking Seahawks shop with you guys. That's always brings a smile to my face. ADL, quarterback, running back, safeties, corners, receivers, linebacker are serviceable right now as long as we address both lines. Agreed, ADL. I think with the corners, you do need to, just as things you're bringing back into the fold, I guess is kind of what you're saying. I would look to bring back DJ Reed and Sidney Jones. I wouldn't spend a lot for Sidney, and I would give DJ an equitable deal. I'm not breaking the bank for him. But those would be two guys that I think would help keep you right at those positions. But agreed. Randall, Chargers, pretty sure that was the loss of the Pats. They danced on the 50 and Tomlinson flipped out. Yeah, that was the play that Tomlinson also, I think that was the presser where Tomlinson said that the Patriots motto is if you aren't cheating, you aren't trying. That was the one where there was a lot of Charger players who thought that the Patriots had been filming their practice the previous week because it was like they knew the plays were coming. It was like they psychically knew. Jackson, do you get upset when people try to discredit Coach Carroll? No, I've probably discredited discredit as far as, I guess, what do you mean by discredit? That's the part I guess I got to understand what you mean. I don't think anybody's discrediting him. I think people are unhappy with some of his decision-making and problems that have been problems here for a while, Jackson. You know, I guess I got to understand what you mean by discredit. Zorn76, if Jody keeps Pete, then Russell Wilson will request a trade. It's possible, Zorn76. Pete Carroll came out today and said, he was, or not today, but within the last couple of days, he was asked about what about this Russell Wilson trade rumors? What are your thoughts on it? And he says, those rumors don't match my conversations with Russell. About Russell wanting to be traded, Zorn. That's what the rumors were. That's what Carroll was asked about. So, he could be blowing smoke up our butt, but, no. Megan says, I have huge faith in numbers be. 48 is my Hawks number, as 4 and 8 is 12. All right, a little numerology here, Megan. I like me some numerology. It's an interesting little venue of things. Jackson Shore, college has been rough this semester, but you and other Seahawks channels helped me get through it, so thank you. Hey, Jackson, my pleasure, my man. I keep going hard at it. College is always the tough one, man. I didn't do great at it myself, but I'll tell you, it's one of those ones where when you look back in 10, 20 years in retrospect at the time, and you go, it was hard going through it. God, it was a pain, but it pays off. It's one where I'm glad I got through it. I got it done. I don't have to do it again, and you get the returns on that for the rest of your working life, pretty much. So keep at it. Keep going. Jay says, around how many subscribers do you start live streaming? Well, I mean, I believe they don't let you live stream until you get 1,000, Jace. I think you can do a little bit of a workaround if you do like a Zoom call and post through that way. I think that's a little bit of a workaround on that, or it used to be. So that would be the way I would probably try to do it if you want to do it before the 1,000. But then you just, schedule it. And if you schedule it, because I'm bad about this in the channel. I tell you guys I'll be on about 5. I'll be on about 5 on Wednesday. So like the pros tell you, like, you're supposed to do this whole scheduling thing and let them know so the notifications can set in. And I'm just like, well, if you guys can get in, great. If not, I mean, I get it. So, yeah, that's the way I would do it, Jason. If you got a small number, make sure you got the notification out to them and everybody's been aware and let know. And then, just go live, use that Zoom platform if they don't let you, if you're under 1,000. Megan says 12 is the month I was born. It's in your blood. Like I keep telling you, Megan, it's in your blood. It's in the stars. Alexander, everyone's saying, interesting. Charles says, amen, Brando. Herbicide, I never did get Megan. Heard it's cool, though. The best hike here is the enchantments. It's permit only with a lottery. That sounds not awesome. Might be tough for you to do. Why they gotta be doing a lottery for a hiking trail? Come on now. Jackson Shore, will you do a Mariners stream before opening day and predict our record and talk about our roster? Yeah, I think I might do a little bit of Mariners content. We'll see how much hissing I get from the chat. It's not football. So my cat got her head. It was like, what the hell was that? So if the folks want to do it or hear it, maybe we'll do opening day, Jackson, or a little before, but I'll try to do a little bit. I mean, to look a little bit more into the Mariners stuff. I'm just waiting for the strike to be kind of ended and see where that kind of finishes out. But, I do think I'll do something with that. Jackson Shore, this free shit class is bad, but Chandler Jones, if we run it back, I don't think that they would do Chandler. He's been an outside 3-4 linebacker type standing up, so I don't know if he would be really as comfortable putting his hand in the dirt. Seattle Seahawks had a chance at Chandler Jones back in the day when they took Bruce Irvin instead of him. Then they had a chance at him again and as a trade from New England. It wasn't going to be the biggest cost at that time to bring him aboard. I think what it cost the Cardinals like a second-round pick or something for Chandler. Maybe I'm underselling what he cost. But they haven't. My point is, they just haven't showed a lot of interest in him in the past when he has been available. So I would think that they wouldn't be interested in him in the future. UE2 cases. If you say Posick just one more time, Jackson Shore, I'll be shocked if DJ gets more than $8 million per year, and yes, I would pay him that. I would be. It's real close to my top end on him. I like a 4-year. $25 million deal. I like that. That sounds a little better. Give him a little more bonus money, maybe. But we're in the range, Jackson. We're in the range. Or besides, Rainier is dangerous to climb. Paradise is pretty. Yeah, Rainier is. I wouldn't do it. But I'm not a mountainist. Don't they have a cool name, mountain hikers? And there's some. They got some name they call him. It's like doing, we ride horses. He's into equestrian. It's like they got some fancy name for hikers too. I forget what it is. Randall says, if Pete stays, I say they fire Norton. Pete saves himself by offering up a defensive coordinator for sacrifice, Randall. Just floats him down the river in an edifice to the stone owl at the end of the river. Yeah, I mean, maybe he does. I don't think he does, though. I don't. I think at the end of the day, Pete's like, I'm not going to bring another guy. I don't want to redo. I don't want to have to make another guy learn my stuff. But it's possible. That would certainly probably get a few of the fans feeling better. Philip Scopuletto says, can Russell Wilson have one more big game and beat the Cardinals for the fans of Seattle and a gift for the Rams? What a way to finish his career for the Seahawks. Well, why does it got to be a finish of his career, Philip? Why does it got to be that too? Why can't it be that and then for his now continuing on everlasting more as a Seattle Seahawk? How about that instead? Yeah, we got to help you Rams out this week, Philip. Don't get used to it, okay? We're helping you out this week. This is what we call a one-off, okay? Do not get used to it. The rivalry will be back next year. We will be bringing our A game, okay? Quarterback got broken this year. It happens. A game coming back next season. So you do your go forward approach this year. Good luck to you guys. But we're coming strong next year. Jackson says, were you surprised guys like Marshawn and Matt Hasselbeck were pro Pete? Cam, I get, but those two shocked me. Matt was surprising. Yeah. And the words Matt used was that if Pete Carroll went on, the Seahawks were not going to be successful moving forward or something, was something which, okay. But I think that there's certainly, I think all the players are going to reach this point with Pete a little bit, and Marshawn's getting there, and that's not surprising. See, I don't think there was a lot of any animosity there with Marshawn, not like what you kind of had at times with the Richard stuff and the Bennett stuff, and maybe even a little of the Doug Baldwin stuff, where there was a little more of that friction there with Pete and some of what he did. Whereas Marshawn just kind of was always, to me, going with the flow a little bit and happy with Pete. Not there was anything about Pete that rubbed Marshawn wrong necessarily. But no, former players are going to come out for their coaches, and they know. I think a lot of former players right now know the stakes that are at hand, and guys that have knowledge of the situation, have knowledge of Pete, and Matt probably has a lot of knowledge as a quarterback about some of the things that have maybe limited Russell, which you've got to factor that into Matt's opinion, is Matt's not just speaking to Carroll at that point. He is speaking a little bit to Russell Wilson as well, in my opinion. Maybe I'm reading into it a bit too much, but I do kind of see that as well at play here. Is anyone who's speaking up at this point knows darn well that you're going into one camp or the other if you are speaking up. But I was surprised like you were, Jackson, yeah. And Cam didn't, but those two did a little bit more. Not Marshawn and big Matt, definitely, because Matt was basically kind of shown the door after winning a playoff game against the Saints, nonetheless. So I that one, yeah, a little odd on that one. Seahawks Are Life 12. What's up, Seahawks Are Life? It says, we will be back next year. We will have Jamal, Trey Brown, and Chris back. I love it, Seahawks Are Life. Let's do it. Get them back. I don't know if Carson's coming back. They might cut him and save some money, and he's got that chronic neck injury. So I don't know if that's going to impact things. We'll see. Jackson Shore says, Brando, next up has to be a Hawk Blogger collab this offseason. You and Evan going back and forth. Yes, please. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if it's be Evan. The other it'd be I think it's me and Brian or something. I don't know. There's probably the other guy is the one that I'd probably be going more back and forth with the host than the other guy. But I'd love to do it. The only thing I always do with the Jackson is I'm always just hesitant to reach out to channels that might be bigger, just because I don't want to, I don't want to be, it sort of like seems like the proper thing not to necessarily reach out when you're the smaller channel, if that goes in that direction of things. But they do good stuff over there, and I'd be happy to do some collabs with them. Randall says, I stole this analogy. Pete's coaching is similar to strapping a flashlight to someone's head and sending him to the woods in the dark. That light slowly dims the further he goes. Well said. Well said. James S. says, this is easy work. This is easy work. I talk Seahawks last night at work. I love doing it. Seahawks Are Life 12 says, Ken Norton isn't that bad. We did good on defense after our slump. We have one of the best defenses in the red zone, and we are good with points. We don't allow a lot of points, can't allow a lot of yards. I don't dump as much onto Norton. I don't think he does a lot that's special as a defensive coordinator to separate himself, but I think his higher Seahawks Are Life, it was just driven more by at that time period where Coach Carroll was in his coaching career, having gone through a couple of defensive coordinators that he had brought along who got good and then went on to be head coaches, he knew with Norton that he might not have the tactically guy he had in Bradley. He may not have the guy who could be as good a teacher with the guy in the trenches like Quinn was. But what he would have with Norton would be a yes man, would be a guy that when I tell you I want it done this way, when I tell you I want it done that way, that is the way you'll do it. And I think that he has thusly impacted Norton in his ability to be a defensive coordinator here a little bit. And then it gets very hard to me to separate Norton from Carroll. I think that they are both, they're just linked. There's not a really way for me to say it's Carroll's got his hands off that defense. He doesn't. So I that's kind of where I stand on it. But Paul Third, what's up, Paul? I'm 99% sure Wilson and Carroll are both here next year. That's kind of where I'm starting to, I'm not to the 99% point, Paul, but I'm definitely getting into the, I'm getting into the above 50% place on this a little bit. Carroll isn't humble enough to step aside and hasn't lost to a degree just to justify being straight fired. And Russ isn't generally trying to be moved. I believe his agent only put it out there to put the heat on management to provide Russ with the input and the pieces he needs to pad his stats for MVP consideration. I think I'm pretty well on the same page you're at on that, Paul. I am. I think that's how it's kind of played out at this point. Yeah, that's succinctly well put. Jackson Shore, who would you rather have at left tackle, Armstead or Cam Robinson? Armstead. Cam Robinson's average left tackle. That's what you get with him. Teron Armstead's probably a little bit better than average left tackle to sometimes gives you some Pro Bowl level performance over there. So he's just a bit better. I do think Cam maybe is a little bit younger, but just a smidge. Philip says, whatever happened to Rick Meyer? I remember when he was a quarterback before Matt Hasselbeck. Well, he was a quarterback far before Matt Hasselbeck, like 10 years before Matt Hasselbeck. We realized, I believe, that Rick Meyer couldn't throw to his left in about season 2. And when we realized he couldn't throw to his left, we got the Chicago Bears up and we knew that they were desperate for a quarterback, because when is the Chicago Bears not desperate for a quarterback, right? I mean, when you need an offload quarterback for maximum value, who do you go to? Chicago Bears. So we dumped him on Chicago, and we got ourselves a first-round pick back. A first-round pick that I believe, what was that first-round pick that we got back? It might have been like Shaun Alexander, or it might have been, it was somebody good. We got somebody good back in that first round. So we got a first-round pick back for him, which is pretty good, right? If you get a quarterback and you end up finding out he's a bust by year 3, but you can still move him for a first-round pick, that's not bad. That's not bad. But Rick just couldn't really, he was an upper-level mobile guy for that time. Good arm strength, but just not the most accurate passer. Not the greatest ability to throw with touch. Jackson Shore, how do you think Lance performed against Houston? I know you liked him coming out. I thought it was in his best play so far. I think he's coming along a little more in control, a little less wild at the stick like he was in his first start. I still, a season into this football season, with Mac Jones playing the best of all of them, I still lean into really where my evaluations had been at coming out of the gate last year, is how I saw the quarterbacks. I still see them in the same place. I feel like I can come to certain explanations when it comes to Trevor Lawrence or Trey Lance, why, even though those were my top 2 guys, why they haven't necessarily had instantaneous success. And, we're not here to judge these quarterbacks when you're drafting them on what their first year success is going to be. You want to draft your quarterbacks based on what their top end is going to be. And very often those two things don't always go together. And so I still love Lance's game. I still think he is going to make the 49ers the most dangerous team as we go forward. The Cardinals are going to have to pay Kyler here pretty soon. Some of their playmakers are getting older on the outside. Their defense has a couple of parts that are really good, but there's also some age over there as well. I think the Niners are going to be that team that kind of rises up a little bit, especially if they can kind of stay with their process that they're going through here right now, and cause us fits, I think, as Lance comes along. Could be wrong on that one, but I feel still pretty solid on that one. Randall says, don't sleep on Cincy. My favorite team to watch. They can make some noise in the playoffs. I still like Dallas in the NFC. Well, Cowboys are number 1's going to like to hear that one. If they get to the Cowboys are number one. If they get to the championship game, I'm gonna see. You still hold the line that opinion, man. That's gonna be that'll be a lot of respect for me on that one if you do. Hey, Cincinnati's been interesting this year and smart on them this week, Randall. They're resting guys, using it as a de facto bye because they don't have a lot more to gain at this point by trying to play for anything more. I like that. Burrow again continues to impress this year. What he put up back-to-back 500-yard games. First time I think that's happened in NFL history. Not even Marino or anybody else has done that one. Which no Manning's done that. I thought that was pretty impressive. And I continue to say when it comes to Burrow, a guy that is not necessarily got a lot. He's got okay good arm strength, but he's not one of those just hand cannon type guys. He throws with just amazing anticipation. And amazing anticipation. I think he might be right now the best thrower of anticipation right now in the league right now. Just that element of his game. But since he's got some guys, they got some guys and they can put up some points. Are they going to be able to throw the ball as much all over the football field as we get deep into these playoffs a bit and it starts getting colder and the conditions get worse? I mean, I don't know. I don't know on that one. But I think both conferences are kind of both wide open right now. Consumer says, how many games did Coach Carroll's coaching cost the team a win this year, Consumer? I'm thinking through that answer. Well, here, let's start with this, Consumer. I think Coach Carroll's the first place above all else as far as costing the team in wins and losses beyond any decisions is having Russell Wilson still coming in and playing so soon after that injury and then continuing to have him play even when it was widely displayed that he couldn't get it done. I think Geno comes in and he gets you a couple of those wins that you lost through that time. I've got to say he probably let's go 4 games because he probably had a couple games where he inserted himself into the offense and said something there too that caused them to change their game plan. That they caused it as well. So probably 3 or 4 this year, if not more. It's hard to say, but the Wilson decision alone is the one that's reprehensible to me because it's not Wilson's going to want to play. Players are going to want to play. I can fight through, coach. I can do it. It's the coach's job to watch during the week of practice and go, oh look, he's throwing 7-yard out routes into the receiver's feet. Maybe he's not ready yet. That's on the coach to make that decision. And, he leaned just back into kind of taking the easy way out and letting Russ drive the choice. And I don't like that. Random McDaniel says the $13 million we sandbagged, in my opinion, is the smoking gun they plan Russ leaves. That's long been my thought that's what that indicated, Randall. And I still kind of lean to thinking that's what this is. But the way they're talking now, the way this continues to mold and morph, But I do wonder, I still go back to Randall, why the hell they sit on that $13 million? I said, why would you sit on that money on a make or break it year with Russell? What is the reasoning there, Megan B, do you know what my beloved punter's contract is? Will he be around when I get to Seattle in October? He will be around here for the next 3 years minimum, Megan. We just signed him to a contract extension last offseason. I think it was a 4-year, $16 million deal, if I'm not mistaken. So Dixon's going to be here for the foreseeable future. And Megan, you could probably be pretty assured as long as he maintains and stays pretty consistent here. I mean, punters can stay around for 10, 12, 13, 14 years. They can punt till they're 43 years old and bald and gray. So you never know, Megan. He might be here for a long time. He's just getting warmed up. Jackson, why are there so many Russ fans? Don't get me wrong, I love Russ, but I love the team more than any player. The Rustons are annoying. It's very well put. It's Jackson. I mean, I go with this on the channel a little bit at times too. People get endeared to certain players. That's being a fan. That just happens. And I think as I said with Russell, I think Jackson, there's a lot of fans who are especially the younger ones who just kind of came into their cognitive understanding of their NFL love and their love of the Seahawks right about the time Russell Wilson was arriving to town. And so he's been with them through their whole proverbial football watching life. It's kind of all they know. And now he potentially is going to go. That's, it's going to strike people in the feels a little bit. He's a very affable, likable guy. It's hard to, even those people that don't like some of the robotic nature and canned answers, it is hard to hate Russell Wilson as a guy. So it's, all the off the field work he's done, Walter Payton Man of the Year. There's a lot that goes with this. So won him a Super Bowl, was a Super Bowl winning quarterback. It's a tough situation at that point. I'm with you though. I'm a fan of the team at the end of the day. What helps the team best is always what's going to really drive the decision making for me beyond just I like that player, let's keep him. But it's something I've done battle with them for a year and a half on that, Jackson. It's a little bit less this year, thankfully, but it's been a year and a half at times of fighting up against the folks that are just ardent supporters of Wilson no matter what. I've got to give a lot of people credit in my chat. I see people in my credit in chat who have been ardent supporters of Wilson, who have been open and slid in a different direction and said, I'm a little more open-minded. There being some problems with this. This hasn't been perfect, or this is this way for that. Just it's a variety of different opinions. Of course, I'm behind the chat hugely. Charles Riley, we thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, my guy. He says, Brando, Randy brought up an underrated movie in the chat, Colors from 1986. Oh, yes, Mr. Penn and Robert Duvall. What an odd couple they were. Clock in South Central. Bobby Duvall and Penn with a super hot Maria Conchita Alonso. Watch it, kids. Colors is a good movie. It is a bummer of a film. It's not a happy ending. It's not an uplifter, that one, but it's well acted, and it did give you a nice view into the South Central situation at the time, a little bit with what was going on with the cops and all that other stuff. So Charles, another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, I feel like Seagal was trying to tell you something with his buffet chants. Those chants were meant for you and Randy, so please meditate on it, you too. I guess I will. I just thought he was hungry because he's gotten so fat. I just figured he was in the middle of gorging himself at a Golden Corral. But I don't know. Maybe there was something more at play. I've got to go back to Sensei. Yes, think deeper. Think deeper, yeah. Yeah. You're going to get a buffet. Herbicide says the double punt was amazing. Straight up Aussie rules skills. Absolutely. Only a rugby player could do that. No American punter could do that. And I'm not being facetious. Megan says the funniest thing I've ever seen on YouTube was a punter trying to explain Test cricket to his teammates. Conley, maybe trading for Carr or Kirk makes sense. Kirk Cousins would be the Coach Carroll quarterback. That's for sure. I could see him completely going for a Cousins type. I've liked Carr. Carr's grown on me over time as a quarterback. Certainly, I think both of those two guys would be guys that would be in consideration. I think there would be a good, Baker's dozen Conley of guys that either are on the market or maybe on the market that if they moved on from Russ, they might look at as either a stopgap or a replacement. To me, Carr would be more of the replacement. Maybe even Kirk would be more of that. Whereas your stopgap variety would be more your Gardner Minshew or Jalen Hurts or something in that realm of things. I like Carr more than Kirk though. Kirk bothers me for some reason. He puts up stats every year, but it's not the primetime thing either. There's just something with him that I don't know. Collins, with Derrick Henry coming back from injury, will the Titans win the AFC? I could see it happening. I could too. I mean, not only does he come back with the foot fixed, but his body's fresh. He's got fresh legs, Usually he gets to this time of year, he's got 325 carries on his body and 50 catches. You got to figure that's going to help him out quite a bit. And there's times as we dealt with him in the opening game this year when we got him fresh in week 2. My goodness, that guy was a horse against us. It definitely makes them dangerous. It does. They've got just enough as a team to be that team, and they haven't lost anybody that really could knock them out as a backbreaking injury loss. So they're right there with it. They're right there with it. And again, I think it's more cons about the AFC this year being more wide open. And usually you having one or two teams that are those, well, one of these two teams will be definitely the championship comp. But this year it's like, man, you could see any of Colts I could see in there. Obviously Buffalo, Chargers, Chiefs. I mean, they all to me kind of have a little bit of a puncher's chance this year. There's not that dominant team. Megan says plains in Africa, not prairies. So far on the globe for us to know this type of stuff. I'm not a geologist, Megan. I'm not a geologist. ADL Williams, if cricket baffles you, look up Finnish baseball. A Finnish guy saw baseball in America and tried to replicate it in Finland by memory. It's baseball on acid. Nice. Philip, as a longtime Rand fan, I will be rooting for the Russell Wilson to have his best game of the year versus the Cardinals and beat them. What a way to say thank you to all his fans in Seattle. Say thank you, and I will be remaining here, right, Philip? That's what he'll be saying. ADL Williams says John Boy did a video on Finnish baseball. There was a river in the outfield that was in play. No, I definitely have to check it out. You say there's a moat, I'm all in. He says no Kareem Hunt, stays injured in Cleveland, and they have a good line, and he's a secondary option. Must get a younger running back. Yeah, I think it's time. Average Brendan Nelson fan. Who's the best pass rusher in Seahawks history? The best pass rusher in Seahawks history would be Jacob Green. That is the correct answer. That is the correct one. Yep. He's number one. He's kind of number one by a wide margin. There's guys that have put up some collection of years of productivity, right? Jeff Bryant, Rufus Porter, Chad Brown. You know, there's a few of these guys that are they put up like 3 or 4 year period, but Jacob Green was like good for a like 8 to 10 year period. I think he has over like 100 sacks or something near there. Megan says we will still be wearing our large jerseys on Sunday, Monday my time, 12s. You know I'm doing it, Megan. You know I'll be there. Final game of the year, got to bring that large in energy. Ethan Brandon, on January 1st, I watched 2001 Space Odyssey for the first time, and wow. Every frame is a work of art, and by the time I finished it, I said, what did I just watch? That's Kubrick, man. There are those visual directors that really separate themselves, and when you watch it, you can watch one frame of their film, and you say, oh, that's a this guy movie. You know, I know just what I'm watching. Kubrick's just that guy, the way he'd frame his shots, the way he would set them up. Nobody else, there's even today people trying to kind of duplicate what he had done or replicate what he'd done. They just can't quite do it because he was such a master of it. Originally a photographer, and that's what helped give him that eye of his ability to frame things the way he did. But amazing director. Space Odyssey's awesome. He's got a couple movies he's done that I think people, obviously you got to check out Spartacus, and Full Metal Jacket's pretty good. There's one I'm missing though of his that's also one you got to check out. Oh, the Strange Love. Herbicide says Death Wish 3, dude. That was the good one. I don't know if there's a bad Death Wish, was there? Huey says no on Watson, not with his off-field issues. Also, Texans would want 2 to 3 first-round picks. I don't know what Texans are going to get, Huey. They're going to have to drop back a little bit on what their asking price is because he's not getting maximum value back, I don't think. But, yeah, I don't think Watson comes here either. Herbicide says, I ain't got no Largent. Raul Espinoza says, go Raiders. Good luck to you, Raiders. Jason Zerd says, dang, congrats on 5,000. My channel is close to 1,000. Well done, Jason. Keep grinding, man. You know what I mean? It is a grind. You get your bumps here and there, and it's all about the process. But you put in your time. It seems like everyone eventually kind of gets their sort of returns on it. But thank you, man. I've had a tremendous amount of support here. People have really helped out with this channel to grow. So we're not even 3 years in, and we're just about to get. I'm hoping we get before we get to the 3-year mark, get it to 6,000. That'd be awesome. So appreciate it. UGK Mariners are the new Cubs. Always hopeful, but also hopeless. Well, the Cubs got to a championship a couple of years ago, Huey. I think they're doing it right now. It doesn't guarantee that it's going to bring them a championship, but they're at least doing the right steps to put themselves in a position to do so. And in the process that they've done, you still got to stick the landing now, and that's a whole nother thing. It's a wholly different than what you've done so far. But I like the position they're in. Herbicide says, I saw Spinal Tap in the theaters with my mom when I was 10. She didn't like it or understand it. We walked out. Well, it was a movie that, they hadn't made that type of movie before. We get all of these like shows now on TV that they do, like the Office and stuff, where it's like these de facto like mockumentaries, right? And that's kind of like was one of the original ones in that respect, and how they did that. I sort of set that trend, but nobody knew like what they were watching at that time. GoX05, who would, and it was also probably some of the jokes. Some of the jokes in it she probably got offended by. Wasn't there like, smell my glove? There's some, I forget one of the, oh my God, that movie's so funny. GoX05 says, who would play for an organization that would ask something like Jeff Ireland asked of Des Bryant? Well, I mean, is it any wonder when he was with Ireland was with the Dolphins that they didn't exactly, I don't think they were known as a place people wanted to go to, right? It doesn't endear yourself. But I do think also, let's face it, if Ireland is brazen enough to ask that question to Des at that time, probably means that there's some sort of commonplace equivalent going on across the board with other coaches and general managers and the questions they're asking, right? So I think this is why this rule comes down, is it's not just a one-off of Ireland, but something the NFL teams have done. And you always got to remember with this, it's a very competitive market with this draft. You're trying to find your diamonds in the rough. You're trying to find reasons to raise a guy up the board or drop him off your board. And you're sort of going to employ whatever strategy you can to get that done. Boom Shakalaka says that dude gets punched if they ask that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's ballsy. If I knew a guy had a mother that was a prostitute, you don't bring it up, right? If you knew it, not even if you were like, I wonder if it is, even if you knew 100%, that's just, I'm not bringing that up. I'm gonna leave that one over there. You know what I mean? Brandel says, so Des, there's this rumor going around that your mom is a whore and smokes crack with John for money to fuel her addiction. For John's for money to fuel her addiction. Yeah. It's like, how did that sound good in his head before it got to his lips, Boom Shakalaka said, Florio's the Hawks newsbreaker. It's his sole mission. Yeah, Florio's he's definitely a ready, fire, aim dude when it comes to the reporting on that stuff. Yui says Mariners are young, talented, and hungry, and will finish just out of the wild card again. I don't know, Yui. I don't know. I'm not selling them short yet. I think they might. They're in a position to make some moves. They got money. They got young guys coming up in the droves. We'll see. Randall says, wasn't Pete known to have a staring contest with prospects? I think that was John. But yes, there was somebody that did the staring contest thing. Randall says, to be fair, Des did get arrested for attacking his mom. That's true. I guess that's true. V Tiger with a $10 super chat. Thank you, V Tiger. You're awesome, brother. Says, living the dream. Oh, you better believe living the dream. I'm always living the dream. Especially when I got this channel rolling like we're rolling. Wolf Langus, is Russell coming back? Wolf, this is, of course, an ever-changing way of an answer, okay? So it's always on a moving scale as far as feels a little like this week. It'll feel like this, a little bit like that next week. Hard to determine exactly where this thing lands, even with us coming into the final week of the year, but let me give you a good prediction on where I sit with it. Based on how Carroll's talking, I'm going to give you a yes at this point, based on how he's talking. Remove Carroll's quotes that we've received in the last week regarding the situation, and just go off my gut instinct, I'd say that he probably isn't. But based on those recent quotes, I say probably is. Randall says, Kubrick with all the hidden gems, Eyes Wide Shut, Eyes Wide, and Clockwork Orange, Herbicide mentions. Another two very good movies. Shining is awesome as well. Okay, they're all, it's an experience watching a Kubrick movie. You're not just watching popcorn entertainment. That's somebody said you're like watching a little bit of a work of art. Boom Shakalaka 84. What they asked that quarterback and got leaked to the media the other year? Yeah, exactly. With Dez, yeah. I think that's what you're asking, Boom. But that is, yeah, it got leaked. I think Dez talked about it too. Tom says, I know, but it's interesting. You're right, though. I might have missed your other quote on that, Tom. Oh, Tom. Okay, so Tom Aaron, did you see the clip that Mike Florio says that the Bears may pursue Pete Carroll to coach? That is interesting, Tom. So it is interesting. I don't see it going down though. But if it's come from Florio too, he's he'll present anything. Ethan says Doctor Strange Love is the one I need to see too. It is. Remember too when you're watching it, the guy that plays. Oh man, the chat's gonna kill me forgetting this name. He plays the main general in the movie. A guy went on to play Patton, and supposedly the thing you always got to remember with Kubrick is he's a guy that wanted. He is probably the most known director out there, and there's a lot of directors known for this who would take an obscene amount of takes to get the one that he wanted. And sometimes he wouldn't tell the actors what he wanted. He just kept making him do it over and over again. And Strangelove was like that as well. But what he was having this actor do is he wanted him to do this over-the-top take on the final take, just to have one in the can so he could reference it. You know, he wasn't going to use it as he told the actor. He just wanted to have the crazy over-the-top take that he could just have as kind of an offset for what he was doing with his normal stuff. And Kubrick ended up using all of those takes. All of the last takes is the ones he ended up using rather than him playing it straight, like, playing the scene straight, instead of playing it way over the top. Makes it a little more interesting watching that movie. Herbicide says, lived in Spokane for years, dude. Almost too hot in the summers. Yeah, you're right. That's valid. Especially this last summer. We were up at like 110, which was like, it was scorching this summer. There's no doubt about that. It was too much. TJ says, I want Chandler Jones in free agency. I'm a little hesitant with Chandler. I am. I wonder if he's, kind of some of his best days maybe behind him on this, getting him now at this point. That's a lot of football he's played. And again, the only thing that's got me hesitant above all else, TJ, is that he's been really an outside 3-4 linebacker through the majority of his career. Does he want to, for the first time in his career, 10 years in, put his hand in the dirt now? And sometimes guys just aren't as effective when you have them do that versus standing up. Randall says, plus it's really easy to cop whatever you want in Spokane. So I've heard. I've heard that as well. No, strange love. I know what you mean. You can just say strange love, Ethan. Now it's got enough of that cultural set in that you know what I know what you mean just saying that alone. Boomshire Alaka says, I think general managers see Snyder calling and they're like, nah. Yeah, I don't think that they like. He does pretty good. He doesn't totally pillage in his rape deals, but he does usually get the better end overall, I think, outside the occasional Jamal Adams deal or something like that. Wolf, which NFC West playoff team do you want to see win the most? Ooh, that you're making me do something tough, Wolf. This is like gonna make me throw up in my mouth a little bit. Hoping an NFC West team does well, Ugh. You're gonna make me pick. I don't want the Rams to do well because, and I'm sorry, we got some Ram fans in the chat, but look, it just seems like the NFL wants you guys to do good, which already just pisses me off anyway. Niner fans would become pretty insufferable if they did well. I guess we'll go Cardinals. If you're gonna make me pick, I guess I'll go Cardinals. But boy, I say that through gritted teeth. Herbicide, I lived in Austin, Texas for a couple of years. I didn't go outside much during the summer. Yeah, that's real hot. I lived in Phoenix for a while. Like that's hot. That's, you want to talk about unbearable summers. Kyle, Brandon Cooks as a wide receiver 3. Thoughts? Or is there another receiver you'd want more? That'd be perfect, Kyle. You bring in a guy like that on a low-end deal, doesn't cost you a lot, don't have to trade a lot of draft capital for him, gives you some insurance for the position. Very well thought of. Great thought on that, yes. Megan says, the day the Hawks trade for Baker, I burn my Largent jersey and hand back my 12's membership card. I might be there with you, Megan. I can't take Baker. I can't. No. Tom, for the draft, who would you go after on offensive line to get Seattle back up and keep Russ here? We got a couple of good centers in this draft. If one of the two of them were to fall into the second round, I'd take a look at them there. I would look at getting Teron Armstead in free agency, which would take care of the left tackle position. This would then essentially leave really the right tackle position is really the main one that we need to address then beyond that. And I'd be open to do that either, let's say, maybe into the third round, or if we can do it in free agency, I think that'd be even more ideal a little bit, because then you can kind of get that offensive line theoretically rolling a little faster rather than trying to stack it up with a lot of young guys. I think it's they're both L name centers, Lindstrom, Lunderbaums, whatever, but both of those centers are pretty good. They'd be interesting. We got to do a little bit more breakdown on. I need to look at them a little bit more on film, but I would like those. I'd like to go that route with it. But I also think if you wanted to go not center, Tom, the two guys that are going to be at right tackle near what we're picking in the second round were very interesting. If you want to give Curran more competition / even go above him, because remember, Curran's not a drafted guy. He is undrafted. He's a limited physical talent. That is not the case with Daniel Fa'alele or Abraham Lucas. Two guys who would be very interesting over there at right tackle. Randall says, we pay our own guys when we want to keep them. Okay, is our team cheap when it comes to top-end free agents? Yeah, they are, Randall. I mean, the proof on that is that what's the last free agent that they've gone out there and spent significant amount of money on? I mean, you're talking years. Hell, even when you got Bennett and Averill, wasn't you spending a lot of money on them? You gave them a 1-year deal. They just don't have a tendency to spend very much money on their own guys. They'd rather make a trade for a guy than give him money, like they did with Percy, like they did with Jimmy, like they've done with Jamal. They really have been hesitant to utilize the free agent market. Megan says, Path to Glory is just behind Clockwork Orange, 2001, and Strange Love for Me. Some great shots in that one, too, with the... there's that famous shot with Douglas coming down the trench. Yeah, that's a good one, too. I got to go back and watch a couple of those, Megan. It's been some years since I've seen those. Jay says, Seahawks have $52 million in cap space after re-signing certain guys. What do you think they have to play with? Did a breakdown at the top of the show, so I did a pretty comprehensive JS breakdown of this. I'm going to give you kind of the liner notes, but if you want the full, just check out the top of the show. I did a full breakdown on this, but they got $52 million in space, JS. Let's take out Bobby and let's take out Russell for a second and not they're just kind of on a shelf away from this. I think that they would also then cut Chris Carson, saving about $3.5 million. They would cut LJ Collier, save $1 million. They would cut Benson Mayowa, save $1.5 million. And then I think they would cut Jason Myers, saving $4 million. So take your mark of, it's anywhere from 52 to 56 million. Add another $10 million on that. You get about $63 million of workable cap space. And you could obviously create even more beyond that with Russell and Bobby. So, you have even more options to go even harder beyond that, but that's just what you have to work with coming out the gate to begin with. Randall says, Kubrick threw shade at Stephen King in The Shining, plus it's about the moon landing that didn't happen, allegedly. Yeah, Kubrick made a movie. King did not like Kubrick's interpretation of his book, and he definitely made quite a different movie than not quite, but a bit different than what the book was. That's another interesting conspiracy there with Kubrick, supposedly showing off what he did with the moon landing. I have heard that too. The documentary on that, Room 213, is very interesting too. Randall says that Kubrick knew how the sausage was made. That's why they killed him. Well, he put in the eyes wide shut scene with the orgy they put in. I think that one hit a little bit too close to home. I think it was in a Rothschild castle too, or something that they filmed it in. A little too close to home on that one. Herbicide says, whatever, dude. Best movie ever, Tremors. Tremors is awesome, Herbicide. I loved me some Tremors. Went back and just watched that like 3 weeks ago, man. You must have just went back and checked it out too. They had it like on Amazon or something. Good movie though. Burt Ward, underrated actor. Paul Third, Seahawks and Niners upsetting this week. Rams and Cardinals haven't looked super convincing the last few weeks. Stafford loves throwing to the other team. Yes, he does. I like it, yeah. Boy, that'd make the Rams fans mad. They got to go into a whole offseason knowing that the 49ers continue to own them. UGK, Huntley isn't going nowhere. He's their insurance policy for Jackson. Takes a particular type of quarterback to run their system. Very well said. That's much more succinctly put than I did. But yes, that's 100% Huey. Tom says Lamar hasn't really been as good as he was once he got the MVP. So why trade Huntley? Yep. I don't think it's just not going to happen. Wiley Jacob, what happens to the Seahawks? Coach Carroll remains. Russell Wilson, I guess, probably remains. And the Seahawks go all in on next season, utilizing their $60-some-odd million of de facto cap space to try to build a super team. Welcome on in, though, Wiley. Good to see you. Cowboys number one got what happened to Cowboys number one? Randall says Snyder tried to make $1 out of 15 cents. He did. And he ended up being left with 15 cents worth of product. Yui says that Tremors is a great movie, one of the better monster movies. Modern monster movies. It is. It was inventive, and the way they utilize it, practical effects, no CGI. It's like those are the last great days of practical effects that have been building for like 30 years in the industry and refining and getting better. And then they just at one point went, okay, all CGI now. And you lost all of that great practical stuff because the eye knows when it's seeing what's really on screen versus having somebody paint something in after the fact. Alexander says Chuck Norris missing in action 2. Norris is back with special guest star Brandon from Seattle. Chuck Brandon, action-packed. That's right. And then the trailer would be like him doing one kick and then me doing one kick. They're a dangerous team, and they play by their own rules. Yeah. Yeah, we do. You are loud tonight. You're very talkative. Yui says, I've never seen Dr. Strangelove or How Did I Learn to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. Blasphemous. I know, man. You have to. If you're an American, you got to watch Dr. Strangelove, okay? AJ2 Clean 2245 says, I don't think you can franchise a second rounder. Yeah, you could franchise. The way it works on this AJ is you've got one more year of club control for him where you put him on a restricted tag. No other team can match that tag or sign him to a new contract. I think it's $1.6 million. And theoretically, after he completes that final year of his rookie contract, you could then franchise tag him twice beyond that. So, yep, you can. Justin Duncan, do you think I think Seahawks need to use Homer way more? Not really, Justin. I think they're using him probably pretty appropriately. I think Homer's always a guy he's not a really guy you can put up there and give a significant amount of carries. I think he does well with little taste here, little taste there. That's the best way to use Homer, in my opinion. I like him as a third down back, I guess. Not much more really past that. But as a third down back, he's been very effective when he's been given carries. He's been very effective with what he's been given. You know, I think he's got a pretty high yard per average carry, but I think if you gave him a lot of carries, I think that would come down significantly. JS says, what does Russ want? He wants a magical, fantastical offensive line and maybe one more receiver to throw to. I think they've implemented tempo at this point, JS. So Russell's not going to ask for tempo anymore because they've been running this since he's come back off his injury at a high rate. I think they have no issues anymore with running the up-tempo stuff as far as committing to doing it. Superstars is very vague, though. You're right about that. Tom says DK will resign, but Russ will probably be traded. With the friction between Russ and Carroll, it's likely that someone is gone. I thought that's the way this would go, Tom. I still somewhat do, but boy, some of Carroll's wording and how he's putting it this week in the press conferences is making me think differently. What is it, kitty? This is not the kitty show. They don't want to hear you. Yeah, I know. Yui, it's that range, especially for a guy with a Charles Nelson Riley avatar. Oh, goodness. Tom says, I'm not impressed with the quarterbacks in this draft. I think next year is going to be good with the Bama quarterback or Ohio State. Yeah, I think just and I'm playing even beyond those guys, particularly for certain, just them. I think they're interesting as well. But we've seen better and better quarterbacks coming out lately of the draft. It seems like they're getting better at the process of recognizing which guys are the true blue chip guys coming out in a given draft. Those truly talented dudes. You're being really romantic. What is going on here, cat? I love you. Like, we'll get this figured out, okay? You're in my lap. Chill. So, there's a couple guys out there that I think are going to be available, Tom. It's just this draft, I think, is a weird one in the last few years. I haven't seen a draft like this as bad for quarterbacks since, like, maybe the Jake Locker, Christian Ponder quarterback draft. That's where my mind goes to. It seems like it's been that long since it's been this bad. I may be wrong on that, but it's not good. Maybe the Winston Mariota one. That wasn't a good one either, really. But at least those guys, those guys would be first-round picks in this draft, so even that one was better. Herbicide says the mist must be the most depressing ever. It is, and there's one where the maker of the movie Darabont, same guy that made Shawshank Redemption, by the way, Herbicide, if you want a guy making a strange couple of movies that are vastly different, but another Stephen King novel, and he changed the ending of it, and King actually liked his change, which is interesting. Justin Duncan, we need cornerback badly. I think so, Justin. I think DJ Reed's played pretty good for us. You might bring him back. I thought Sidney Jones has been pretty solid for you when he's come in there. Second, you kind of got away from Trey Flowers. It seemed to get much better. I will say to your comment, one thing we don't talk a lot about that should be considered with the need at cornerback is slot corner at this point. I think that Ugo Amadi is not developed like I had hoped he'd develop at that position, and I think you got to get some better competition for him, and I'm not talking Marquise Blair. You know what I'm saying, TV. Would you rather have a franchise tackle or a shutdown corner if you had a top 5 pick? You know what I'm saying? Most of the time when I answer questions, I usually try and go a little more specific. And I think when you're talking about building a roster in the NFL, you first start with your scheme and your philosophy and then go downwards from there. So when you say, would you rather have a franchise tackle or shutdown corner? It's not as easy as simple as that. Let me give you the for instance on this. In Seattle, we have a zone-based defense. We play a predominant amount of cover 3 within our zone-based defense. So this means our cornerbacks very often are not only playing off coverage, but they're also backing up at the start of the snap. And so you could have a guy that was a shutdown corner there, and he's not being very best utilized. But if I had a Baltimore Ravens defensive scheme and I wanted to blitz every other play, probably I'm going to need to value that shutdown corner a little bit more at that point. I would tend to say tackle if you're just going to make me press to give you a general answer. I certainly would say tackle as it references towards our Seahawks right now because of the zone nature of our cornerback position. But some of that answer is based a little bit on what you're running from a scheme. Yes, franchise tackle is for 6 to 10 years. Franchise cornerback could last 3 years at times. Well said, JS. It'd be very rare I'd lean towards the cornerback, but I could see there being a time you would. If you were needing a Darrelle Revis type and you had a front seven that was just fierce, there are moments, but more often than not, the general rule, you're right, would be to go tackle. UE2K, Jody isn't a Black Monday type of owner. Agreed. She seems like the type that would have a respectful parting of ways. Very much agreed, UE. I think, absolutely. That's where I see this too. I just don't think she's going to get cold-blooded with him on this. A lot of this is, again, about continuing on her brother's legacy, and I don't think, blindsiding Carroll upside the head is the way that you accomplish that. Randall, do you think Jody would fire Pete if he said something like, shh, the men are talking? Maybe. If there's a comment that could get you fired, that would be the one. Adrian D, if we do get rid of Carroll, he needs to go out knowing he made an impact in the organization in the city of Seattle and not the last few years. It's going to suck if he gets booed out of the city. Agreed, Adrian. I do not want to see this go until it falls off the rails. There's been some out there that say, well, Carroll, with winning the Super Bowl, gets to write his own ticket. And when he decides he wants to go, then he gets to go, even if it means he's left a complete burning house fire in his wake. I don't land at that spot. I certainly don't want to see anything, and I don't think he's hurting his legacy at this point necessarily, but I certainly don't want to see it out to the bitter end. But no matter what, Adrian, he will always be appreciated for what he does. Even if it does end up in a house fire, you still brought us a Super Bowl trophy. There are franchises in the NFL that haven't even gotten to a Super Bowl. Much less win one. He got you to 2, and I will always hold him in high regard here in the city forever. Tom says, mostly with the feel I don't see Carroll leaving. He's going to say this was his first losing season since 2011, and he will say that Russ was injured for part of the season. Agreed. Herbicide says, sorry, we're talking movies. Seahawks depressed me. No, we're going to need to talk some different stuff here. I get it. And these are good movies we're talking about. Movies are like one of my original loves too. So I don't mind. And look, it's, we're in week 18 or whatever of the worst season that we've had in like 15 years. we got, you can only turn over the dead horse so many times, right? Adrian D, and apparently Carroll didn't want to score because it would cause a scoregami. Thoughts? Well, you wanted to leave a few more points, I guess, for the next week, Adrian. Yeah, I get why he didn't do it. And even with the Cardinal and Buffalo 50-point burgers he put on in 2012, they weren't really stacking up the score in those games either. The Buffalo game, there's a famous play where we ran a fake punt up for like 45-0. But that whole fake punt had been built into the game plan previously during the week, where it was based off of a read. It wasn't based off of a coach making that call on the sideline prior to the play. So Carroll's not really a run it up kind of guy like that, even though that people would say that based on that he is. I'm okay with him not doing it. 50 points is good. 59 would have been nice, but 50 is okay too. 283-128. I don't think there's a chance Jody fires Pete. If it was Paul, I could see it happening. Agreed. Brian Meyer says 93 in the chat and only 31 likes. Hit that button, y'all. Yes, please do, folks. Hit that like button. I know I'm asking you to make some click and you got to move the mouse over there and it's a big thing, but it's appreciated. It helps this channel out considerably. It puts salmon chips in my kitty's mouth. My kitty gets salmon if you hit likes. That's really what happens. If there's only 50 likes, she doesn't get fed. Okay? It's kind of on you guys. Justin Duncan, do you think the players are happy with the front office? It probably depends on which player you ask, Justin. I can't think that they're very happy when they know that the front office didn't use up all the cap space it could have used to build up the team the best it could have. I think that would maybe annoy some people. I know for a fact, an absolute certainty that Bobby Wagner and even KJ Wright a couple years ago when they passed on, for instance, Jadeveon Clowney, were not happy with the front office and the direction that they were going in at that time. So I think there's some that are fine and some that are probably not. But I don't think there's anybody that's at a point of like Viva Revolution within the office, within the background either. Justin says, I feel like the last few years has been more drama. I think there's probably just been more drama with the Wilson Carroll that's going on. That whole relationship has, I think, driven a lot of this. But I mean, it's been there throughout the time with Carroll. Carroll's always had a little bit of drama with the team one way or another, even back in the Legion of Boom days. Megan Gok Rogers says, if you do a Mariners chat, I will expect Kraken content, laughing out loud. I know baseball, Megan. I know baseball really even better than I know football to a degree. I don't know anything about hockey. And hockey's been like soccer for me over the years. I understand people love it, but it's a lot of just watch my head. This is what I feel like I'm just doing. I'm just doing this. Back and forth. Back and forth. Back and forth. I'd start to tune out after a while. Cowboys are number one. The money would be bad for us, but A-Rod has some too. We could leverage the contract different to avoid using ones. A-Rod is 10 times better, laughing out loud, or more. JJ, the contract, Jerry Jones, the contract magician, could make this work realistically. It sounds like a joke. Aha, but Jerry Jones, unrealistically, laughing out loud, he could do it. Dak has 2 void years, too. Well, I don't know if the void years would affect it, Cowboys, because when you do make the trade, all that bonus money accelerates instantaneously, I think. Outside of the bonus money not clicking in until a couple years into the deal, but I thought he got it all paid up front on Dak's deal with it. I would put it past Jerry Jones to do that. But that's also would take Jerry Jones going from a season of just paying Dak a year ago to now saying he's not worth it when Dak, I don't know, man. Jerry do anything. All right. I'll do anything I want. I want to go for Aaron Rodgers. I can go for Aaron Rodgers. Hey, you dig? You want to get on this horse? You can get on this horse and go ride? Because we're riding here in Dallas. Okay? You're a cowboy. You're a cowboy. Aaron Rodgers is going to be a cowboy. All right? Dak's fine. Dak's good. Dak's a great player. All right? I want me some Aaron Rodgers. And then Stephen Jones is, Daddy, we can't get Aaron Rodgers. He's going to cost too much. You're going to eat all Dak's contract. We're going to have to release players. I don't care. You get rid of DeMarcus Lawrence, okay? You get rid of DeMarcus Lawrence. I don't need no DeMarcus Lawrence. I need me Aaron mother effing Rodgers. You give me that, boy. I keep asking you for things. You don't get it. You keep coming up with excuses. I want to hear it, Steve. Daddy, I don't know if I can get that, man. That's going to be a hard get. He's a lot of drama. He's a petulant man, Daddy. He's a petulant man. I don't care, he's a petulant man. He throws that goddamn ball like a man whistling Dixie. You get him in here. Tell you that now. Get him right in here. Put him in front of my face. I'm going to put him on a new contract. Get me out of Dak. I'm done with Dak. I don't want to see his bleeding ankle anymore. Get him out of here. Daddy, he's going to cost so much money. I can do this all day, guys. I can do this all day. Tom Cox, I think this is based off the value of the team. Jody isn't interested in finding a coach or general manager. I wouldn't be shocked if Carroll leaves, but I doubt it based off of what he has said. Me either. Very true. I agree with everything. Will we keep Gerald Everett, says Duncan? I would hope so. Justin, I'd say to me, the 2 guys that jump out to me that are guys in the few that I'd look to re-sign this offseason from this team that are free agents would be Gerald Everett and would be DJ Reed. Not in that order, but those will be 2 guys. Megan says Mountaineer B. Geno Smith. They got the West Virginia Mountaineers. I love that name. It's such an unusual college football name. You know, you got a lot of tigers and all that, like the Mountaineers. And it rolls off the tongue. Hawk 6 and 10, do you think Jamal will try and force his way out if they trade Russ this offseason and end up sucking? No, because he has no leverage to do so. What's he going to do? He's going to say, I'm going to hold out and cost myself $60,000 a day by holding out. And then remember, the Seahawks would have to eat $16 million by moving him. So why would, they're just not going to do that type of deal. Charles says the Mountainist is better than the Mountaineer. Oh, Mountaineer. That's what you're saying. Oh, you're saying, you weren't saying about West Virginia. You're saying that you're responding to what I was trying to call him. Yeah, Mountaineer is, I guess, what it is. I still feel like there's a name on it that they have for it. But maybe I'm... Jay says, we call it Alpine. Holding 10 times better than under the trees in the mountains on the ridge is amazing. Nice. Snowing there, Justin? Alexander, Brandon, you should do a show with Norb Cam. You two don't see it the same way. He thinks the team should stay together. I'd love to, man. Alexander's like, Norb Cam's kind of in the same place with the Hawk Blogger, right? With what they're doing over there. They're doing great content. I just always am hesitant to reach out to channels that are bigger because I don't want to be like riding on, you just don't want to try to, I don't know. Kind of like, I don't know. It feels weird to be the smaller channel asking, I guess. Let me put it that way. But I'd go on either of them. I'd talk to any of them on this stuff. So you guys know me. If there's one thing I love to do, it's to debate. Maybe a little bit too much. Randall says, I found a bong under a tree when hiking up Paradise. Nice. Hopefully a good one. I'm picturing like a dirty Like, you don't want to put your lips on that thing. Jason Tudor, don't know if you're looking for the Shaun Alexander Madden cover, but a guy posted it on Seahawks Reddit today. I am looking for it still. Yes, I need to get my hands on it. One day, that Shaun Alexander Madden cover will be mine. Oh, yes, it will be mine. I saw that too, Jason. I don't know if he'd give it up, though. He had that like in plastic, all special looking, like he's planning on selling that someday. Justin says Travis Homer, DJ Reed, and Diggs under the radar. The good, solid players. Diggs going to make himself some money. You ask Randall, where do you keep that bong now? Chris Snape says if we retain Carroll, Russ will be here unless we can get Deshaun Watson in a three-way trade, and backlash would be over after he shows how good he is. Reed reserves $6 million a year. Ken Norton can stay. I agree with all that, Chris. Agree with all that. I don't know if the community would be as much with the Watson thing like you think they would, but it's possible. I like your value on Reed. That seems like appropriate to me. Multi-year deal, $6 million a year. A mid-level contract is what they would call it. And to me, that seems about right. I like it, Chris. Tom says, screw the Rams. I hope they lose big to the Buccaneers, Packers, or whoever. They are the worst rival. They are our worst rival than the Whiners. They are, because at least we beat up on the Whiners. The Rams just kick the crap out of us every time we play them. It sucks. I'm ready to start taking it back to them next year. Ethan Chamberlain, damn proud of Penny. Was at the game last week and he put on a show. Me too, Ethan. Me too. It would be very good for that. It'd be easy for that guy to basically just say, I'm not going to get this. It's just not going to get done for me. I'm not going to get this done. The NFL's is not on the card for me. I can't get these legs right. Can't get myself back to health. Everyone's saying I'm a bust. I ain't going to get nothing done. Guy just kept kind of working, man. Kept working, got through his injury, rehab through it, kept fighting through these smaller other injuries, and he's rolling now. And props to him. It's helping save his career. It's helping to give him another chance down past this season. And the kid still does have some special talent in those legs. Like I said, he'll never be one of the best runners in the league, but a guy that can pick up the yards and like he's picking up those chunky plays. And I think it was a couple weeks ago it came out. He's got 4 carries of 30 yards or more in his Seahawks career. The number one guy on the list for us in Seahawks history is Shaun Alexander at 9. And Shaun seemed like he's busting those off all the time. But Penny, in his small sample size, has almost put up half of what Alexander did in his time. And I think that does speak to Penny's explosiveness. It's going to be one of the parts that I enjoy, I think, watching most about this game this upcoming week is to see what he can do now against the Cardinals, a little more of a legit defense. Defense is a little bit better at stopping the run than what we've gone against recently. But I agree. Damn proud of Penny is a good way to put it. Randall says, I left the bong. I was more of a J guy, join guy. Jeff Mac G triple 003. What is the max contract you'd offer to keep Penny for one more year? I would go up 1 year, $4 million deal. 1 year, $4 million. That would be the most I would go up. I would not go past that. Justin Duncan says Penny's is fired, just injury prone. It's a good way of putting it. Yui, Watson not coming here and Russ not agreeing to go to Houston. Not now, not ever. I would agree with that. There's no way the Russ would go to Houston. There's no way. 0% chance. Daniel W., can I say now I am not a big fan of Sean Payton? Their team is looking like an 8-8 team for the next few years because of his choices. He passed up on Deshaun, Mahomes with a 38-year-old Breeze. Why? Were they selecting high enough to pick Deshaun and Mahomes? I didn't know in that draft that they were picking up that high. Well, as we've seen here in Seattle, it's moving on from old aging quarterbacks that are legendary within a city is sort of an easier said than done. One of the things I think you got to consider with Peyton and looking at the last couple of years and keeping that team elite, despite Breeze obviously starting to fall off with arm strength and his ability to push the ball up the field. They had 2 seasons, Daniel, that had them cost where they should have progressed. They had the Rams in 2018 where the officials gave it to the Rams on that final play. And they had, I think, in 2019 or 20 where there was the Vikings game in New Orleans where the the tight end pushes off on the guy. It's a clear push off by the offensive player, makes the catch in the end zone for the touchdown for them to win the game. I think on like 4th down or something, and helps them win the game. That's not his fault. He put him in position to get even into the Super Bowl in those couple of given years. There's the one play beyond that against Minnesota in the conference championship where they get to, where there's the freakish play to Stephon Diggs at the end of the game. Now when you arrive this year, to me, Daniel, this is an aging roster, the Saints. And to me, they really aren't even a team that should be at 8-8 this year once they lost Breeze, because it wasn't just about losing Breeze, it was losing Trey Hendrickson, who has gone to the Cincinnati Bengals and played like a star for them. It's losing guys here and there. They were over the cap. They had to cut it back. This was in a lot of respects kind of a rebuild year for them. But I can get if you're not, not enamored by him. I understand it, but I do think he's a legitimately good coach. And I think that their downfall this year was kind of to be expected. If you asked me what I would have thought their record was coming in this year, I would have said 5-12, to be honest with you. So from my standpoint, Daniel, he's outperformed what my expectation level was for him this season. Ethan says, seriously, I've seen Alexander and Lynch in person, and Penny is right up there with those guys in terms of talent. Yeah, he's a different type of dude. He's just a different talented back. And I like to say with running backs, Ethan, they come in all shapes and sizes, and skill sets can be different across the board. You got your guy who likes to bounce behind his offensive lineman like Le'Veon Bell. You got your juking Barry Sanders type. You've got your jump cut guys like a Marshall Faulk or LaDainian Tomlinson. You got your just hammers like a Marshawn Lynch type. It's all there, and they go even beyond that. There's even you got your vision runners, and I think that they a special talent is just a special talent because he doesn't have maybe the things you like and gravitate towards in the running back position as far as special traits. Does not mean that he doesn't necessarily have special traits. To your point on that, and I think he is legitimately a really talented guy. Would I still wanted to pick him in the first round? No, but there was a reason he was picked in the first round. Tom says, if Cam, Baldwin, Walter Jones, Lynch buy a portion of the team, would that change Carroll Snyder's status with the team? Not likely. I think the team's going to end up going for like $1.7 billion. So how much of a percentage do those guys collectively really able to buy? I mean, best case scenario, like $200 million. You're going to have like, what is that? Like 3% of the team? That doesn't earn them much say. Randall says, Hawk bloggers like nails on a chalkboard. It's all about growing the channel, Randall. And if anybody invites me, I'm good to go. But I definitely, with bigger channels, I'm not going to reach out to them and impose. I don't want to impose myself. They want to talk to me, I'm here. Jeff Mack, would you run the whole team and coaching staff back next year? If I'm in charge, Jeff, no, I wouldn't. The direction they're going is not the direction I would have gone. I would have, my ideal direction would have been keeping Russ, getting an offensive-minded head coach, switching to a 3-4 attacking defense, building up a great offensive line. That would have been my deal. Justin says, bro, are you really live? I don't know, man. Might be a pre-record. Justin, you're probably new on the chat. I hear this from new folks that come in the chat. It's old hat for some of our veterans here. I tend to do 4, 5, 6. Hell, on game day, I'm doing a 9-hour stream most times. And so what happens is that I really love the fact you've come into my channel and watched my stream. And the way I try to show my love for you guys on that, I like doing it too because I just like interacting with you. But I try to kind of be as respectful as I can. You come in here and watch. I'm going to try to read every comment, every question that I can. I don't get them all, but I get as many as I can. Now, what that does, Justin, is that does put me behind the chat considerably. But I eventually catch up. I eventually wear you guys out on it. So it's kind of just how I roll with this channel. It's kind of unique to me, I know, but it's I like doing it this way. Just to see if we really can't make it work. Oh, so Jeff, you were also asking, would I run the whole team back just to see if we can make it work? No, Jeff. And my main reasoning behind this comes into really down to this. I want to fix the team going forward from what they've been this year and the problems that have popped up over the last few years. Because this is not, while you've been technically won more games than you've lost over the last few years, you've not really been an elite team for about 5 or 6 years here. And I think to get back to being an elite team, you've got to correct past mistakes. The problem here lies for me, Jeff, is that you have mistakes you've made in the past. Those same mistakes are being made right now, this year, currently. And there's no reason not to believe that those same mistakes won't be made into the future. This makes my confidence get shaken in the current staff that is in place, and make me gravitate towards wanting change. That's just kind of where I land on it. And I can give you the details of those items as we can pick through it. It's everything from moving players from their natural positions to the player's detriment, to not going all in, to not embracing the new offensive stylings, always sliding back into the old, not favoring a pass-first offensive line. We can go into all of the I've got about like 12 items on my list, but I don't have that faith for that reason. Tom says, Ken Norton Jr. sucks. He doesn't adjust to the best teams in the NFL. There's a reason why Seattle is 6-10. Russ doesn't have much confidence in that defense. And when they are on the field, I have no confidence in them. I think in general, Tom, though, the defense doesn't really lend itself well to doing many adjustments, right? Like, this isn't a defense that runs a lot of complex schemes or a lot of different plays. They run as much of a vanilla scheme as any team in the NFL, and built within that is going to be an inability to adjust when you're getting attacked by a certain thing. They just lean into their fundamentals and the base of their defense being able to overcome that. But it's hard when you don't really operate the defense like a chess board, but like checkers, which is how the defenses kind of ran. And I don't have a lot of faith in Norton either, Tom, but I do think Norton and Carroll are basically interlinked. I don't think that one separates itself from the other. I think Carroll has a lot to say on that. Randall says, Evan, the one who's always complaining. I think that is. I'm not sure. Tom Cox says, 1992 draft, Rick Meyer was a comp to Joe Montana, but it's funny he couldn't throw to his left. Yeah. Well, it was Walsh who drew the competition. I believe Seattle actually reached out to Bill, and he said that he thought he had good comparisons to Montana, if I'm not mistaken, on that story. I think they reached out to Bill Walsh, Montana's former coach, who at that point wasn't coaching anymore, but just kind of in the background of things, and they asked him, and he liked Meyer a lot. And Meyer came from Notre Dame, of course, and Joe came from Notre Dame, and they had about the same size. Meyer was a little thicker. Tom says Walter Jones, I think, was the pick on the Meyer trade. I was going to say it was that. I wasn't sure if it was that, but that sounds right, Tom. That sounds right. Random McDaniel says Hawk Blogger shows like YouTube. Everyone raves about them. I wanted to like them. I tried liking them, but just don't like them. just me. Hey, we all got our flavor, right? We all got our flavor we like. And yes, I'm with you on that, Randall. I'm not a U2 guy. God, that band drives me nuts. Alexander, yeah, between Hasselbeck and Meyer, we were changing quarterbacks like someone changes socks. Oh, Meyer. Yeah, we went through a lot of quarterbacks. What did you John Freeze, Stan Gelbaugh, Warren Moon, John Kitna. Yeah, we had a few. We had a few. UGK says Rick Meyer was very smart. He learned off quickly and could read defense. He just couldn't throw. Yeah, he showed a lot of potential that first year, Huey. He was already at his ceiling, basically. That was what we didn't know. We were like, wow, he's good. We can build off this. Nope, that's where he's at. And it's one of the reasons we talk about on this. I look at those quarterbacks, and I it's not the only thing I want, but this is part of what's helped me get to learn this lesson. Is that arm talent is something that you think would be thought about with quarterbacks at the head of the line and the things that teams really hold to a high measure. But sometimes it does get forgotten about in favor of being a great leader and being really accurate and having a quick release. Sometimes you need the guy to be able to just lace it, Tom says it went from Meyer to Kitna to Warren Moon. Then there was more mediocre quarterbacks till Hasselbeck, and Hasselbeck wasn't good right away. No, Dilfer overtook him initially. Took him a little while. Herbicides, you two aren't my fave. They're okay. Yeah, they're just, The guy does the guitar riff the same way in every song, you know? And then he just, every single song, same way. Every single one with the guitar. Yui says it's not particularly coaching decisions that have hurt this team. It's roster construction and player selection that have us where we are. I agree with that. Oh, the porn guys have shown up. Randall says, wonder what would have happened if we had had the number 1 pick and gotten Bledsoe instead of Meyer. Boy, you give Bledsoe that 92 defense, Randall. You give Bledsoe Joey Galloway and Bledsoe. Ooh. I would love having a Coug as a Seahawks quarterback too, as like a legendary Seahawks quarterback, a local guy like that. That would have been nice. And I would have thought that would have made the 90s a lot more funner to watch. I mean, Bledsoe ended up getting to a Super Bowl with the Patriots. But yeah, that would have been awesome. Megan says, I'm still crowing about how right I was about Russ's finger. Doesn't happen often. You should. I crow away when I'm right, so you should too. Herbert says it's horrible coaching IMO. We get outcoached damn near every game. Proof is in the time of possession. I certainly don't think we outcoach other coaches very often. I'll say that, Herbicide. I think what's really come down to with the time of possession thing goes down to this. You're always going to have a bend but don't break defense that's going to allow for a good amount of time of possession in its nature. But then when you add an offense that's having 3-and-out city at every turn, that's just going to exacerbate that base issue to the defense. It's less of a problem for me to a degree if they're amazing in red zone like they were this year, but it doesn't help matters when you're giving up as much as they are, to your point. Go 05, I didn't Michael Jackson was on the team. I thought he died in 2009. I know. You didn't know he fathered a kid, and that kid got out on the field for our Seahawks, and he balled out last week. Second highest rated defender for us by Pro Football Focus in this game was That's right, Michael Jackson Jr. MJ Jr. Charles Riley coming in another $10 donation. Oh, thank you, Charles. You're awesome. Says Jake Locker was turned into something he's not, like Russ, except Russ embraced the change because he wants to be Peyton Manning. Jake was ahead of his time, and I hate that they tried to turn him. Yeah, I like Jake a lot from a talent standpoint. That just seemed like it was the wrong... a lot of times we talk about players, Charles, players are good, players are bad, and sometimes... it's about the destination you go to, the place you go to that can determine your success or your potential success. And that really does factor in a lot. And you go to the wrong place and that can deep six your career. And I think there's a little bit of that happened there. With Jake Locker. He just went to Tennessee at the wrong time to go to Tennessee. I like Jake though. U2K says Bucks are done. AB was last hope. That D won't save Tommy Boy this year. I agree. You lost Godwin. You couldn't lose AB after Godwin, right? And AB going, which makes it all that much more weirder that they sort of pushed him out like they did at this time. Odd decision by the Bucks because you are still a contender with him in there, but I don't see how they get it done at this point. Agreed. Megan says, think it, don't say it. Springs to mind about that conversation. Yes. AI says, actually, another list has Jacob Green with 115 sacks. Okay, so I was right. My old brain ain't failing me quite yet. It ain't completely gone out on me. It's just partially gone out on me. Yeah, Jacob Green had a pretty good career rushing the passer. Consistent as hell. I think he played in both 3-4 and 4-3, which is pretty interesting. He didn't just get his production out of one. And he wasn't an outside 3-4 linebacker. Like, he was getting sacks as a 3-4 defensive end. Of course, Seattle was stacking that line back then. I mean, they put 9 guys on the line of scrimmage back then. And thank you, Charles, for the dono again. V Tiger, you too. You're awesome. You're awesome. Boom Shakalaka says the Tiger is a Korean movie on Amazon Prime. Holy S. Think of John Wick, but instead of a Siberian tiger getting in work. Must watch. Bloodbath. I'll check it out. Siberian tigers are huge. Man, those things are monsters. Megan says, coach and a staring contest. Staring into those baby blues. I could do that. He'd hypnotize you, Megan. That's his key. That's his whole secret. That's his whole secret power, is that he hypnotizes you. Herbicide says Rodgers or Brady's going to mess up the Rams. Still can't see the Rams getting it in either. And it does kind of feel like maybe this year is the year Packers find a way to slide on in. I like I said, it is opened up, though, across both boards on both conferences. There is not a clear cut, this is the person, you know. D-Nugget says, just like the chat. Thank you for doing that, D-Nugget. Tom says, depends on if Tom gets another Super Bowl win or Mahomes win one. Oh, you respond. UGK says, Jackie Brown was the weakest of the Tarantino crime dramas, but it had moments. Great cast. I like Jackie Brown, actually. Yeah, I thought it was a different flavor from his normal stuff, but it was at least it was taking itself reasonably seriously, where some of these movies he's made at times, it's more like watching a graphic novel cartoon or something at times. You know, it's more fancifully put together. And so I think they also lose a little bit of something with that too in the modern stuff. But that's the cool thing about Tarantino. Everybody's got their different loves and different times of different ones of his movies. I think it's almost just more of his hallmark of greatness that opinion does go that way. A lot like with Kubrick. There's people with different, you know, Kubrick's got, you know, it's not just one answer that's given as far as their favorite movie of his. D-Nugget says, AB says Bucks forced him to play injured. Yeah, we haven't talked about AB much more since the opening when I was asked about it on the show last week. And I again come back to this with AB where it's like, you know, let's think of this through. You know, guy had $1 million in incentives that he's walking away from in that moment. We just think he's just walking away from that in the moment. He's got to go 2 more games for $1 million. A guy that we know likes money, or Bruce Arians and his bombastic personality decided that was going to be the moment he's going to kind of, you know, give it to him a bit, give him the business. And I think the second hand is more likely. And if that's what Arians did, I understand a little bit more why AB did what he did. And I'm not on this, like, there's a lot of people doing dogpile on AB after this, and I'm not one of those people with the way I look at it. Megan Gok Roger, are we still on the hashtag Harbaugh to coach the Hawks train, B? If so, may have to stay in LA for longer. Well, it was announced that he might be looking to go back to the NFL at this point. I like Harbaugh still. I do. I don't know why, maybe, but I do. I like him as a coach. I think if he comes to the NFL, if he goes to the Chicago Bears, he's going to make the Chicago Bears better. If he goes to the Las Vegas Raiders, he's going to make them better. And the very first season he's in there. So something that just I gravitate in that. I know he's a bristly brush. I know he's not the most affable of men, but I like him nonetheless. Jason Tudor says, Jackie Brown's my favorite Tarantino. It's the only one with people you really care about. The rest are great, but essentially cartoons. Well put, Jason. You're kind of putting it in the way I was trying to touch on it, but you put it better. And I like Jackie Brown. I'm still a Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dog guy, but you know, all of them in that realm are, to me, I hold my revere. Just the second half of his career, I don't hold as in high career. George C. Scott, that was the man in Doctor Strangelove who was doing all those takes, over the top takes that he got mad at Kubrick for that one. Very mad at Kubrick. Have a good night, Tom Cox. Thanks for jumping on in the chat. GoHawks05. Something I've noticed is that the Hawks have been posting a lot of Russ and Pete on social media, not something that would have happened if you're planning on moving on from them. Agreed, Go Hawks. I've seen the same. There seems to be more and more being pushed behind this, that everyone's going to be coming back. As surprising as that is to say, that does appear to be where this seems to be headed. Charles says, I like Florio, but like Brandon says, he will throw anything out into the ether. Yeah, and I do too. And I'm okay with what he does, because it's like, you know what he is. You know, when you go to the Pro Football Talk and read stories, you know what you're getting, so you don't make any, aspersions to that. But, he's throwing out all this stuff, and he does have some connections in the league, which also does make him a bit of a source. Herbicide says, thought that was Peter Sellers. Herbicide, Peter Sellers plays the president. He actually plays two roles in Doctor Strangelove. So he plays the president in a very low-key manner, right? Very dignified and just very straight. And then he plays a former Nazi that they bring over from, that they had brought over as part of the paperclip operation. And he's a nuclear scientist or whatever. And he has this tick where he keeps raising his arm like he's hiling. It's funnier than I'm probably making it sound, but that character is very much over the top in it. But nope, he plays those two guys. ADL Williams, if we don't make the playoffs next year, I'm kayaking my dogs over to the VMAC to poop on their practice field. When Carroll looks over, I'll stare at him coldly. AI Clockwork Orange was awesome. It was awesome. It's a great movie. I like that Kubrick would go dark. He was not afraid to go really dark. Really, really dark. Random Daniel, Jason Tudor, Jackie Brown, based on a book named Rum Punch. Great author, wrote Great Get Shorty and other famous books too. That would be Elmore Leonard. And yes, Elmore Leonard, a big influence on Tarantino, especially as he writes dialogue. My favorite actual Elmore Leonard property is the TV show, the Justified. I like that. That's a show that I still can go back and watch, and I love that show. But Elmore Leonard was awesome. A very good author too. If you ever want a good guy, just a good read, the fast good read you get, just pick up one of his books. U2K says Sellers was the guy in the wheelchair and the president. He was both. ADL Williams says Strangelove was a great flick. Women steal your fluids. That's right. Boom Shakalaka, Reservoir Dogs weakest. Oh my God, sacrilege, Boom Shakalaka. Sacrilege. Hateful Eight's strongest for me at least. Oh, that's what I'm saying. That's to me, again, the hallmark of a great director is it's not just one movie everyone goes to and says, oh, this is his one great movie. Everyone's got their one they like, and it's kind of unique to them. I think you might one of the few people I've run across, Boom Shakalaka, that said Hateful Eight as their fave. I've seen Kill Bills, I've seen Pulps, I've seen Reservoirs, but I don't know if I've seen many on the Hateful Eight one. UHK says, yeah, the DEA cop character is in Out of Sight. Now, that is a great movie. That's right. He's so it's Michael Keaton playing a DEA agent, and he's in the movie Out of Sight. He's playing the same guy from an Elmore Leonard novel, but Out of Sight was directed by a different director and writer than Tarantino in Jackie Brown, but they used the same character, and Keaton played the DEA agent in both. Played it well, too. Ethan says Inglourious Basterds is so damn good. Just rewatch Django and still love it. They're solid. UDK, I disagree, Miss Pink. Reservoir Dogs is king. I'm with Yui on this. Reservoir Dogs is probably right there as one of my favorite movies of all time. I went and watched that movie down in the middle of Seattle in one of those old, grimy theaters in Seattle that have been around for like 75 years. Perfect place. I mean, the perfect place to watch that movie. Just the whole ambiance of it, watching it there in that theater at the time in like 90, whatever the hell it was, not to date myself too much, blew me away. Blew my young mind away at that time. And Pulp Fiction's right behind Reservoir for me. Randall, too. Those are my 1-2s. He says Pulp Fiction is a close second, followed by From Dusk Till Dawn. For Dusk Till Dawn's first half for me, Yui. Once you get halfway through and it goes more monster, it loses just a little of its steam. But that first half was every bit as good as anything else he's done. ADL Williams says Reservoir Dogs might be my favorite Tarantino flick. That cop torture scene was legendary. It was. He had to fight to keep that in, too. He had to fight Mr. Weinstein to keep that scene in, who wanted to actually cut it. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Well, I don't know how I say it tonight. I got this feeling that something ain't right. Stuck in the middle. I thought that was Bob Dylan for so many years. That was one of those ones where I got corrected that wasn't Bob Dylan. Like, you look like an a-hole, you know. No, that's Bob Dylan. It's not Bob Dylan, man. It's not Bob Dylan. So it's just like Bob Dylan. Movie Talk, best character is Waltz in Django. He is. Best character in Inglourious Basterds, too. He's awesome in that one. Fusion Clip says, what do you got as the final score? Seahawks keep their good love movement a-going. And the Cardinals continue their end of the season collapse. 30-23. Ooh. Room 237. That's the documentary. Thank you, Jason. You're right. Room 237 is the Kubrick documentary, and that goes into the theory base that Kubrick made The Shining as a way for him to disclose having faked the moon landing. So yeah, it's a pretty in-depth documentary, as you can imagine on that. It goes pretty deep into the details, but it's interesting nonetheless. It's worth watching if you get a chance. It is interesting just to tickle the mind. Herbicide says, damn it, what's the DJ's name in Reservoir Dogs? The comedian. Michael something, Michael. I'm Michael. You're listening to KB Silly Sounds of the 60s. Next up, the ballad. What was his name? Michael something. Somebody will get in the chat, man. I'm sure it's Michael something. Yeah, one of the original Deadpan. I mean, he never left that Deadpan. Randall says, Rothschild Castle, allegedly. Allegedly, that's right. Allegedly. Don't want to get disappeared. Ethan, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is probably the funniest Tarantino film. DiCaprio makes my side hurt of laughter in that film. It's a good movie. I liked it too. I did. Jason Tudor, Fred Ward is the dude in Tremors, and Remo Williams. Hey, Remo Williams is a fun 80s movie. A fun 80s movie. They were dodging bullets in Remo Williams before Neo was dodging bullets in The Matrix. They didn't have the cool bullet time thing, but he learns this technique from a sensei master in it of how to look at the trigger being pulled and then turn his body sideways. Oh, it's a good movie. It's so bad, but it's good. ADL Kubrick's Shining was one of the most genius things I've ever seen. To turn that book into that movie was just brilliant. The vision he had, just wow. Yeah, he captured in a way, and honestly, changing even the way he did from King's book, he actually, in my opinion, captured King's book better. Not by improving the story or anything like that, but he actually captured more of the tonal sense of what King's book was, which was that isolation and the cold, and that part to me he really got, which is part of why I didn't. Sometimes I know why King gets mad when he changes certain stuff in it, but what he put together was still so chillingly good for I mean, I awesome movie, and it is. It's a great film. Very disturbingly great. Boom Talk about Bruce Lee getting effed up by Brad Pitt was so lame. Yeah, that was definitely an artistic license scene there. Riverside, you guys ever see Machete, Robert Rodriguez? I never could get around to seeing that one. Robert, I like some of his stuff, but he definitely goes over the top. Megan, I got to go to the Weta workshop while in New Zealand and to see the handmade models from Lord of the Rings. Ooh, that'd be cool. El Mariachi. That's right. Desperado's pretty good, too. And what's the one he made remaking it? D-Nex says, I love how we're a movie talk channel now. Let's do this all soft season. Sounds good. ADL Williams, CGI ruins movies for me. It used to be hours of model making and finding creative ways to figure out how to make something look good. Now it's a fat nerd at a computer typing everything into existence. Well said. I agree. I think you lose something with the real modeling, with actually having it there. I mean, even when you go watch sometimes like 80 movies and stuff, that it still is dated okay because you can still tell it's really there. It's maybe an animatronic or it's moving on, some gear. But you add some music behind it, you make it move a little more in slow motion, and suddenly it looks amazing. It's CGI still has not gotten it. Jason says, well, the Seahawks season was over like 3 months ago. Yeah, it was. It definitely was. D-Nex says, what if Bobby and Russ returned money and did the Brady thing, and we got an O-line and Russ started throwing short passes? It's possible. Both Bobby and Russ are getting into the place of their contract now where they could rework their deal significantly, and enough of the bonus money has eked off of the contract to put them in a position to save the money, to save the team some significant money, if that was their intention. And certainly Bobby Wagner seemed to indicate that today, I believe, with a press conference he gave about, there were just some soft intimations, maybe a little bit, about him being maybe willing to take a rework deal here. So they might be willing to do it. It'd be encouraging to see in both of their two cases. Bobby, though he's not the player he was in his prime, has still been, I think, a fairly effective player for the most part this year. I don't think that the problems defensively have necessarily been on his back as a big problem part of that. So you could see it for sure. Yeah, Planetara is good too. I don't like the Tarantino Death Proof, but Planetara was awesome. Jason, the cat popping into frame and meowing into the mic. I am the captain now. She's possessive, I'll tell you. She is very possessive. Rodney Prescio, I feel like we are dealing with stupid. Russ can't ask for a great O-line and hold on to the ball. He can have that, but he will still hold on to the ball looking for the next deep shot. Well, here's where the part, you're right, Rodney. So I agree with you. That could be the way it goes. What is helpful about getting a top-notch offensive line in place, especially if they can run block relatively close to where they can pass block, is if you're able to be a good running team at that point. And let's say Russ can't throw short. He can't embrace throwing short or intermediate. So does that mean Russ can never be effective as a quarterback again? No. It means you need to build the offense then around what he can do. So you have your offense relatively balanced with the run and pass. You turn your team into a very good running team at that point. You get some really good offensive linemen up there that can, pass protect and move people off the ball. If you're able to locate that, now you make the teams have to bring that safety up into the box. I mentioned Seattle dealt with this year. I think the stat is, let me bring it up here because I'm not referencing it off just the top of my head. I had it on my Twitter. My tweets. But this was a pretty key stat, I thought, a little while ago. Okay, so this was something I found out. It was about December 24th. This came out or so, and this is looking at the NFL coverage rates, and that is how often Seattle got to see cover one, a single man safety high, right? So you have either two safeties back or you have one safety back, right? That's generally the way it looks. And Seattle has faced the least amount of single high safeties in the entire NFL this season. This is one of the reasons why when you look at DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, they've been both doubled at a top 7 rate in the sport. How do you able to double both of these two players when they're on the same team? There shouldn't be enough defensive guys to go around to do that. Well, you run cover 2. That opens that up for you to be able to do that a little more often. So getting those teams back into the single high state of things would then allow Russell's deep ball and deep game to get much more deadlier than it's been as of late. And you would do that by drawing that defender in the box, which is what good rushing teams are able to do. We force you to bring that extra defender to stop us in the run game, and then we hit you over the top. Is it what we'd like ideally in the short and passing attack, Rodney, what we wanted to see him embrace? No. But does it mean he can't still be effective moving forward? Yes, he can. UE2K, QBs in this draft will have more success this year because it's more about situation than talent. Yeah, I could see that being a big driver of it. Sure. Boom Shakalaka says, I see no Death Proof fans, huh? That's my worst Tarantino movie for me, Boom. That's the worst one for me. The 45-minute talking scene with the girls at the table where they're not talking about anything that drives the plot forward or means anything towards the plot. And you're just, what is going on here? That was brutal. Rodney says we just need to get rid of Russ while we can. His shelf life is 8 to 10 years because he's not a pocket passer. He uses his legs and mobility. He has slowed down tremendously, and it's time to say bye-bye. Could go that direction, Rodney. I will say this. Carroll's staying right now, and Russ, in my opinion. Russell remains the question mark about what will happen with that. Herbert says, I like Death Proof. Can't say I loved it, but the car chase was the best thing since Mad Max. Did have a good car chase at the end. I'll give it that. The stuff leading up to that was brutal. Brian says, Shawshank Rocks, seen it at least 25 times. Perfect last scene. Yeah, amazing movie. Amazing movie. UGK, one of the best movies of the 90s. One of all-timer, too. Megan will draft a quarterback later in the draft. TGC, Naves, his opinions on Matt Corral. I've got a little bit of a probably bias against smaller quarterbacks at this point, and especially smaller slider quarterbacks, TG. I was talking about this with Matt Corral before he went down with his torn ACL, and that's that, you're 6'1" and you're 190 pounds. I don't know if I trust you to be able to hold up in the NFL at that size. It's like the Wilson one. I mean, Wilson got injured this year. I think he'll continue to get injured. I think you just get injured at that size. I think if you're going to be a smaller guy, you got to have a little bit of thickness to you, like you see with a guy like Wilson, or you see a guy like even Kyler. They're kind of little thicker guys, a little more hydrant-y like. Coral's a very thin dude, and I'm not kind of surprised that he got his leg torn like that, being he tries to use a lot of his mobility in conjunction with being a little bit of a smaller dude. He makes some throws every once in a while that really wow you. Not the biggest of arms, so okay, he's a slight build and not the biggest of arms. You kind of lose me at that point. Especially you're talking about a guy that could be picked anywhere up into the back end of the first round, in the second round, and third. I think he's going back to school now, so this is kind of, and it's not really going to be going down this year like that. But that's where I sit with him on it. Not very impressed because of those factors. Ethan says Jody doesn't actually own the team. That's a shocker to me. I know there's a committee that runs it, but I think she owns it. Brian, sorry. I agree with you. Corral should not have played in the bowl game. He had nothing to gain by playing in the bowl game. Only lose. If Russ leaves, we'll probably draft the kid out of Pitt. He's good. Pickett. Overachiever a little bit to me. Small hands in the Pacific Northwest do not go together. Herbert says his top 5 movies: Shawshank, Pulp, Big Lebowski, Goodfellas, Braveheart. That's a good list. Herbicide, it's a good list. All of those ones would minimum, in my mind, be minimum. Probably top 20. Ooh, Last of the Mohicans, Ethan. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a real good one. Network's a great film, too. Jason Tudor, 31 likes. How far behind is he in the comments? Laughing out loud, definitely not complaining. I'm pretty far behind the comments tonight for some reason. Got a lot of comments tonight. Try to catch up a bit. Reagan says, sorry, B, if there's no cracking content, I'm out. Fair enough. Fair enough. Rogers would never go to Dallas, says Yui. Not enough room for both those egos. Yeah, maybe not. It's hard to see him being there. I think Cowboys are number 1 is a little bit hot to trot to get Dak out of town, as much as he wants to bring Aaron in. Brian Wilson, what's up, all? What's up? Y'all keep the content. I may never agree, but yet it's not my opinion you're really wanting. It's my attention. So with that said, good evening. How you doing, Brian? Good to see you on in the chat, man. Hope you're doing well. Miguel Aureliano says, let's go Rams. Best of luck to you, Miguel. We'll try to help you guys out this week. One time. That's all you get. 1 week of helping. Alexander says in 1960, H.G. Wells' The Time Machine is my favorite all-time film. All right. Did you like the remake? Even so, I don't know if I can do a top 5, but number 1 is The Empire Strikes Back. It's a good movie too. You guys are picking some good movies. Good Will Hunting's probably my top 6. That's another good one. Well acted, great screenplay, well directed. The Fighting Banana Slugs is the best mascot ever. That is a pretty good mascot. We got Godfather, Good and the Bad and the Ugly, North by Northwest, Star Wars, Blazing Saddles, Terminator 2, Aliens. Ooh, these are all good. Fifth Element, that's a good one too. Luc Besson. Yeah, Blazing Saddles would not be made today. But that's part of what makes it so good. Randall says, I just did the book Wise Guy that Goodfellas was based on. Like always, book was better. Left a lot out. Plastic graphics bong, just a shorty. Lips don't cover it. Okay. Well, and you left it, which is smart. That's a trap. It's a trap, Randall. Rosalind Smith, another year of Pete Carroll will mean another year of the same thing. Don't disagree with you, Rosalind. I think a lot of people would have liked to have seen change go down the pike on this one. It just doesn't appear that that's going to be what we're going to be given. And that's not awesome, but it does seem to be the reality of what we are facing with right now. Lost your job, pay me. Had a bad week, pay me. Had a fire, you pay me. It's a good line. Good fellas. Naked Gun, Raising Arizona, another one of the classics out there. My favorite, by the way, favorite Coen brother movie, another one that's on the radar, people, Miller's Crossing. That's my favorite Miller's brother. That's a good one. That's probably one you haven't seen because it's older Coen's brother movie, but it's good. It's real good. Jason Duder, are Penny's injuries that are more likely to reoccur or cause other injuries? No, Jason. I just think it takes, really with the ACLs, we got to look at them as a 2-year recovery process, as more of the baseline and the rule rather than the exception. They can get back onto the field within a year, but there's probably going to be some secondary injuries that are going to be based around that initial ACL tear, for instance, or it could be a ligament tear or Achilles, right? It's at the end of the day, it's the surgeon's going in and repairing a ligament, stretching it, and then the muscles have got to figure it out around that ligament. They've got to readjust, and that then causes injuries to pop up. I think once you kind of get through it a little bit, and you get through that couple of year period of things, you're able to get on the other side of that. So I think that he has a chance of being able to recover, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Charles Riley has got a couple of double donations coming in. Sorry, Charles, took me a second here to see it on that. It says Brando with the $5. It says Brando, looks like you and I are the only Harbaugh cats. Does Russ fit in a Harbaugh philosophy? Yeah, we are it. I think, Charles. We're the only ones right now rowing this boat, and I'm not surprised. Yeah, does it fit into Russ's philosophy? Probably not. Harbaugh does like to run more of a conservative style offense. So in that nature of things, it probably wouldn't be what Russ would want. But, we're just talking about good coaches or good coaching possibilities just from that lens of things. But yeah, I think Russ would probably bristle up against Harbaugh. Charles also says, do the Rams need the Seahawks to beat the Cardinals? If so, go Cards. F the Rams and OBJ and Pat Stafford. It's Stat Padford. That's what you mean, Charles. Stat Padford. Yep, they need us to beat the Cards to get that division. If the Cardinals beat us, I think the Cardinals just win it outright at that point. Dumb and Dumber is a good movie. Some good comedies in there. Happy Gilmore, Anchorman, My Cousin Vinny, Xmas Vacation. I'm sure many of you guys watched that over Christmas. Randall says, whose college return skills converted better to the NFL, Penny or Dante Pettis? Well, Dante Pettis, right? Because Penny's not really been used as a kick returner. Whereas Pettis, well, I don't know. Wait. Penny. I was thinking about somebody else other than Dante Pettis for some reason. But Penny would be my guy on that, Randall. Yui says, I can see where you might say that's right. Do you guys is Back to the Future my favorite, then Karate Kid? Those are good movies. Lydia Williams, Honey, I Blew Up the Kids, The Giant Baby. Come on. Randall says, Sopranos the best TV show of all time, better than any movie ever made, in Randall's opinion anyways. That's great. Hey, it's a great show. I liked The Sopranos. Rodney says, Russ should go. His shelf life is 8 to 10 years for a scrambling quarterback. We should trade him while we can for good value. If we don't, we will be like the Saints with Breeze. It is a possibility where we land on this, Rodney. It is. We'll see where it goes, man. It's hard to predict on this how this is going to move at this point. It really is. I would have thought a week and a half ago it seemed all but certain that Russ was going to be moved. Right now, I just don't know. I just don't know. He says when Brando gets down to this section, he's going to be like, what the fuck is my chat doing right now? Ethan Deckerwell, Cam Jordan is old. He is old. I think he's, yeah. Randall says, would Cam Jordan be had? He could be had, Randall. I mean, he's a 4-3 guy, defensive end-wise. He's been more of a guy that rushes, I think, a little more from the power side of things, which you already kind of have two of those guys in Taylor and Dunlap. You need more of a Leo, it seems like, to the other side. But he is starting to get up there. He still put up like 8 sacks this year. He was reasonably effective. But, man, he has like, 11, 12 years in the league right now, I think. Dan W., I'm going to watch Italian Job this week. The original from 1970s, I think looks good. Have you seen that one? It's been years, Daniel, so I mean like 20 years. But it's got Michael Caine in it. I might rob you, yeah. I might rob you. You're going to get robbed today, yeah. Yeah. That's going to happen there. That's my best Michael Caine. I once convinced a fellow worker that Michael Caine was my father. And I kept it going for like 2 weeks. She was mad when she found out the truth. Still not sorry. It was hilarious. Charles Riley says, I'm going to shame you cinephiles when I ask you if any of you have seen Cannonball Run films. Oh, yes. You better believe it. Burt Reynolds and the fat guy on that one. What's his name? Always laughing. Clerks is a good one, too. I like Clerks. Brian Myers says Lawrence of Arabia is second, my second 5 for sure. I like Lawrence. I feel like I've watched a couple times. I've been waiting for it to catch me like it's caught some, and it just never quite catches me. Dom DeLuise, that's the guy. Burt Reynolds and Dom DeLuise in Cannonball Run. And a lot of guest stars. Jackie Chan in Cannonball Run, that's right. I saw Nightmare Before Christmas in the theater when I was 5. Cried so hard at the opening scene when Jack rips his head off and lights it on fire that we had to leave the theater. Hey, Burton can get dark, man. Brian A. Wilson, Fant was not going to be an NFL-level tight end. Sweezy was not going to be an NFL defensive tackle. Both have had a decent NFL careers due to their change in position. Jamal needs to be a linebacker. Why ain't he changing? Money. Maybe. I think, too, the thing you probably want to factor in on this, Brian, is he's had 2 straight years of shoulder injuries. Same shoulder injuries that he suffered back in high school. You're going to get a lot more of shoulder collisions taking on guards coming into the second level than you are as a safety. And if he's already having shoulder injuries with the lesser impacts that he would suffer at the strong safety position, maybe it wouldn't be the best to increase those levels of hits, moving him to the outside linebacker. But I've seen it mentioned by others too. You're not alone on it. Others have definitely mentioned it. I just remain a little bit skeptical, and while Seattle's had a couple of points where they've been able to move players, Brian, like Fant or like Sweezy, for every Fant and for every Sweezy, there is Drew Nowak, Christian Sokoli, Justin Britt, Jermaine Ifedi, James Carpenter, Damian Lewis, Jordan Brooks. I mean, I can go down the list. You've got like 4 failures for 1 marginal success. And I would offer that really the smarter lesson to learn from that is don't move players out of their positions, And cinephile is a real world. Yes, I can confirm that. D Nugget says American Pie. Maybe we'll just tell your mother that we ate it. Boom Juggler, Clint Eastwood, every which way but loose. Right turn, Clyde, best line ever. But Shaga says, I forgot to add The Edge, my top 5 Sir Anthony Hopkins, and the freaking Burt the Bear epic. That was a good movie, too. That was a good movie. I didn't want to spell file like the other file we all know. He's got Snatch, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Sherlock Holmes, gentlemen. He's a good director. He gets a little ADHD at times, but he's good. Snatch is awesome. I should watch The Audition, Megan. Megan, I don't know if you want to watch The Audition. That's as dark as it gets. That one. That one's one I don't know if I recommend. That's a big boy movie there. Big girl movie, whatever. Yeah, Mikey's awesome. D-Mac, what's up, D? D. D's in the house. Megan says Justified was brilliant. Need to rewatch that. Oh, Megan, I keep going back. It's one of those one shows where it's like, man, I wish they'd made a couple more seasons of it. I could have done a couple more seasons with all those characters and just the flow of the show. But yeah, it's a good one. It's still good on rewatches too, Megan. Brando doesn't know he's about to talk about movies for the next 90 minutes. Yes. Jason says Timmy the Oliphant is so great. Love him and everything he does. He's totally hilarious in Go. Oh, Go is my initial view of him, and yeah, he was awesome in Go. I knew so many guys, especially that back when they sold like pot and stuff, that were just like that character in Go. He nailed that one out the park. D-Neg says the channel is now the Movie Nest. Yep, because of the Seahawks season, we are now doing a channel change to the Movie Nest. Sorry, guys, but this was going to happen eventually. Jason says, I really like Pulp Fiction. What's your favorite Leo movie? Mine's Great Gatsby with Titanic close second. Ooh, favorite Leo movie. Oh, my goodness. Let me think about that, Jace. Let me think about that. Gosh, he's got so many. Yeah, what would be my favorite Leo movie? My gosh. I gotta think about it. I feel like I'll forget one, Jason. I'll say the wrong one and then not think about the other one. I was gonna say What's Eating Gilbert Grape, but I mean, I've got to find something more modern than that. That's like his first role. It's kind of disrespectful to say that. But I mean, he was nominated for an Academy Award, so it's like, he did good in it. I don't know. Let me think about it. Let me think. I like The Departed. I think Departed is my favorite Leo movie. I think he gives a really underrated performance there. Jason says, I'm super down for Harbaugh anytime, man. Give me those sideline rages. That guy really cares. Well, Jason, you're stepping on in with me and Charles on this one. We're a few, but we are proud. And, I know why Seahawks fans would say no all the way around on that one, and I can't blame them for that. I get it. I'm not even going to push back that much on it. But just from my personal standpoint, I appreciate Harbaugh. I'm liking more and more as I feel like I get older, the spit and fire coach, the hard ass, the guy that, everyone complains for, but yet plays super hard for nonetheless. Kind of like that. I'm with Herbicide. Departed for me for Leo. Doug Lyman's also awesome. Yep. Swingers. He did the Bourne Identity movies. He even did that Angelina Brad Pitt one, which was a watchable one. Mr. and Mrs. Smith. He makes really good movies. Out of Sight's another good one, yeah. Steven Soderbergh. Megan Steelers wheels stuck in the middle with you. Whenever I heard it, I think of QT. I do too now, Megan. I do. But man, I would have swore to, if you asked me in 1999 who sang Stuck in the Middle with You, I would have swore. I would have laid hundreds of dollars down that it was Bob Dylan. It's Jerry Rafferty. Yeah, I know. I know it's Jerry Rafferty. I'm talking about 99. I know now, but it was back in the day. Ethan Deckerell, best DiCaprio performance is Wolf of Wall Street. I just get lost in his performance. Phenomenal. Fun coupons. It's an entertaining movie, yeah. It's good. Wahlberg is the modern day Burt Reynolds. I don't know. He doesn't got that glint in his eye that Reynolds had. He doesn't have that. Wahlberg always seems kind of dour to me, you know? He just always seems like, you know, I don't know. Megan I says, I can't watch anything with Leo. Dina says, I like that darn cat. Well, she's the star here. I'm just making noise. There's really a cat channel. Cat and movie channel. Jason Tudor, yes, that was my theory. Remo Williams is the Matrix 15 years before the Matrix. Who would have ever known, Jason? All you got to do is when a guy's aiming a gun at you, just look at his trigger finger. And once you see it starting to press, just turn sideways. And the bullet will miss you. They have a scene where guys like, in Remo Williams, the guy opens up and he's aiming at a guy and he's like, he'll shoot at him and he just turns sideways and keeps moving closer and closer to him as he's turning sideways. It's so ridiculous but awesome. Revenant was good. Absolutely. Revenant was awesome. That was another good one. Tough movie, man. You felt that film. And at the time I was living in Montana, so I was like, oh, it was making the outside feel all that much more colder. ADL says, cats like Brandon, quit hogging my stream. That's right. Buckaroo Bonanza, just the best closing credits ever. That's one of the more crazy movies you ever see. That movie's wild. Obviously based on some source material. Megan says, Cat, Dad, if you don't feed me my salmon chips, I will push the large in Jersey off the top shelf and you know it. And she would, Megan. She would. And she'd look me in the eye as she did it, cold-bloodedly. She's like, and what are you going to do about it? I don't see my salmon chips. He says, Bert did what was sexy for the time, so yes, he would have. The ladies love Wahlberg, and men want to have a beer with him. That's Bert. Yeah, but Bert had that just kind of a little bit of charisma to him. I don't know, Mark is just kind of, it's kind of low key. Dina, I like Parker Posey and Marie Louise Parker. I do too, they're good. Herbicide, thoughts Burt Reynolds' best was Longest Yard or Hooper. Yeah. He was good in Deliverance, too. No mustache in Deliverance. And a hell of a... pretty good with a bow. Brian Myers, go Hawks, beat Cards, gotta watch a movie. Sounds good, Brian. You have a good one. Boom Shock Clark says, can't stand 100% CGI, gotta mix them in. You do gotta mix them in. It's best in touches, not in whole hogging it, you know. Megan says, it's something about men with silver and white hair, but Anthony Hopkins is my acting god. Anthony's awesome. That's a true master of the craft. No doubt about it. Dallas number 1 says, thank you again for the show. Awesome Jerry and son Brandon. Thank you. If your crowd allows it, you should make it a segment. LOL, A-Rod to Dallas. I could do it all day. I could. Yeah. It'd be just a constant meme, Dallas, of Jerry just trying to talk Steven into doing some crazy crap, you know, and Steven happening to constantly talk him back off the shelf of it. That would be how all the interactions would be. Yeah. Hey, Steven. Yes, Dad. Steven, what do you think about? Just think of this. Just stay with me for a second. Yeah, Dad, what is this going to be now? Just stay with me. Antonio Brown. All right? What do you think? Antonio? Yeah? You like that? Cowboy. Antonio Brown. Cowboy. No, Dad. He's a head case. Can't do it. You do it all day. It's just, I don't know why. It just makes me laugh. Thinking about Steven just half of his day is talking his dad out of crazy ideas. Boom Chocolate says, Stan Winston, rest in peace to the monster making. Yeah. Stan Winston absolutely was the main guy of the pragmatic effects, practical effects. Him and the other guy, the guy that did the claymation stuff back in the 70s. It's like good stuff, man. Those guys, that was hard work. They had to do it. They had to make it look real, and it wasn't easy. They didn't have all these guys with the CGI. It's just like, you know, one little stroke of a keynote and you can change something. He says, I never got a problem having a beer with someone gay or otherwise. No. Jason, oh my God, Mary Lou and Grand Canyon, great underseen, by the way, so pretty. Grand Canyon's a good movie, yeah. Clash of the Titans, that's it. Sinbad, yeah, it was that guy, what was he, Harry Hewhausen? Wasn't that his name? Harry Hewhausen, one of the great names. He had a great name, too. There's still, go back and watch those movies, there's still something cool to their element of it, because they're like physically, it's there, you know? It does add a little bit to it in that respect. Jay says every 6 months or so, the stream turns into a movie talk stream. I love it. Wayne King says my favorite movie is Leprechaun 3. Well, you and half the population. Saving Private Ryan, Dark Knight, good. Stir of Echoes. Ooh, Stir of Echoes is a good movie. That might be the best, one of the best Kevin Bacon movies out there. And I can't say that. Kevin Bacon's been too much good stuff. Prophecy's good. Christopher Walken, I'm an angel. I've fallen. You little monkeys. I was talking your monkey stuff. Give me the soul. I want the soul. Give it to me. You little monkey. It's a good walk and roll. Unforgiven's great too. Herbicide says, I do pest control for a living. Hate dealing with people that are convinced their dogs smell something. I probably missed something on that. Jason Tudor says, little does he know how many top 5 lists are coming. I can roll with it. I can roll with it, baby. Paul Third with a $5 donation. Thank you, Paul. Says, hey, Brandon, did I miss your response to my comment about Lance being the next Vince Young? Both went third overall. I probably didn't. I might have skipped over it. I lost a couple people here on the chat because we got the movie stuff going. I mean, Paul, I think he'll be better than Vince Young. Now, you know, Vince Young was a little ahead of his time, too, in what he was bringing to the football field versus, you know, at the time you need to be more of the pocket passer, and that was more, you have to be that, which was just not Young's game. But I think that Trey Lance has a much bigger arm than Young. Young always had a little bit of a lack of velocity on his throws. He was very mobile. He could be accurate at times, but he wasn't a guy with the same kind of arm that to me, Trey Lance has. They both have a little bit of a herky-jerky delivery, that's for sure. But they both probably are very similar from a mobility standpoint. So, I mean, that's pretty apropos. There's some, I guess, as I think about it, maybe some more comparisons between them. Alexander says the Time Machine remake was not horrible. It's just hard remaking a good film any better than the original. The Time Machine remake, 5 out of 10. Yeah, I thought so too. It had its moments, Alexander, right? Like when they had the guy that would do the old 7-Up commercials back in the day. They have him as like the AI telling the history thing, and the way that they did that. And I mean, there's some strokes in that word that were kind of cool, the way they did that. Boom Shakalaka says, never seen Dune yet. I'm holding off on watching the Dune movie until we can see the second part. And I'm one of the few people who actually liked the Dune of the messy Dune of late 70s or early 80s, whatever it was. I actually like that. It's a guilty pleasure. Herbert says, love Miller's Crossing, great flick. Me too, man. I go back to it every couple of years. And the Coen brothers have made a lot of great films. Big Lebowski, Raising Arizona. I mean, everyone's got that's another one. Fargo. People have got their varied favorites. For me, Miller's Crossing is the one where they just, I mean, movie heaven right there. Boom Shakalaka says, I got 10 minutes into older Dune and wife told me to turn this off. I guess it was too slow for her, but the Twin Peaks pie-eating cop is great. Yeah. It's not going to be maybe for the other half on that one. It's definitely a one. It's probably when you sit down and watch yourself on that one, Boom Shakalaka. And it's such a trippy movie, and it's just the space melange, and all the inner monologuing it does. It's a weird movie, but it's still good. I still liked it. Like I said, it's a guilty pleasure though. Megan's got Psycho, Citizen Kane, Miller's Crossing, Tron, Big Lebowski, all Monty Python films, Vertigo, a couple of North by Northwest. I like it. Blade Runner, another good one. Jay says, I want Harbaugh too. We got 4 Harbaughs on the deck now. We're growing, folks. It's like a virus. The Harbaugh virus is taking over the Seahawks fandom as we speak. Herbert says, dude, the 80s version of Dune was better. I like 80s Dune. So Herbert said, maybe you were both in the same place. I thought I was alone on this one. So everybody talks so much trash about it. Alexander says, the worst remake ever is Total Recall. Wow, what trash. Yeah, I talk about taking, what they love to do with these remakes is they love to saturate them down now. They take a remake and of a movie that was a little edgy for its time or even really edgy for its time, and they just take off all the edge to it, all the sharpness to it, and then they're like, why is this failing? It's like, because you took off all of the dangerous aspects to it. Jason says, I gotta admit that I'm kind of cheering for the Rams. I really want to see Stafford succeed. Love that kid. Hey, he's a tough SOB, and I know he's fought through a couple injuries this year to remain on that football field, and it's impacted his performance, and he's had to kind of tough his way through it a little bit. But he's been really good for them. I think he's delivered on what they wanted from him, and he does indeed make them more dangerous in the playoffs than they would be with Jared Goff. Jason Tudor, I didn't think the Total Recall remake was that bad. It's obviously not the first, but it has good action scenes, and that cast is pretty good. That's fair enough. I just didn't, it bored me. It looked like, it kind of bored me. Hersey says I was also a big Flash Gordon fan. Well, that's another one of those guilty pleasures, you know. Dune and Flash Gordon are definitely ones that need to be watched back to back as far as the 80s, early 80s, late 70s movies go. Jason says, oh no, I'd hate to be like the Saints with Breeze, literally a player or two away from the NFC Championship and the Super Bowl every year for the 3 straight years. Well said, Jason. Well said. He says, I like Stafford, then he went to the Lambs, so now he's dead to me. Yui covered my thoughts on that pretty much exact. I appreciate him, but he's dead. Jason says, now the RoboCop remake, that was really bad. Yeah. Again, you lose. RoboCop was not great because of this robotic super cop. It was great because of Paul Verhoeven and his sensibilities. You remove that, and what? You got Total Recall was probably not great because of Arnold Schwarzenegger, but because of James Cameron, right? Wasn't he the one that made that? You remove that part and that element, you better have some big shoes. You better have some big feet to fill those shoes. Megan's got Sound of Music. It's classic. Megan Gockroger, Ray Harryhausen B. I came close, Megan. That's pretty close. But I knew it was something like that. Harryhausen. But awesome name, too. That'd be the type of name you'd expect for a guy that was like a claymationist, right? That's exactly the name I would ascribe to a guy like that. Paul Third with a $5 donation. Thank you, Paul. You're awesome. Says, hey, Brandon, did I miss your response to my comment about Lance being the next Vince Young? So, yeah, I think I can see some, like, if my eyes squint, and I'm looking into one of those kind of circus mirrors or funhouse mirrors, I could kind of see the comparison. But Vince was, a little more, I think, a little taller, a little more skinnier, not as quite as much RPMs on his football, not as much of a big arm down the field. Maybe, but mobility's probably similar. I think Lance is going to be better. But again, you got to remember, Paul, I'm still leaning back in on what my assessment was of those college quarterbacks coming out of the last draft. Nothing I've seen of them in the football field has changed that necessarily in this first year. And I had Lance as my number 2 of the quarterbacks coming out in the last year's draft. Antonio Diaz says, say nos vas Williams, mina de grandes. Antonio, I'd no español. I think you're asking, si nos va Williams. I think you're asking if Williams is going by. I don't know. That's a guess. Un saluda desde Mexico. A salute to you, Antonio. Thank you very much. Saludas to you, sir. Thank you for coming on the chat, man. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Jason Tudor, Cool Hand Luke stands up. I can eat 50 eggs. Has to be one of the greatest sequences of all time. Oh, yeah. What we've got here is a failure to communicate. Some men you just can't reach. Give up what we had here last week, which is the way he wants it. Well, he gets it. I don't like it any more than you. It's pretty. If you guys have seen Cool Hand Luke, you know that impression. I just killed it. I just killed it on that impression. And the only reason I killed it on that impression is because they had the B-side of, I think it was a Guns N' Roses single, was Civil War, and they used to play that quote at the top of it. Megan, I was thinking of taking it on the trip, but she's over $5,000 and I'm not willing to risk it. What were you putting on? You's got Highlander, good. Get Carter, original Get Carter with Michael Caine, of course, yes. Not the Stallone one. Goldfinger, okay. Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, yes. Oh, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels is a good one. That is a very good one. Underrated. Keenan O'Con says, would you prefer Seahawks win or lose the last game to the Cardinals? Keenan, I can never vote for my team to lose. I always want my team to win. I don't really care what's at stake or what isn't at stake. Win. So I want them to win, man. Herbicide. Little Sticks K says, geez, bro, I watched you on my break live 4 hours ago. Get it. I'm getting it, man. This is how I roll here, Little Sticks. I always go along. This ain't nothing for me. This is getting warmed up. Charles Riley, $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Damn, always coming hot with the donos, man. Always coming hot with the donos. You're awesome, brother. Says, Brando, I know we've spoken of this prior, but does anything beat We Will Rock You followed by We Are the Champions to this day? I mean, it's as far as songs that will appeal to everyone and get everyone bobbing their head. Yeah, they're good. I love Queen, dude. I love Queen. So don't get me wrong on that. It's a great rock band. But man, there's some ones that, I mean, I don't know. Zeppelin might have a couple that I might pull towards and go, I don't know. You know, it's Cashmere over here. Cashmere right there, you know? I mean, I just, you know, I don't know. But there's so many of those bands at that time that I love, Charles. So it's like, it's Sophie's choice for me. It's picking between things I love all that stuff that came out of that era. It's very hard to pick down. And Queen within that, Charles. They're in that group too. Michael Walgrave. I like the movie where Russell Wilson cooks on week 18. Me too, Michael. Can we get that season this week? Can we get that season ending? I don't want the dour season ender, right, Michael? I don't want the cliffhanger. Okay? Let's get some domination. Russ cooking. I want a chef's hat from the first quarter through the fourth quarter on his helmet. I don't care if it's unpragmatic. I don't care if it doesn't look good. I want that feeling to flow from the hat down through the body. He always says it would have to be Wolf of Wall Street or Revenant. Both good. Charles Riley says Departed sucks because of Mark Wahlberg being himself. That was actually the one time I liked Mark Wahlberg in a movie. It's Departed. Maybe that was why. ADL, I was about to bring up Growing Pains. Didn't Leo run away to live with Feeney and nobody thought it was weird? I forget. But yeah, he was on Growing Pains for sure. You're going deep on that one. Boom Chakalaka, 1 year I had to see why The English Patient had 9 awards. After powering through the turd, I was like, what the hell? Slow, boring movie. Oh, they would have these movies like that, Hollywood, for years, where it was a meme. Hollywood would always pick this one movie they all decided was the best of the best, and you go, why? This is dog. This, like he says, is dog turd. I don't like. That is such an awful movie, The English Patient. It's so bad. It's so boring and so laborious and just, and it's like 3 hours too. Yeah. Same guy that made that one made Talented Mr. Ripley. Another just yawning snooze fest. ADL says, guys, top 3 Queen songs. Go. So that's the thing is I might pick other Queen songs too. Like, you know, Fat Bottom Girls. Roxanne. How you doing, Roxanne? Good to see you in the chat. Says, movies. Can't think of anything recent that made me go, what damn, what a film. I do love Dogma, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, Over the Edge, and this is Spinal Tap. The movies have been a little bit more rougher recently, Roxanne. I'll say this. All these movies we're mentioning here on these lists, not a lot of recent films anybody's putting up on this list, and understandably so. It's been a little bit dicey as far as movies coming out of Hollywood recently. AI says, I can't believe you are still on here talking, laughing out loud. That's what I do, man. That's how I roll. AI, you've been around long enough to know this is how I do. I don't think I have a live stream under 4 hours of the 160 live streams we've done. I don't think that there's one that's under 4. Go-Ox, Titans really one game away from home field advantage, and King Henry just returned to practice. Scary hours. AFC playoffs are going to be very fun this year. I think all the playoffs will be fun this year because of the lack of predictability. We've already seen this year that home field advantage has kind of gone out the door. I think that that's going to carry on into the playoffs a little bit. And I think it's going to leave things to being wide open. Boom Chocolate says that porn dude needs sales money, I see. Yeah, he always comes in every once in a while just to pop through. I don't know if he just goes through live stream channels that are constantly going, just peppering him. Seems like a lot of work. Herbicide, I heard you. Gonna sound crazy, but Seattle radio stations have always overplayed Queen. I used to like them better before I lived there. They definitely play like the same ones. They don't go to, they've got actually a decent catalog out of the ones that, the frontline ones, like we're mentioning, We Will Rock You and We Are the Champions and obviously Bohemian Rhapsody, but there's some other stuff that they did too that, was good as well. Tombstone, another good one. Best Val Kilmer performance. Ethan Deckwell, do you think Daniel Day-Lewis puts up the greatest performance ever in There Will Be Blood? I've heard that opinion several times. No. And Daniel Day-Lewis is one of the best actors working today. But no. To be honest with you, I maybe I'm alone. Let's see what the chat thinks on this. I like Daniel Day's performance better in Gangs of New York than I did, and I loved his There Will Be Blood. But Gangs of New York performance, I thought he was completely. I don't know. That one was just a little more, to me, impressive. Killer Queen's a good one, ADL. That's a good Queen song, too. That's another one I like, yeah. And My Left Foot's probably the best Daniel Day-Lewis performance. I mean, that one was lordy. Personal one that I like is probably the other one. Antonio says, Wilson to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't think so, Antonio. He probably wants to go to an offensive-minded head coach first and foremost. And Pittsburgh's not that, nor have they ever been a team that leans to the offensive side of the ball. I would think, no, he probably wants to also go to Antonio, a bigger market, if he is going to be traded. Boom Shakalaka says, Watkins' best movie is Mouse Hunt. He is good in that role. I remember that. Got Unforgiven, good one. Open Range, directed by Kevin Costner. Great little flick. Kevin Costner can direct a Western now. You know what I mean? Buck and the Preacher, haven't seen that one. Once Upon a Time in the West, a very good Charles Bronson film. And Magnificent Seven. I think Once Upon the West is Sergio Leone, too. Magnificent Seven was okay for me, Yui. I think that one kind of, it's all right. ADL, oh, okay, very cool. I walked past homeless people to get to college. Brian May went to Tenor Life, different strokes, I guess. How Russell Crowe has fallen from Gladiator to Unhinged. How Russell Crowe? Russell Crowe. Oh. Well, he really liked to eat, man. That guy got kind of big. He kind of had to decide whether he wants to be the actor or get big. He got big. He got a little bit big. E2K's original Dune is slow, long, and weird. I loved it. Thank you, E. That's exactly, everything is right about what you just said. Yes. Yes. 100%. 100%. It's not traditionally good. It isn't, it's not going to keep you on the edge of your seat. It is slow, it is long, and it is weird as hell. Herbicide's Good is the Good and the Bad and the Ugly. A lot of the spaghetti westerns were good. They were. There's Outlaw Josie Wales. Watched that one the other day. That's another good one. Michael Myers' The Fargo series is excellent. I'm a Coen Brothers fan. Series very complex, has callbacks to the movie, spans about 100 years. I've watched the recent show of it, Michael, but I did watch the first couple of seasons of it, and I liked it. I liked some of the actors they got in to play the parts and how they did it, and they've really put a lot behind that show. And it's not just trying to ape Fargo either. You know, it's definitely got it's in the Fargo-like universe, but it is its own thing. And agreed. I like it, Michael. It's good show. I got to check out the newest season. I think was it Chris Rock or something was in it? He says the color guard is colored. Who made them the color guard? Yo Van Turner says, will the Scams finally beat the Whiners? Well, they will, but it's only because the Whiners are down like 5 cornerbacks coming into this game. So they literally are going to trot out an insurance salesman at one cornerback position and then a night manager at the other one. And hopefully they can hold on for dear life as Cooper Kupp sets the receiving record. Outlaw Josie Whale, Pale Rider, good ones, very good ones. TJ says Tremors was good. Well, the first 4 was. After that, well, yeah, they went hard, TJ, didn't they? I mean, there were so many direct-to-video Tremors out, man. They pounded that franchise into the sand. Like, they definitely, there's been like 10 of them or something. God bless them, man, but, you know. Oh, that's right, Megan. Verhoeven made Total Recall too. I knew there was a reason I was connecting those 2 movies, so I was doing it subconsciously, I guess. But yeah, Verhoeven's got his own Starship Troopers. He's got his own style, and it's very specific to him, and it's messed up, and it's dark, and it's hard to replicate. Hard to just go in and we'll make a sequel to that, and we'll copy his tone. No, Verhoeven's only the guy's got that kind of tone. You know, that's what makes a good director, is having a great style. And he definitely has it. Alexander says Event Horizon still scary. You better believe it is. Yeah. Stop motion claymation with Harry Halson. Yeah, that stuff still, to me, works. It still is real because it's really there. You're not painting it in like CGI. J. Edison Tudor says JT O'Sullivan did a great quarterback school on Lance's second start. Check it out. I will. I love JT O'Sullivan's quarterback school. That's a great channel to go watch if you guys want to look for stuff that's a little bit more in the intricacies of the quarterback position and breaking it down from a guy who used to play the quarterback position in the NFL. That's one of my channels that I watch quite a bit. I just haven't been on there recently, Jason, but I'll take a look. Herbicide, last movie to scare me was Exorcism of Emily Rose. Gave me nightmares in my late 30s. That one's a freaky one. The one that I recently got me about in the last couple of years. Oh my God, what was the name of that movie? Let me see. Let me look it up here. Where is it? There it is. So this one is one I recommend, but don't, if you get freaked out easily, don't go watch this one. This one's really, it's like an audition. Like, it's bad. It's Hereditary. Like, I don't even want to recommend that to you guys in the chat. You want to talk about a disturbing movie that just came out in recent years. Like, that one's like, God. Like, I'm pretty hard to get me to skin crawl, right? But that one skin crawled me big time. There's a couple scenes in that where I'm just like, oh, Lord. Roxanne. How you doing, Roxanne? And she's coming in with that $20 donation. Thank you, Roxanne. You're awesome. As always, you're always awesome. So I appreciate that about you. Says, second that Jerry and Son bit. It's a must. When are you going to start your general manager career track? You're insightful and use of common sense when it comes to talent and team needs. I'm here whenever anyone wants to call me. My services are always available, Roxanne. So I'm here you can hire me as general manager. You can just, if you just want to bring me in as a gun for hire, if you want me as a consultant, I'll do it anything. I will make your team better, though. You better believe it. And we'll do some more Jerry and Son bit. We will do some more Jerry and Son bit. Steven. Daddy, what is it? I'm trying to get this thing figured out for the playoffs. Steven, we got to add. Steven. Daddy, we can't add right now. We don't have no more money, Daddy. I tell you, we'll find money. We're billionaires. Okay? I got $2 billion. I got a $900 million stadium. I can spend on whatever the hell I want to spend. We can hide it. We can hide it. Hide it like my oil money. Like my oil money, and it's 82. Daddy, you didn't make your money in oil. You made your money in property. I'm telling you, it don't matter, son. Shut up. I'm telling you guys. Yeah, I will do this all. I'll do this for 4 straight hours. Boom Shakalaka, Tom Hanks, The Lady Killers was a Coen Brothers movie. It was a remake that wasn't well received. I don't know if I've met a person yet that loved the Lady Killers remake. I know some people like the original, but the remake was. Yeah. But Roxanne, thank you for the $20 donation. You better believe I'll do some more Jerry and Steven for you. You get some more. I'll do it. Little Sticks guy says, do the Twilight Zone guy impression. All right, I'll try. It always ends up. I end up moving it into. It always seems to slide into to the other guy. But you're seeing a team like no other, a team like no other in the 10 years of their football history. See, he always goes into Harvey. It's hard to keep his deal. I was trying to work on the other day with it. He's got the stiff upper lip saying, a Cardinal team comes into Seahawks Stadium. A team at the top of the division attempting to get into the playoffs, the highest of highs. Standing in their way is a pitiful little team that they should have no business losing to. But they will nonetheless. Just part of what you see on the Twilight Zone. That's as good as I got right now. I got to work on my Little Sticks. I got to work on my Sterling. Because it slides into the Harvey, it slides in, so I get it. It very moves over there very quickly. But I could do a little Rod Sterling for a little while before it gets into, this is Howard Cosell. So my Rod Sterling slides into Howard Cosell. I think they're both have that Atlantic accent a little bit, so it's very easy to kind of end up moving both of them. But Sterling, he's got that like a stiff British upper lip with the American accent. So you just have to keep your lip, You're entering a scent of not only sight and sound, but of mind. You've entered the Seahawks zone. It's hard. He's a tough one to do, low key, because he doesn't have as much specific stuff. Cosell, you can everything's with Cosell is about his cadence, The Seattle Seahawks of the Pacific Northwest take their bombastic show on the road into the desert strolls of Arizona. He's got that kind of thing. And Mall, Bada, dang, my school is going to start on Tuesday. Christmas break's over, and Mall. Christmas break's over. And Mall says it's going to be fun seeing the Niners lose their playoff spot on Sunday. It will make the season a little nicer. Just a little wee bit, just a little bit. You've got Operation Petticoat. Haven't seen it. Got to check it out. Some like it hot. It's been years for me on that one. The Defiant Ones, good one. Winchester 73. Haven't seen that one either. Good suggestions, man. I'll have to check a couple of these out. Paul Third says, I didn't realize you thought of Lance so highly. I have to disagree. I think he looks the worst of all the rookies in the class. He may have the physical gifts, but lacks in most others. I see a nervous kid. They're going to be a bust. Possible, Paul. And he was the guy that, to give credit to lend credence to what you're saying. He was the guy that was looked at of those top 5 guys with the highest potential bust rate. And I can acknowledge that. I think the thing that you've got to consider when taking a look at a guy that's 20, when he's drafted 20 years old, 21 years old right now, and you look at versus a quarterback who might be 23 or 24 years old as a rookie, both rookies, but there's a couple of years difference of age between the two. I think you have to factor that in when they're that young. Maybe it's less of a thing to consider when they're 27, 28, when there's a 3-year difference there, but when they're this young, and especially in Lance's case, I think you have to consider the fact that he had a whole year off of football. So he dominated at 19 years old, threw like 43 touchdowns, no interceptions, lit the world on fire in college. Then the next year, basically their season is shut down. And now he comes in as this very young, very green rookie. So the thing that I would offer to you is that when we look at a quarterback draft like this last one, and we say Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, Trey Lance, Mac Jones, and we start looking at their performance this year and then making assumptions about what that player is going to be long-term, I think it's a little early to do so. And I think it's especially early to do so when we just consider their different circumstances involved. Mac Jones lighting the world on fire for the Patriots is not all that surprising for me, even though I was not that high on Mac Jones, because he's gone to absolutely the right place, the perfect place for him to go and excel at. You know, that's been a big part of his success right now. There's no better team in the NFL. Of the 32 teams, Mac Jones went to the absolute ideal team for his skill set, which has helped him tap into that skill set that much quicker. He's also, I believe, a couple years older. I might be speaking out of school on this, Paul, but I believe he's a couple years older than Trey Lance. So if we give Lance a couple of years of time to develop, acknowledging the fact he's not an old quarterback coming in this league, but actually on the other end of it, very, very young, this is what I really like about him in the long-term future of it. I also looked at it through the lens of Paul drafting Trey Lance to our team at the time, because this was right around the time of looking at the Russell Wilson rumors. So I was looking at the quarterback who would fit to Coach Carroll's ideology for what he wants from the quarterback position. I think that was also an important part of this. It wasn't just making the pick on my favorite quarterback in the draft without any teams considered. It was my favorite quarterback in the draft if I'm looking at him for my team, and specifically with Coach Carroll still coaching this team. That's how I kind of factored that all in there. And his ability to move, his deep arm to hit the shot plays, I think that would have fit, of the quarterbacks in this draft, the second best of any of their quarterbacks in this particular draft. The last thing I'll say on this too is there's a lot of shade being thrown at Trevor Lawrence. There's some shade being thrown at Justin Fields. Again, you got to take into account, in my opinion on this, understanding that these guys are drafted with teams not utilizing the approach that I'm begging teams to utilize, which is build your offensive line first and then go get your quarterback. They all do this thing the opposite wise. They get their quarterback beat to hell, and then everybody goes, oh, the quarterback's kind of shot. And while I do like the Niners line, that's a line built to run block, not really pass protect. It's a good line, but it's good on one side, not necessarily the other. So we'll see. I mean, I might be wrong on this, but I still do like him. I am nervous as you are that he could become a bust, but I like his talent quite a bit. And I see a guy that I think is going to, I think he'll be a really good fit for that Shanahan offense long term, which doesn't ask you to necessarily play like a superstar. Amal, if you think about it with a cool mind, keeping Pete and Russ together might not be the worst idea, only if we're aggressive and use our money in the offseason. I agree with you on all that, Anmol. I mean, you know, the nice thing about this is you don't have to go through a rebuild. The nice thing about this is if you're going to go look for another quarterback this offseason, it's in a draft where there's no quarterbacks. You know, this isn't exactly the ideal year to be in a rebuild mode, quite frankly. It might be the right thing to be done, but it might not be the right spot to be at, you know. Megan says, Cashmere is a great song, but better than Queen. What the F? We are done here, B. I'm sorry. I'm a Zeppelin man. That's my father's favorite band, so I grew up on Zeppelin. Paul Third. Oh, and Justified is the S. I know. It's an awesome show. I love Justified. It's so good. Cowboys are number 1. Space Jam 2 over 1. Boy, that one sure didn't land well, did it? With the, boy, poor LeBron. Poor LeBron. Yeah, that's what you get for aping Michael. There's only one Michael. ADL, Cashmere's like the 30th best. There's other better. It was the one that I could bring off the top of my head 4 hours in ADL. But yes, there are better Zeppelin songs, but that's my point is that you know, I think there's a few better than Queen. I like Queen, but I go back and listen, you know, Communication Breakdown, Achilles' Last Stand. Daniel says, I like Cashmere better than anything Queen, but I'm going to go out there and play Cashmere right now on that note. Egan says English Patient was one movie I saw twice in a day. Oh no. I watched it in the theater with my dad when I was young, Megan. Dad fell asleep and it couldn't keep me. Maybe I need to be more into the romance of it in that, but it just couldn't. At least 3 hours. Yui says, like picking Shakespeare in Love is the best picture over Saving Private Ryan. Unbelievable. Yeah, that was stupid on that part. Private Ryan should have won that year for that opening scene alone. Megan says, I always choose the Beatles over the Stones, then Queen over the Beatles. Herbicide, that's how I roll. You'd give me right up until Queen over Beatles. I'm still Beatles over Queen, but I'm also Beatles over Stones. Charles Riley had a $5 donation, but it deleted out your comment. Hopefully not. Too bad. Charles Riley, the $5 donation says, anyone else getting a kick out of The Rock totally punking Vin Diesel? Love it. Yeah, I do. It's great. I love that they're beefing each other with each other. It's pretty hilarious and silly at the same time. Charles Riley says, with $2 donation, says for a few dollars more is the best of the Sierra Leone Good, the Bad, the Ugly trilogy that they had going on. I liked all three of them. I did. The Good, the Bad, the Ugly just kind of has a special place in my heart. I really liked that one when I finally got to see it and sit down for it. It's just a good movie. But they're all well done. Leone and Eastwood were just in there. They were in the zone in that point a little bit. Little Sticks with a $5 donation. Thank you, Little Sticks. You are awesome. Says, appreciate you doing this channel, bro. No one does what you do, reading everyone's chats. Well, thanks, Little Sticks. It's one of the reasons I like doing it. And again, it's you. You come in, you watch. I feel like I should, at the very least, be responding to what you guys have to say in here. You know, you've done me that favor. The least I can do you guys a favor in that respect. So I love doing this, man. I love the interactions. It's an easy thing for me to do. This time always goes by fast in doing it, and I'm going to keep doing it. Keep doing it. But thank you for the support, man. Thank you for the donation. You're awesome. And yeah, we'll keep going. Charles Riley with the $5 donation. Another one, my man, says, I got timed out in your chat by a mod. I will unsubscribe if you dirtbags on here, they gave you power. Oh, no. Did you get timed out, Charles? Sorry about that, my brother. Guys, don't time out one of my biggest contributors on the channel. Goodness gracious. Oh. Val should have won a gold statue for Tombstone. Yeah, I should have. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Herbicide says, love anything Robin Williams. Yeah, all right. Rest in peace, Robin Williams. We lost something when Robin Williams died, that's for sure. Very, very funny guy. Great actor, too. It's a tough combination to be that good as an actor and so funny. Eric99, hey, Brando, been working all night. Open the stream, and all I hear about and read about is Western. Blazing Saddles, best movie Western ever. We've gone a little off the rails on the movie stuff tonight. I ain't gonna lie, Eric99, but that's how this goes. There are no rules here. There are no rules here. We play by our own rules. Jason Tudor says, Verhoeven's probably my favorite director, and yes, he's pretty much impossible to replicate. Yeah, and then I'd say that's almost a hallmark of a great director, is that they are hard to replicate if they have that kind of very particular set style in what they do. And he has a very, very unique eye. And one that's just awesome. Not enough Verhoeven movies, I feel like. I feel like it makes one every 8 years, Jason. UE2K, the latest season of Fargo is the best yet. Set in the 50s Kansas City. Great characters as usual. Awesome storytelling. Oh, I look forward to checking it out. I like the first two seasons of it. So, Boom Chocolate. Kevin Bacon's Tremors reboot got canceled by Universal Studios. Was going to be on a sci-fi channel. Oh. It's tough time in the movie business. Two cases, Lance is in his infancy of his development. That he's good as he is having only been playing QB for 3 years is scary. He's got that element to him for me, Yui. Well said. That's the element he kind of carries. There's something with it that just, there's something with it. ADL says, I've heard Hereditary is the best modern horror movie. It is. It's a legitimately great modern day horror film, but it is absolutely, it's not, you watch some horror movies, it's great horror movies, kind of scary. The disturbing element of the scariness, it kind of go hand in hand with that movie, which is that's the part that makes it tough at times. I mean, it is a gut-wrenching film to watch at times, but a very just pure horror film nonetheless. Megan says, that was disturbing, but I loved Hereditary. Yeah. Megan says, oh my God, The Exorcist is another fave. Saw it when I was 5. Exorcist 1 is good. I like Exorcist 3 too. 2's crap. 3's good though. I think George C. Scott's in that one. He says, I wished F that damn movie editing of Hereditary. I wish I skipped that one. That's why I don't want to recommend it to people. You might not watch that one going, thanks, Brandon. Appreciate that. I'm not going to be able to sleep for the next 2 weeks, but thank you. Yeah, good. AD else's scariest movie ever made, Veggie Tales. Go to Sirione Leone. Sirione Leone. That's a mouthful. The remake of True Grit was good, almost word for word from the book. Yeah, they did do a good job. True Grit. I like Grit. That was a good movie too. Megan says, so when did Cosell become Sterling or vice versa, B? I don't know. It just ends up one apes into the other. I can't keep them from one to the other. I can stay in the Cosell pretty good, but when I do the Sterling, it always slides into Cosell. Yeah, it's I got to work on my Rod Sterling. I used to do a good Rod Sterling. I can't do it now though. Megan said the Omen is another one. It's all for you. It's all for you, Damien. My deceased father's name, and I swear the kid in the Omen had my father's stare. Yeah, it's a chilling flick. When a nanny throws herself off the building and it's all for you, and then she throws herself off. Like, jeez. Question for the chat: favorite Twilight Zone episode? My favorite was the mask episode where their faces get stuck in the form of the masks. I kind of like the Civil War one where the guy's about to be executed on a bridge and hung, and as he's hung, the rope gives way and he lands in the water, and there's this crazy escape through the whole episode as he's trying to get back home. And just as he gets back home to the arms of his wife that's been waiting on him, he slashes back till we find that he's actually in the death throes and that the rope didn't snap. That was just his imagination and what he had hoped to do. That one, or the one with the guy who likes to read and he's not a people person. And he kind of hates people, but he loves books. And then he goes into his lunch break in a vault in a bank. There's a nuclear attack, and he comes out and he has all these books to read, but then he breaks his glasses and he's blind. That's another good one. They're good. They're still good. Some of Twilight Zone episodes are still pretty good. And Charles, we will find out who timed you out in the chat. We will figure this out. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Got you back in here. Says, Robin Williams was not my kind of funny. He was just too, I don't know. Billy Crystal and Robin Williams are funny to people looking for obvious nonsense. I don't know. I think he had a pretty quick wit with him. Certainly when he got manic, that's not everybody's cup of tea. But there was times where I like Miss Doubtfire back in the day. There's a few things that he's done that I liked, and some of his stand-up I can go back to and watch a little bit. It makes me laugh still. So I think he was a legitimately funny guy, but I understand if he's not your cup of tea. Definitely you can't argue he's a great actor, Charles. Fantastic actor. UGK says Lawrence is the bust from this class. Jones is only doing as well as he's doing because he's on the better team that is asking him to do exactly what he was doing at Bama. They're very well true. We'll see on Lawrence. We'll see, man. Again, a guy not put in exactly the best situation to succeed this year, but we'll see. I was 4 when I saw Bambi Says Megan, like the first time, and when her mother dies, I was like, F you, Disney. Yeah, Disney would go dark back in the day at times. They weren't scared about going a little dark. Not no more, but back in the day. Herbicide Jaws, I was afraid of taking a bath after that one. Still fear sharks to this day. Saw it when I was 7. Yeah, Jaws messed me up when I was a kid. I wouldn't even get into pools when I was a kid. I'd only get in a pool if there's already somebody in the pool, because I imagine that there'd be some secret hatch that opens, and then I just need to be faster than the other person in the pool. But that thing messed me up for years. Yui says Lance didn't even play quarterback in high school. He's a babe in the woods. The fact that he's even competent is remarkable. Yeah. Well said, man. Young and very green. Let's give him some time. Give him some time on some of these quarterbacks. Let's give it a year or two and see where it's at then. He says, Megan, you're an Austria. Megan says, Jaws, really, man? I dived into a pool straight after watching it at 6. Yeah, you're in Australia, Megan. As Huey says, you guys grow up as babies slapping great whites in the water. We're over here watching that. That's like, what? What? There's a beast like that roams our oceans? No. Yeah, the magical rooms in Fantasia ADL, that one did me in too when I was a kid. There's something very disturbing about that. I can't quite put my, but it's disturbing. Emil, no horror movie has ever made me scared. The jump scares get me sometimes, but I'm never having nightmares after the movie or get largely paranoid. I don't usually do the nightmares either or any of that stuff. I just get creeped out watching it. Evil Dead 2 was great to watch. Evil Dead 2 is always good to watch. High or sober. Big Country, how you doing? Good to see you. Herbicide, agreed. They tried to cancel Speed Guns off. Or something. I just like Robin, Charles. I can't help it. I like me some Robin. ADL says, Big Country, top 5 movies all time. Go. TJ, can we pull a Godfather moment and put a horse head in the bed of the Niners stands? Why? They're about to miss the playoffs, TJ. They're already going to go through enough pain. Megan says, I already have a sleep disorder and watching Hereditary did not help it at all. Yeah, seriously. That's just, a dark film. Dark. And I'm not talking about how it's lit. ADL says Rob Williams is insanely fast and coked out, but watch Good Morning Vietnam. Great movie. Very good movie. Eric99, Tight Zone, Atomic Bomb Library episode was a close second for me. Loves me some Outer Limits as well, both the original and the 90s reboot. I like those kind of shows too. Those that make you think and yeah. Black Mirror was doing some of that stuff a little bit when it first started on Netflix. It's gotten a little bit stupid lately, but it was doing a little bit of that too. I liked a little more technological side to it. Not as much trippiness than Twilight Zone be. Megan says, you're a bust when you go to the refs and complain about the 12s noise like Lawrence did when they played at Lumen. Big Country's got Shawshank Redemption, Toy Story, Revenant, Lion King, Tombstone. Very good titles. I don't think I've seen a bad one yet. Post in the chat here. Ethan says Apocalypse Now. See, that is my kind of disturbing movie. Yeah, it's kind of disturbing a little bit. Interesting, I saw that on Netflix the other day. They had Harrison Ford is on the front of the cover. He's in the movie for like 5 minutes. And Netflix has him like on the front thing. Like it's like selling he's starring or something. And I thought it was pretty funny. Herbicide, Rob Williams, Good Will Hunting, Fisher King, Good Morning Rob. Rob Williams, an icon. Good Will Hunting is awesome in too, yeah. That's my favorite role of his, but yeah, he is an icon. Charles Riley, $5 donation says, Brando, Mrs. Doubtfire may be the worst thing ever transferred to celluloid. I love you, but Mrs. Doubtfire? Hey, fair enough, man. It just hit me at the right time of my life, man, when I was growing up. It just hit me at the right time. Hello! But again, I haven't seen it in a few years, Charles, so I might watch it right now. It's probably been dated as hell, It's like, it was funny from 1993 to 2002, and now it's had its time. TJ says, have you ever seen Prom Night? Not the remake, but the original. Great movie. Or My Bloody Valentine, the original. Bloody Valentine I've watched back in the day. Prom Night I think I did back in the day, but I don't know for sure. I'll check it out, though. Jason says, who's the S doesn't like Mrs. Doubtfire? Charles doesn't like himself some Robin Williams. I get it. It's just, that's, Robin just tickles my funny bone. He says, you have to watch his stand-up to really appreciate Robin Williams, even his talk show appearances. Agreed. And he might not, I know the manic energy thing might not be kind of for everybody. It is kind of its own style. But he's definitely better than Billy Crystal, Like, he is definitely on another level than Billy Crystal. Cowboys are number 1. You guys, Evil Dead remake was I want to watch the next one, but they're lagging. Did they remake Evil Dead? Oh, yeah, you're talking about the Evil Dead 2 Cowboys are number 1? Did they just recently do it again? I lose track now. Jason Tudor says Black Mirror is the scariest thing I've seen in a decade. Well, what makes that one scary, too, is unlike Twilight Zone episodes that could be scary, like it's all the technological, what you could see happening 10 years, 20 years down the line, which makes it even more like, ADL says Brandon's almost caught up with her ass posting. Jason says, yeah, post faster. Oh, God. Jason says Russell Wilson beat Carroll something. Robin was great in Jumanji. I forgot about that one. He was good in that one. Awakens, serious yet good. Yeah, played the psychologist in that, right? Him and De Niro. DJ says, hello is the best line in Mrs. Doubtfire with the cake to the face. Yes, it's such a good... And the cake's dripping and you want some cream and the cream drops off. Oh, there you go. It's over in there. There you are. Roxanne says, I saw Jaws by myself when I was 9 years old in the theater back in 1976. Boy, that would be tough. They did a good job on that. What Spielberg did, using sort of its Hitchcockian techniques with the shark on that and the music, just something about it at the time. I was like, what the hell? Megan says, the one with Shatner as the nervous flyer who sees the gremlin on the wing is why I never get a window seat when flying anymore is my favorite Twilight Zone episode. It's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one, Megan. And they did a good job in the 80s. Remember, Megan, they made the Twilight Zone movie in the 80s, and they had John Lithgow playing Shatner's role, and it was updated. And it was cool because they had just the shots of the thing on the wing tearing the wing apart, and he's just losing his stuff. That was pretty good too. They did a good job on that one, that remake. That Twilight Zone movie was actually pretty good. It's kind of scary at the time. I was a kid at the time. Jason Tudor says, yeah, the new Evil Dead was freaking brutally rough. Really fun. Oh, check it out, man. I will check it out. I get pessimistic on these remakes at times, but I'll take a look at it. He says, Awakenings, World According to Garp. I love The World According to Garp. It's a good movie. Kind of forgotten about, but that's another one that I like a lot. Roxas says, no problems with water. In fact, I was obsessed with sharks for a few years. I still have a problem with it. I still get in the ocean. I still get a little nervous. I could be 3 feet in the ocean, and I'm still kind of like, water's looking a little murky today. I don't know. Doesn't feel like a good ocean day today. Eric99, did you see the Black Mirror episode with the robot bee? Well, there's a lot of robots in Black Mirror. Which one are you referencing? The one where the woman makes her daughter a robot or something? TJ says Genie's the best rollover. And then Aladdin, Robin Williams. John Lithgow. That's right, Jason Tudor. Lithgow. He played it good. Jason Tudor says, with the eyes that bug right out of his head. I mean, he's perfect for him because he has that freak out face he does, which was just perfect for that little scene. E2K, we're going to need a bigger boat. Megan says, yes, the helicopter accident that killed Vic Morrow and the kids overshadowed the movie, but I love the movie. That's right. That's right. Boy, some brutal footage too. Don't ever go look that up, kids. The Vic Morrow helicopter one is just, whew, that's one of those faces for death that you don't want to watch that one. But yeah, it's a good movie. Eric says, if anyone has ever been to Universal Studios and you see the Jaws set, you'll be like, what the F? I was scared of this. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's that he used those Hitchcockian techniques because the shark wasn't working. And that's what just made it so much better. Because it's always with these monster movies, not about seeing the monster, but about the threat of seeing the monster, about what is lurking just out of frame. And Spielberg did a great job of capturing that by necessity. Megan says, Robin Williams and Terry Gilliam and Jeff Bridges and The Fisher King, best movie. That's a great movie. Fantastic. Roxanne says Shatner and Lithgow had a scene together on the TV show Third Rock from the Sun, and they talk of that scene. Hilarious. Oh, Roxanne, that's the first thing I'm YouTubing after the show. I got to check that out. I have to check that out now. That's awesome. Jason, the shark always scared me because the guy running the tram would always be talking to keep you distracted, then boom. Yeah, I thought it was scary when they did that in Universal. They would bring you on the tram up to the water, and they got the guy that's fishing that's obviously a little mannequin or whatever, but he's like talking to you, and then the shark drags him down and then comes at the boat. I thought that was pretty cool. Universal did that. It's a nice little touch. Daniel W., have a good night. I'm still waiting for the conspiracy theory talk show. I've been thinking about doing something like that, Daniel, so I might do it. I'll have to do it off of YouTube. But I thought about doing episodes and stuff on it. But if I do that talk too much on YouTube, they don't like that. They don't like you talking about too much of that stuff. But maybe like BitChute or something like that. I'll look at maybe creating. I've been thinking about creating something with that, especially with the new studio I have going. So I'm kind of working with thinking about some ideas on that. Megan says, apparently Disney had 8 hours of Williams ad-lipping as the genie, which I would love to see. Oh, I would too, Megan. There'd be some good gems in there. You know it. Charles, another $5 donation. Charles, you always are so kind on the donations on the chat, man. Thank you so much for all of that. He says, when I took a vacation to Frisco, I could see people celebrating Robin Williams' humor, but I expected more of you in the chat. Charles holds us here to a higher standard, folks. Jason says, Faces of Death. Did any of you guys see those VHS tapes when you were young, like 90s? Yes. Yeah. And you have a good night, Daniel. We'll get the conspiracy thing going here soon at some point. I just have to do it off this channel because they'll shut me down. Jesus says, remember the part in the Back to the Future when the shark popped out? Oh, that's right. Kind of some foreshadowing on the future, right, TJ? Because it was like Jaws 23 in 2020 or whatever that comes up as the hologram that comes up in holograms too that it predicted. I saw something about that with like Back to the Future 2 that they predicted a lot of stuff that's kind of come out to be, including hoverboards. Got those too. ADL Williams, Brandon, do you think aliens exist? I think aliens exist to a degree, but the question is whether or not they're interdimensional demons or actually aliens. That's the question. But there's something in the ethereal that exists, no doubt. Daniel, they let people talk about conspiracies. There's a lot of other people on here who do. I'll get a few lists for you next time you stream. Sounds good, man. I mean, I'm definitely willing to. I just don't want to do and say anything that gets me. I know that YouTube's come down with certain stuff, so it's like I don't want to get anything that gets me act. But I love talking about conspiracies, so don't get me wrong. I can go all day on that stuff. Aaron 99 says, crazy how many iconic roles Bill Shatner had, and in the end, he ended up on Ancient Aliens. True. He says, again, I'm flabbergasted that someone with the irreverent Charles Nelson Riley as an avatar is besmirching Robin Williams. Indeed, sir. Indeed. Either now, The Princess Bride isn't nearly as bad, but it's really not very good. Extremely overrated to not that good. Just kind of a unique story a little bit, too. I liked it okay, but it's definitely held as a classic. I don't know if it's right there with that. Spaceballs is a good one. Spaceballs is a real good one. I saw a meme recently, I think just a little video, and it was this guy's on the video and he's looking at the camera and he's got this like he's got a comb, he's got to put it in the sand, and he's like, he does this thing. He's like 200 major roles in movies, a dozen Broadway plays, 24 off-Broadway plays, 1,000 commercials, blah, blah, blah. He goes through his whole resume, and he says, all I'm known for is, and he's in the movie Spaceballs, he's the guy that they're combing the desert, and he literally has a comb, and he's combing the desert, and he says, we ain't found nothing. And that's his one line he's known for. It's kind of funny. If you guys get a chance, watch out. Check that video out on YouTube. It's funny. ADL Williams, Robin Williams killed himself because they didn't let him make Patch Adams too. I don't think that's fact. Jason Tudor, besmirch Princess Bride, inconceivable. Megan, I can deal with you being upset that I love the coach, but no, sir, I will not hear this speaking of Robin Williams. Ethan says, Brandon, you missed what I was referring to. I said that Monty Python is one of the biggest hot pile of garbages I've seen. Oh, man. Not a Monty Python fan. My bad. Well, it's maybe a humor it's definitely its own kind of special humor. You like it or you don't. They got their own kind of set with it. I like most of Monty Python stuff, especially Meaning of Life. I really enjoy it. Still going back with that one, but I don't like all their stuff. Some of their stuff I'm not as big as some of the other people are. Eric says the best part of The Princess Bride was the one-liners. Rather watch Willow. Hey, Willow's pretty good. Jason Tudor, that dude who ain't found stuff, also played Tuvok on Star Trek Voyager. Yeah, that's right. It's such a funny video that he put out. It's like 15 seconds long, but it's hilarious. When you said comb, it reminds me of the movie Stand By Me. Oh, okay. Megan says Python is an advanced form of humor, which I find refreshing as it's way better than American comedy. Oh my God, I said it. Well, it's a little more subtle. It's a little more cerebral. That's for sure. Eden Tech World, Monty Python and the Holy Grail, so bad. Yeah, it's not the one I like as much as some of their other stuff. Life of Brian, Meaning of Life. I think I prefer those ones a little more. That's for sure. That's for sure. All right, folks. Well, we got 5 hours in tonight. Pretty good. Pretty good. I got to the end of the chat. Reached my spot on that. Charles Riley, absolutely killing it with the donations. Megan Gock, Roger, Paul Third, Roxanne Roll, Little Sticks. Random McDaniel starting us off hot and heavy with the big $50 dono to begin things off. Feed Tiger as well. Thank you to all of you on the donations in the stream. It's always very, very well received in that respect and appreciated. We are going to be doing the live stream again this Sunday coming up, of course. I believe we're at 1 o'clock, so we'll be getting on maybe about 15 minutes early, doing a little bit of chat before we get going live and talking the game. Final game of the season. We'll know where everything kind of stands after that point, and then we'll just kind of be going foot loose and fancy free as we get into the off season, kind of riding things out as the news kind of comes down the track a little bit. We'll still be doing the two live streams a week, no doubt, and once every other week on my channel and Brendan's channel. Of course, I'll be over on Brendan's channel tomorrow, so we'll be talking Seahawks at 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time on his end. Seahawks Brendan Nelson. Charles Riley coming in with a $10 donation to finish this off very right and nice. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate you, brother. You're awesome. He says Patch Adams 2 was going to star Billy Crystal, Robin Williams, and Jennifer Lopez. Turns out there wasn't enough humor between Robin and Billy to heal anything. Well, they're getting old at that point. They get a little old at that point. Oh my goodness. Mm-hmm. TJ says, made it just before the end. You just got in under the wire, TJ. How you doing? Hope you're doing well, buddy. And by the way, as Megan says, remember to wear your Largent jersey this last week. You got a Largent jersey, wear it. We're creating the Largent energy for a final victory on the season. It is what is required. Eric99, if you like British comedy, go read, not watch, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Douglas Adams was a genius. I have been meaning to read that at some point because it's been so recommended to me throughout my life, and for some reason I just never did it. I think I ended up watching the movie and letting that color me with it, which I probably shouldn't have. But I will check it. I that's on my list. That's on my list of bucket list reading items, you know. This says, thanks, Brandon. Thanks to everyone. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. And ADL Williams says we made it 6 hours till he caught up. Good job, guys. Hey. Got into 5 at least. 5. And I do need to run. I'm going to run my ad here really quickly, folks. I'll come back and sign off in just 1 second. So we got 30 people left in the chat. I need to run this ad for my sponsorship with Manscaped. I do want to thank Manscaped, our now longtime sponsor, original sponsor on this show. They've done quite a bit to support this channel coming out the gate. I really appreciate them doing so. If you have any Manscaped needs, if you're a dude, if you got any trimmings you need, you got nose hairs, you guys are seeing them all over the place. Marshawn's hawking Manscaped right now. Marshawn can't be wrong, right? Marshawn's saying it can't be wrong. So go over to Manscaped, use my code NEST, get yourself something to shave your junk, get maybe nose hair trimmer, maybe some lip balm, whatever. They got a variety of different products over there, all very good. I've used all of them. They've sent them on my way so I could try all this stuff out. Everything that they've sent, I've loved. Again, support the show, support the channel, go on over there. Manscaped Nest, use my code NEST, save yourself 20% off, 20 and free shipping. And again, let me just pause. I'm going to be right back, folks, for one final sign off. Thank you again to Manscaped, and we will be right back here. While I'm away, I thought I would also tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, Manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their 4th generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong. No person wants to end up with pubes in their mouth. It's time to get your own ball, hair, and body trimmer with Manscaped to make me time the best time and enhance your confidence with some nice, smooth boys. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. 20% off, free worldwide shipping with my code NEST. Help yourself, help your boys, help the show. It's appreciated very much, and thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring the show. All right, thank you again to Manscaped for sponsoring. Thank you guys for hanging on in there, and let's get the last couple of items here on the chat. We'll just finish this up here fast. Again, thank you, Charles, for all the donations, brother. You're awesome. Megan, you have a great night. Hope you do well. ADL Williams, you have a good one as well. See you guys on Sunday. Hopefully see you guys on Sunday. Eric99, see you, Brando. Good night, everyone. Go Hawks, Eric99. A little like the Michael Bennett emoji, man. That's nice. TJ, if the Jags beat the Colts, then the Raiders versus Chargers should just agree to tie so they can both get in the playoffs. Is that how that would be, TJ? Wow. That would be an interesting conspiracy if you saw two teams playing to a purposeful tie in order for them to both make it in. That would be interesting. I mean, hey, I'm not saying it's crazy, but it's like, Jason says, slept all day fighting COVID. Go Hawks. Jason, you get better over there, man. Get those fluids going, man. Get yourself your sleep and your rest. Take care of yourself. Don't get back too quick on it. Let that thing get through, man. I know it's a vicious deal, so you hang in there, brother. Boom Shakalaka says, Merry New Year. Merry New Year to you too, man. Happy New Year. And Merry Christmas. Appreciate you guys. Boom Shakalaka says, no, don't want ball hair in the mouth. No, you don't want no ball hair in the mouth. That's why you don't want to use your face trimmer for your nuts, man. It's two separate items, two separate things. One's for one, one's for another. It's the teenagers that use the same for both, right? That's gross. We don't want to use the same for both. Got a segment, one for the upper, one for the lower. Jason Tudor, go Hawks. Megan says, sorry, not sorry. All right. Well, thank you guys again. Appreciate everyone on the channel for all of the support. You guys hanging on in here. I love the movie talk. We go in all different directions here on this channel. You can believe that. And man, I didn't like any. I loved all of the movie. I can usually find a couple movie choices where I'm like, I don't like that one. That's bad. But all of them were really solid recommendations / all-time favorite list. So that was great. We'll see where this team goes now, guys. One more game to go. We're going to find out very soon, even as of Monday, for probably more of a certainty after the final game of this year. I think a lot of this public relations stuff will start to drift out the door, and we'll start to get to where the reality of this really hits and what is truly going to happen this offseason. It's going to be a bit of a wild ride from a lot of different aspects. We could see the Seattle Seahawks team blowing up nothing, going all in it, spending all of the money that they can possibly spend, trying to build the best roster they can next year. I mean, we can see it all over the map. All over the map. Almost every possibility is in play, and there is no doubt about it. It is going to be exciting to watch. So, look, it's been a bad season. It's been a tough season, and I know you're riding low, many of you, but better times are ahead. Brighter days are in this future that we are going to be getting to. We just got to keep that faith. We just got to keep that belief in this Team 12s, and I know you are, but I'm going to remind you because I don't want you to forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.